Chapter 12-13. Supreme Divine Emperor, I, Yi Ching Han, swear that as long as Zhu Yi helps me kill the patriarch of the Fire God tribe and obtain the heart of the Fire God, I will return the heart of soul to her and never step into the Fire God's secret realm again. If I break this oath, please punish me and kill me. Suddenly, Yi Ching Han raised one hand and swore to the sky with a solemn expression. Zhu Yi was astonished. Then her eyes brightened. Yi Ching Han smiled and said, Zhu Yi, if you had cooperated with me from the beginning, I would not have done such a beastly thing today. Give me the flame of soul. Otherwise, I will have to destroy you. Zhu Yi looked at Yi Ching Han's handsome face, and her heart was filled with complicated emotions. After a moment, she sighed deeply, and a white flame floated out from between her eyebrows. It entered Yi Ching Han's forehead and disappeared. Yi Ching Han heaved a sigh of relief. This time he was gambling. His sea of soul could explode in 500 years, so he had to gamble. He wanted to obtain the heart of the Fire God in the shortest time possible, then return to the realm of gods and find a way to kill Shen Xiong. If Zhu Yi was not subdued, firstly, he might be plotted against by Zhu Yi. Secondly, without Zhu Yi, he did not have the ability to kill the patriarch of the Fire God tribe and obtain the heart of the Fire God. Therefore today, he had no choice but to use despicable means to ambush Zhu Yi and seal her divine crystal. However, after obtaining Zhu Yi's flame of soul, Yi Ching Han's guilt towards Zhu Yi completely disappeared. The flame of soul was the source of the soul. It contained Zhu Yi's memories, so Yi Ching Han easily knew what Zhu Yi was thinking. She was truly a bamboo leaf snake. Her mind was filled with countless schemes, all aimed at him. One of them was to secretly poison Yi Ching Han. This poison was colorless and odorless. It could be spread in the air, and people would be poisoned unknowingly. The three traitors of the Great Elder, the lower 9th grade war gods, were poisoned by this poison and had no choice but to betray him. If it weren't for his good luck today, he would have died after killing the Fire God Patriarch. In Zhu Yi's memory, she had never had sex with a man. Her people were all killed when she was very young, and the women in her clan were raped. Zhu Yi did not lie to him about this. Zhu Yi hated men very much. She had always been doing things with that made with fake phoenixes. No wonder when she was violated by him a few times, she was a little flustered and aroused. This time, when he forced himself on her, it made her even more confused for a second, which was why it was so easy to control her this time. Yi Ching Han heaved a sigh of relief. When a martial artist reached their level, there would be a warning in the depths of their soul. If Yi Ching Han wanted to kill them, Zhu Yi would be even more vigilant. However, Yi Ching Han had no intention of killing her at all. He only wanted to seal her, which was why Zhu Yi's heart did not react, and he was lucky enough to capture her. Looking at Zhu Yi's gloomy face, her beautiful naked body sitting on the jade chair, she did not even wipe off the remaining bodily fluids on her hair. Yi Ching Han's heart softened again, and he said softly, Zhu Yi, don't blame me. Since you want to kill me, it's only natural for me to deal with you and even kill you. I have sworn the Divine Emperor blood oath to enter the Fire God mystic realm. I only want to obtain the heart of the Fire God, not to enslave the Fire God tribe. Once I obtain the heart of the Fire God, I will naturally return your flame of spirit and leave immediately. If you still hate me, you can find me, Yi Ching Han, for revenge. If you have the ability to kill me, Yi Ching Han will definitely not blame you. Zhu Yi sighed faintly and looked at Yi Ching Han with a complicated expression. Sigh. I, Zhu Yi, have been scheming my entire life. I never expected to be schemed against by you today. I admit defeat. Yi Ching Han, you are a great person. Zhu Yi falling into your hands is not embarrassing. Put on your clothes. I will violate your beautiful body again. Yi Ching Han smiled faintly and glanced at Zhu Yi's twin peaks and the mysterious zone. Zhu Yi's face turned green and red immediately. She took out a dress and put it on. Yi Ching Han drank his tea and looked at the beauty putting on her clothes. He felt a sense of satisfaction. He had been in the Fire God mystic realm for so many years, but today was the best day. It felt great to be in control of everything. It was a pity that such days would come to an end when he returned to the divine world. When can we attack the Fire God Island? Recollecting his thoughts, Yi Ching Han began to talk about serious matters. Zhu Yi's life was in Yi Ching Han's hands. In addition, she knew that as long as the Fire God tribe leader was killed, her bitter days would come to an end. She quickly said, Anytime. Zhu Li and the other two are almost done with their combined battle formation. With the three of them and the two of us, Zhu Shui will definitely die. That's good. Yi Qinghan grinned and said excitedly, rest for 3 days and think about the pros and cons. 3 days later, we will go to the Fire God Island. Don't think of any tricks to deal with me. Your soul flame is in my hands. With my powerful soul force, I know exactly what you are thinking. Let's cooperate well. Go out and calm your subordinates' emotions first. Zhu Yi was very clear about it. She sighed inwardly that Yi Qinghan's methods were much stronger than hers. Yi Qinghan made a divine emperor blood oath that he would leave immediately after obtaining the fire god's heart and return her soul flame. Just based on this, Zhu Yi didn't dare to have any other thoughts. If Yi Qinghan didn't make this blood oath, Zhu Yi felt that she wouldn't be able to live anymore. It was very likely that she would perish together with Yi Qinghan. As soon as the barrier opened, a pretty maid immediately teleported in. Seeing the torn clothes on the jade table and the lingering scent of their bodily fluids in the air, her expression immediately changed. Her killing intent soared as she glared at Yi Qinghan and shouted, "You!" Swish! Yi Qinghan glanced over and activated the soul extinguisher. He then condensed a palm with the power of space and slapped forward. Boom! The maid was only a lower 9th grade. Yi Qinghan's soul extinguisher attack was strange. She was hit and flew backward while spurting out blood. Zhu Yi wanted to move, but her expression only changed. She didn't move. Instead, she looked at Yi Qinghan and begged, "Beloved, don't be impulsive. Young Master Yi, please show mercy." Yi Qinghan picked up the cup of tea and leisurely took a sip. He looked at Zhu Yi and said, "If I don't show mercy, would she still be alive? And next time, don't blame me for not giving you face." Zhu Yi quickly nodded and flashed over. She carried the maid and immediately left the backyard. The maid's eyes were filled with hatred, but she could only slowly heal her body. The two of them flashed and went to Zhu Yi's private room. "Your Majesty, how could you have an affair with her? How could you?" Yi Qinghan showed mercy. The maid's internal organs were only shaken. After a while, most of them were healed. She immediately looked at the dejected Zhu Yi and roared with a ferocious expression. He was as angry as a man who saw his woman being toyed with. "Don't say any more, beloved. I lost. I lost completely." 2 streams of tears flowed down from Zhu Yi's eyes. Thinking of the humiliation she had just suffered, especially when Yi Qinghan wantonly played with her body, her delicate body trembled uncontrollably. "What's wrong? Your Majesty, what happened?" The maid felt that something was wrong. When she thought of Yi Qinghan's unscrupulous behavior, she had a bad feeling. "My flame of soul was taken by Yi Qinghan." Zhu Yi hugged the maid like a helpless child. She cried bitterly and told the maid what had happened. After the maid finished listening, she sat on the ground powerlessly. Her eyes were filled with fear. She lost her voice and murmured, "He is not from the bloodline of the beast god. He is a devil from the devil realm. He is too terrifying. Even your Majesty was tricked by him." Yi Qinghan's divine sense had been locked onto Zhu Yi. She had given Zhu Yi 3 days to let her vent her emotions. After 3 days, she would be able to stabilize her emotions and use her full strength to kill the fire god patriarch in one fell swoop. In the current situation, he could not afford to make any mistakes. Otherwise, he would be consigned to eternal damnation. 3 days later, Zhu Yi indeed stabilized her emotions. Yi Qinghan's fighting spirit was soaring. He smiled faintly and waved his hand. As if he was the king of the fire god mystery realm, he took Zhu Yi and all the 9th grade war gods and flew toward the Fire God Island. Chapter 12:14. Done? Good. Inside the Eternal Palace, Shintu Xiong had just received a message. He scanned it with his divine sense and immediately became excited. He pushed away the maids beside him and walked outside. "Wuxia, wuya. Follow me to the Wind Moon continent." Shintu Xiong's shout immediately startled Shintu Wuxia and Shintu Wuya, who were in the side chamber. They teleported over and saw Shintu Xiong's excited face. They hurriedly asked with joy, "Father, is there a joyous occasion?" "Haha, just follow me." Shintu Xiong did not say much and teleported with the two of them. The Eternal Palace disappeared from Supreme Island and the 3 of them teleported towards the north. Shintu Xiong's strength could be seen from the distance he teleported. In just 3 or 4 teleportations, he appeared in the valley where the Wind Moon Monarch was at. The Wind Moon Monarch had already guessed that Shintu Xiong would come and was waiting respectfully outside. Where is it? Shintu Xiong's eyes were burning as he stared at the Wind Moon Monarch. He thought it would take a few thousand years to build the city. He did not expect it to be completed in just 1,000 years. The Wind Moon Monarch's face was also filled with excitement as he said to Shintu Xiong, "Lord, follow me." The few teleported to the back of the valley. There was a huge door on the wall. The Wind Moon Monarch waved his god power and the door opened, revealing a bright passage. The few of them walked in. The passage became wider and wider until they reached a huge underground plaza. The walls around the plaza shone with light, making it look like daytime inside. A huge blackbird-shaped strange divine tool was placed on the ground. The Wind Moon Monarch pointed at the black bird and said, "I call this Flying Phoenix. I designed it based on the celestial bird. Its speed is 10 times faster than a celestial bird, comparable to a lower 9th grade war god, and it can fly in the sky. Of course, the prerequisite is that it needs a martial artist of the venerable rank and above to constantly inject origin energy. Without the infusion of origin energy, one hit by the space-shattering blade current will immediately turn it into ashes." "Alright. That's it. Wuya. Summon 100 venerables. I want to give it a try immediately. If it is really as you say, Wind Moon Monarch, this sovereign will greatly reward you." Shintu Xiong nodded his head. He was already very satisfied with this design. The most important thing was the energy supply. Only venerables were needed to fly in the void. What he was most afraid of was not having enough origin energy. If his origin energy was exhausted, then even if he was extremely powerful, he would still die. In Shintu Xiong's eyes, a venerable was no different from an ordinary martial artist. In the immortal realm, 9th grade war gods were rare, but with so many martial artists, there would be someone breaking through to become a venerable every once in a while. Shintu Xiong wouldn't feel the slightest bit of heartache even if the quintessence energy of these 100 exalts were completely exhausted this time, or even if all of them died. Half a day later, 100 supremacies teleported over. Shintu Xiong immediately said to Elders Feng and Yu, "Keep this flying phoenix in your spatial artifact. Let's go to the endless void and test it out." Not long after, Shintu Xiong brought Shintu Wuya, Shintu Wuxia, and 100 venerables to the endless void. Monarch Feng and Yu took out the metal lump bird from their spatial artifact. This flying phoenix was 100 meters long, and looked similar to a celestial phoenix. Under the control of Monarch Feng and Yu, its entire body emitted a green light. At its waist, a huge door opened, like the mouth of a monster. Everyone entered the flying phoenix. It was very spacious inside, and just like the celestial phoenix, it was divided into a front hall, a middle hall, and a back hall. Monarch Feng and Yu brought 100 venerables to the back hall. Not long after, the flying phoenix's body trembled, and a faint origin energy slowly revolved around its body. It began to rapidly fly around the surface of the immortal realm. "Lord, this flying phoenix requires 10 venerables to control at the same time. 10 venerables will pour their origin energy into it." Based on the origin energy in an ordinary venerable's body, under normal circumstances, the origin energy of 10 venerables can fly for half a year. Of course, if they continuously encounter the space-shattering blade stream, they will lose too much origin energy, so the time will be shorter. Monarch Feng and Yu proudly teleported over. They opened the restriction inside, allowing Shintu Xiong and his sons to see the endless void outside, and began to explain. "Half a year? That's enough." A cold light flashed in Shintu Xiong's eyes, and he said in a deep voice, "Fly around the immortal realm for a year, and encounter a few more space-shattering blade streams to test if there will be any problems." Monarch Feng's eyes flashed with a trace of dissatisfaction. This Shintu Xiong clearly did not believe him, and was afraid that he would harm him. However, due to Shintu Xiong's strength, Monarch Feng did not dare to say anything, and obediently went to the back hall to control it. Shintu Wuxia thought of a question, and asked, "Father, this divine tool that can cross the void is almost done. But how do we confirm the reincarnation plane that Yi Qinghan and the rest are hiding in? Also, will they leave in advance? Return to the Flame Dragon continent or other planes?" Shintu Xiong coldly snorted and said, "The Flame Dragon plane is impossible, and the material planes are also impossible. The material planes are too small, and they are afraid that I will casually sacrifice a 9th grade war god, and use my divine might to collapse the space of the material planes. As for the medium-sized planes, there are not many subsidiary medium-sized planes in the immortal realm. Once I get the plane map, where can they run to? Plane map? Father, where can I find a detailed plane map of the immortal realm? Shinta Wuya asked doubtfully. Shinta Xiong stood up, and his gaze passed through the phoenix, looking at the void in the distance, and said in a deep voice, "The Supreme Being Divine Emperor has it. You have forgotten. Father is now the Lord of the immortal realm. I have the right to go to Mount Pan, and ask for the plane map of the immortal realm. Who else knows this plane better than the Supreme Being Divine Emperor?" The Supreme Being Divine Emperor. Shinta Wuxia and Shinta Wuya were filled with deep veneration, and their gazes followed Shinta Xiong, looking at the endless void, and their hearts were filled with longing. It was as if they could see the center of the plain battlefield, the lofty Mount Pan that stood above the countless plains and warriors. Grace City. Yenran Little House. Monarch Yenran was wearing a light green dress, her graceful figure sitting cross-legged in front of the pavilion. Both of her hands were playing the zither, and her eyes were looking at the slowly flowing river in front of her. The lonely tinkling sound of the river blended perfectly with the desolate zither music, and the entire Yenran Little House was shrouded in a sorrowful atmosphere. Although the zither music was beautiful, Monarch Yenran was even more beautiful. However, on her oval face, her pearl-like eyes had a faint trace of sorrow, and her two thin eyebrows were slightly furrowed, which made people feel sorry for her. Clang! All of a sudden, the zither music stopped. Monarch Yenran looked at the broken strings in her hands, and the worry on her face deepened. Yi Qinghan, why haven't you found Yenran yet? Don't you know that your situation is very dangerous? Monarch Yenran sighed, mumbling softly. Her voice was so soft that it was incomparably pleasant to the ears. Monarch Yenran didn't know many of Shinta Xiong's plans. In fact, even the South Mountain Monarch and Qing Shan, who were close to her, didn't know. However, Monarch Yenran knew that Shinta Xiong was secretly planning to deal with Lord Devour and Yi Qinghan. Moreover, she had a feeling that Shinta Xiong was about to succeed. Say, Yi Qinghan, if you die, Yenran can only submit to Shinta Wuxia. Shinta Wuxia has promised me that he will take revenge for me, no matter who it is. Father, mother, no matter what, I will take revenge for you. A sorrowful sigh rang out in the room, causing the atmosphere in the room to become even more bleak and lonely. Chapter 12:15. The Fire God's Mystery Land was in chaos. Countless Emperor God martial artists flew towards the Fire God Island, ready to witness the final peak battle in the Fire God's Mystery Land. All the level 9 experts on Zhu Yi's side flew towards the Fire God Island without any scruples. Their purpose was self-evident. The powerful shield left by the level 9 supreme martial artist on the Fire God Island was still shining with a fiery red light, but it was much dimmer than it was 2,000 years ago. The people on the islands near the Fire God Island had long evacuated. They all knew that Zhu Yi would come to kill the Fire God clan patriarch sooner or later. There would definitely be a great battle here. By then, the aftermath of the battle could kill the ordinary martial artists on the island. An hour later, the vicinity of the Fire God Island was filled with countless Emperor God martial artists. They were all hiding in the sea and on the deserted island. They looked at the sky fervently, waiting for the arrival of Zhu Yi and the others. Not long after, 10 figures tore through the sky from afar and shot over violently. What shocked everyone was that the one at the front was not Zhu Yi. Instead, it was an unfamiliar man in a green robe. Who was he? Many questions popped up in everyone's mind. What shocked them even more was that this person was not from the Fire God clan, and his strength did not seem to be very strong. But why was Zhu Yi following behind the man like a subordinate? And the rest of the level 9 experts did not have any objections? Was the Fire God's Mystery Land going to change again? Yi Qinghan ignored the countless martial artists below. He knew this world too well. Strength was everything, and the strong were respected. Now that he controlled Zhu Yi, he was the strongest person in the Fire God's Mystery Land. If he wanted to, he could wipe out all the lives in the entire Fire God's Mystery Land. Let's do it. Looking at the Fire God Island below, Yi Qinghan's eyes were filled with coldness. Zhu Yi nodded and shouted, "Zhu Li, the 3 of you get ready to attack together. The rest of you, once the shield of the Fire God Island is broken, stand with Zhu Li immediately. I don't ask you to do anything. Just protect yourselves together." Everyone nodded. Then, the space power in the sky suddenly flowed. 2/3 of the space power in the entire Fire God Mystery Land surged towards the Fire God Island. 10 rank. 9 martial artists began to condense spatial force at the same time. Low-level warriors could not feel the space power, but when 10 level 9 experts condensed the space power at the same time, the whole Fire Secret Realm was shrouded in an inexplicable pressure, as if a storm was about to pour down. Billions of people of the Fire God tribe in the Fire Secret Realm felt suffocated and their hearts palpitated. Attack! Zhu Yi let out a tender cry, and her spatial force transformed into 1,000 layers of waves that surged towards the Fire God Island. The 10 God Slayer spears around Yi Qing Han emitted a tyrannical aura that pierced through the sky as they pierced towards Fire God Island at the same time. The other 8 experts under level 9 also released their attacks at the same time. The powerful pressure made it feel like the sky was collapsing. The entire Fire God Island seemed to be trembling. Boom! Fire God Island really trembled. The whole Fire God Island shook, and the seawater on all sides suddenly set off huge waves that were thousands of meters high. Then, they turned into terrifying tsunamis that surged in all directions. Countless fish and sea beasts at the bottom of the sea were flipped over and killed directly. An earth-shattering bang resounded through the entire Fire God's secret realm. The martial artists who were hiding around were all pressed down by this great power, and they could not move at all. The fiery red shield on the Fire God Island burst into a dazzling light at this moment, like the most dazzling demonic sun. At the same time, it released an inexplicable pressure that shook the nearby space, causing cracks to appear. However, this dazzling light only flashed for a moment, and then it immediately weakened. The shield swayed as if it was about to explode. 8 of you, attack again together. Zhu Yi and Yi Qing Han glanced at each other. Zhu Yi ordered the 8 martial arts practitioners below level 9. She and Yi Qing Han revolved their power of origin and condensed their power of space. They were prepared to work together to suppress Zhu Shui, the patriarch of the Fire God clan. Zhu Li and the other 7 people condensed the power of space again and smashed it against the shield. Then, they immediately huddled together and used the power of origin to protect themselves. At the same time, Zhu Li and the other 2 launched their joint attack formation, raising their chi power to the upper level 9. The 8 of them prepared to join forces to protect themselves. Boom! The shield of the Fire God Island finally burst, revealing countless martial artists below in horror. However, the Fire God clan patriarch Zhu Shui was nowhere to be seen. Yi Qing Han fully opened up his divine consciousness. While guarding against the sneak attack of the people around Zhu Yi, he also searched for Zhu Shui's figure. There he is. Zhu Yi and Yi Qing Han immediately locked on to Zhu Shui's figure. On the top of a mountain peak on the Fire God Island, Zhu Shui's face was full of a hideous and insidious smile. He looked at the people in the air, and a diamond-shaped red gem in his hand was emitting a soul-stirring light. Heart of the Fire God. Kill. Yi Qing Han's eyes lit up. He locked on to Zhu Shui with the God-Slayer spear and shouted at Zhu Yi. Zhu Yi's 1,000-layer waves also smashed down. Haha, you want to kill me? Dream on. Zhu Shui laughed wildly, but his figure disappeared from the top of the mountain peak. The God-Slayer spear and 1,000-layer wave smashed down, completely erasing the entire mountain peak. The Fire God Island shook again. The martial artists on the island felt as if the end of the world had come, and they fled in all directions in fear. Zhu Shui, where can you escape to? The heart of the Fire God can only be used for 3 months at most. When the time comes, you won't be able to teleport anymore. Won't you still die? Zhu Yi shouted and disappeared from the top of the Fire God Island with Yi Qing Han at the same time, teleporting to the north. At this moment, Zhu Shui's figure was constantly teleporting to the north. The chase had begun. Zhu Shui was very clear that his strength was definitely not a match for Yi Qing Han and Zhu Yi's combined forces. Even the Grand Doyen had been instantly killed by Yi Qing Han and Zhu Yi. He was very clear that he was not stronger than the Grand Doyen. Therefore, Zhu Shui did not stop and teleported all the way to the north. Yi Qing Han's divine sense had been locking on to Zhu Shui and then immediately releasing the soul extermination art. But the moment he locked on to Zhu Shui, he immediately teleported. He could only chase after Zhu Shui with Zhu Yi. After Zhu Shui teleported to the north, he did not stop and teleported to the east. You want to destroy my royal residence? Zhu Shui, You can try. Zhu Yi saw Zhu Shui teleporting all the way to the Fire King Island, and her face was filled with anger. If Zhu Shui crossed the Fire King Island and casually patted it, the great general royal residence would be razed to the ground. All the people in the residence would die. He won't destroy your royal residence. He wants to go to the teleportation array. You go to the teleportation array as fast as possible. Yi Qinghan guessed Zhu Shui's thoughts and transmitted his voice to Zhu Yi. Zhu Shui was very clear that he and Zhu Yi both had soul skills. Once they stopped, they would immediately be attacked. Of course, he would not foolishly do such a stupid thing just to vent his anger. He escaped from the north and turned to the east. His purpose was self-evident. He wanted to go to the teleportation array. As long as he teleported to the divine realm, it would be difficult for Yi Qinghan and Zhu Yi to kill him. Zhu Yi came to her senses and did not chase after Zhu Shui. She teleported straight in the direction of the teleportation array. She and Yi Qinghan both had the ability to fight with Zhu Shui. Once Zhu Shui chose to fight with one of them, as long as he could not kill the other instantly, he would be attacked by both of them. He would definitely die. Want to kill me? Follow me if you have the guts. Zhu Shui realized that his attempt had been discovered. His face became even more ferocious. This time, he did not teleport to the east. Instead, he teleported directly to the sky. He was actually trying to escape through the endless void? Haha, you brought this upon yourself. Yi Qinghan was stunned. Looking at Zhu Shui who was constantly teleporting to the sky, he had the urge to hold his belly and laugh. Go to the endless void? Who else in this world was more unafraid of the endless void than him? Zhu Yi was also stunned. She shook her head and sneered. Perhaps even a 9th grade supreme martial artist did not have as much source energy as Yi Qinghan, right? Zhu Shui wanted to perish together with Yi Qinghan in the endless void? What a great joke! Chapter 12:16. Outside the Fire Mystic Realm, the Soul Emperor Pavilion was still flying around slowly. Yi Qingyu was controlling the Soul Emperor Pavilion. Yi Qingguo, Fireworks, Moon Queen, and the Night Emperor were there. Mo Xiaoxiao was the strongest and had experienced the most. Lord Devour had asked her to take charge. Yi Qingguo and the Night Emperor had recovered their composure. The women were sitting in the hall, chatting. The Night Emperor went to cultivate, while Mo Xiaoxiao was still standing by the hall, looking at the endless void. No one knew if she was thinking or cultivating. What? All of a sudden, Mo Xiaoxiao's eyes brightened. She was surprised, making a nasal sound. Yi Qingguo, Fireworks, and the others in the hall were startled. They all turned to look at her. Xiao Yu! Fly at full speed! Get out of here first! Mo Xiaoxiao shouted. Yi Qingyu was bewildered. She didn't hesitate, controlling the Soul Emperor Pavilion to fly at full speed. Everybody was startled. They released their divine consciousness and looked at Mo Xiaoxiao, waiting for her explanation. Look! Someone is coming out of the Fire Mystic Realm. He's at least at level 9. Mo Xiaoxiao pointed at a place far away, her face solemn. Everybody turned to look and saw a fiery red figure with the power of the origin. He got out of the Fire Mystic Realm and flew away. Look! That's... All of a sudden, 2 more figures appeared where the fiery red figure had come from. One of them was a green figure with a cold face. He was flying fast in the void, dashing toward the fiery red figure. Little Han. It's Little Han. The green robe, the familiar weak figure, and the familiar handsome face. Everybody shivered. Then they were thrilled. Yi Qingguo and the others were so excited that they had tears in their eyes. They had waited for more than 2,000 years. They had been worried for more than 2,000 years. Today, he finally appeared. Yi Qinghan had come out. Go after him! Mo Xiaoxiao shouted. Yi Qingyu hurried to wipe the tears from the corners of her eyes. She controlled the Soul Emperor Pavilion to turn into a shooting star, flying toward Yi Qinghan's group. Soul Emperor Pavilion. Although Yi Qinghan's body was shooting towards Zhu Shui, his divine sense was wide open and he discovered the rapidly approaching Soul Emperor Pavilion. He was overjoyed and quickly transmitted a message. Zhu Yi, don't resist. Follow me into the Soul Emperor Pavilion. Zhu Yi also noticed the strange pagoda. Her soul flame was controlled by Yi Qinghan. She did not dare to resist and nodded obediently. Yi Qinghan's spiritual sense locked onto the Soul Emperor Pavilion. Yi Qingyu felt it and immediately opened the barrier, allowing Yi Qinghan's spiritual sense to seep in. Little Yu? Pull the two of us in and bring us to the first floor of the Soul Emperor Pavilion. Although Yi Qinghan was skeptical as to why it wasn't Lord Devour controlling the Soul Emperor Pavilion, he didn't think much about it. He asked Yi Qingyu to transport them to the first floor of the Soul Emperor Pavilion. Then, he told Zhu Yi something and teleported them to the 9th floor. Little Han. Brother. Qinghan. As soon as he reached the 9th floor, 3 fiery figures pounced on him, all of them crying in a daze. Yi Qinghan was so happy as he hugged them. After a while, he pulled himself together and shouted, "Don't talk. Little Yu, control the Soul Emperor Pavilion at full speed. Catch up with that man. He has the fire god's heart." Seeing Yi Qinghan's stern face, they didn't dare to say more. The Soul Emperor Pavilion flew at its maximum speed, which could be compared to Zhu Xue's. Zhu Xue also found this strange pagoda. She was surprised to see Yi Qinghan and Zhu Yi disappear into the pagoda. However, what could she do at this moment? She could only grit her teeth and fly towards the divine world. The space-shattering saber flows that filled the sky howled and smashed into Zhu Xue's body. As metal clanged, countless strands of origin energy drifted far away with the space-shattering saber flows. Zhu Xue, hand over the fire god's heart and I'll spare your life. Yi Qinghan's voice was amplified by the Soul Emperor Pavilion's spells, echoing through the endless void. Zhu Xue turned her head, a ferocious smile on her face. She angrily shouted, "How can the Fire God clan's treasure fall into the hands of outsiders? Zhu Yi, you despicable slut! You dare to ally with outsiders to deal with your clansmen? If you fall into my hands, I'll make you beg for death." At this time, the Soul Emperor Pavilion wasn't too far from Zhu Xue. In addition, Yi Qinghan's voice was muffled. Zhu Yi heard Zhu Xue's curses and her face filled with anger. She remembered. She was once ridden by Yi Qinghan. She immediately felt ashamed. She spread out her divine sense and locked onto Yi Qinghan's figure. She sent a sound transmission. "Let me out, I want to tear this bastard apart." "No rush. Let him consume some of his source strength. I'll teleport you out in a bit." Yi Qinghan coldly sent a sound transmission and continued to have Yi Qingyu chase after Zhu Xue. His divine sense locked onto Zhu Xue, not saying a word to anyone else. The Soul Emperor Pavilion and Zhu Xue's speed was about the same, but the Soul Emperor Pavilion was a bit larger. Just now, the Soul Emperor Pavilion had used the space-shattering saber current to attack, so its speed was a bit slower. The distance between Zhu Xue and it had increased to hundreds of thousands of miles. One person and one pagoda turned into 2 meteors streaking across the void. Their speed was very fast. In the blink of an eye, they had crossed millions of miles. The fire god mystic realm wasn't too far from the divine world. But with Zhu Xue and the Soul Emperor Pavilion's speed, it would take at least 3 to 5 months. And Zhu Xue's source strength absolutely couldn't last that long. Half a month later, Zhu Xue's body suddenly stopped in midair. She no longer flew. Instead, she turned around, holding the fire god's heart in one hand. She grinned and shouted, "Stop! If you dare to chase, no one will get the fire god's heart. Little you stop. Send me and that woman from the first floor out." Yi Qinghan's eyes were dignified and worried. Zhu Yi had said that the fire god's heart was as hard as a transcendent-grade divine artifact. It absolutely couldn't be crushed. But at this time, where Zhu Xue was standing, there was a spatial whirlpool nearby. If Zhu Xue threw the fire god's heart into the spatial whirlpool, then all their efforts of thousands of years would be wasted. "Zhu Xue, what do you want?" Yi Qinghan and Zhu Yi teleported out and had the Soul Emperor Pavilion retreat. The two of them didn't dare to move recklessly. At this time, they were 100,000 miles away from Zhu Xue. Although soul skills could be used to attack, if Zhu Xue were to immediately throw the fire god's heart into the spatial whirlpool, then the gains wouldn't make up for the losses. "What do I want? Kill this cheap woman and make a divine emperor blood oath to let me go. Then the fire god's heart will be yours." Zhu Xue fiendishly grinned as he looked at Zhu Yi. His eyes were filled with madness. He didn't have much source strength left. If this continued, he would die sooner or later. He could only give it his all. Zhu Yi's complexion changed. She subconsciously glanced at Yi Qinghan. If Yi Qinghan wanted to kill her, then she really couldn't resist. Although Yi Qinghan had made a divine emperor blood oath, this sort of oath didn't seem very reliable. Humph! How could Yi Qinghan not understand that this was Zhu Shueishue's plan to drive a wedge between them? Moreover, he had made a divine emperor blood oath that he wouldn't kill Zhu Yi. He was afraid that a bolt of divine thunder would fall from the void and destroy him. It had to be known that this world really did have divine emperors. Yi Qinghan felt a headache coming on. He didn't know if he should advance or retreat. If the fire god's heart was thrown into the spatial whirlpool, he would definitely be angered to the point of vomiting blood. For a moment, the three of them were in a deadlock. At this time, Yi Qinghan suddenly felt the restrictions of the Battle Emperor Palace move. He hurriedly sent a strand of his divine sense in. Suddenly, his mind jolted as an illusory figure emerged from the slaughter god blade and stood in the main hall. Xiao He had woken up. Chapter 1217. Yi Qinghan's expression didn't change, as if he was troubled and thinking about the pros and cons. But in his mind, he was communicating with Xiao He in the War Imperial Palace. After a while, Yi Qinghan's eyes flashed with joy. He raised his head and pretended to have an answer. He used his divine power and said loudly, Zhu Shueishue, I have an agreement with Zhu Yi. I won't kill her. Plus, she's stronger than me, so I can't kill her. Change the conditions. For example, we can both make a divine emperor blood oath to protect you and send you to the divine realm. How about that? No. Zhu Shueishue shook his head and looked at Zhu Yi with hatred. I don't trust her. This woman is full of tricks. I won't feel at ease if I don't kill her. There's no room for discussion. I'd rather die together with her. Zhu Yi shouted angrily, Zhu Shueishue, do you believe that we don't want the fire god's heart? If you don't come to your senses, you'll be dead. Without the fire god armor, what's the use of the fire god's heart? Haha. Zhu Shueishue laughed and said, Beastman, if you don't have the fire god armor, why would you enter the fire god's secret realm? You can't kill Zhu Yi? Who are you kidding? You're not stronger than Zhu Yi. Why would this bitch listen to you? Stop talking nonsense. If you don't do it, I'll throw the fire god's heart into the spatial whirlpool. Zhu Shueishue's mouth was cold. The fire god's heart in his hand shone brightly. He raised his hand high as if he was going to throw the fire god's heart into the spatial whirlpool. He wasn't stupid. He could see that Zhu Yi was completely obedient to Yi Qinghan's orders. He thought that Yi Qinghan was hiding his true strength and was a 9th-grade supreme martial artist. Zhu Yi collaborated with outsiders to kill the Grand Doyen. Now, she wanted to kill him. Zhu Shueishue, who had the purest bloodline of the fire god tribe, was furious. Yi Qinghan glanced at the space around Zhu Shueishue and revealed a cruel smile. He turned to Zhu Yi and said shamefully, Zhu Yi, I'm sorry. 10 god slayers' spears appeared and locked onto Zhu Yi. Zhu Yi's expression changed greatly. She didn't understand. If Yi Qinghan wanted to deal with her, all he had to do was crush her soul fire and she would die immediately. Why would he do this? Zhu Yi do it. Who would have thought? The 10 god slayers' spears did not shoot towards Zhu Yi. Instead, they turned and shot towards Zhu Shueishue. Zhu Yi came to her senses and immediately activated her soul skill. At the same time, her spatial power condensed into 1,000-layered waves that surged toward Zhu Shueishue. Humph! You want to kill me? The heart of the fire god. No one can even think about getting it. Zhu Shueishue suddenly felt billions of golden soul threads crazily rushing into his sea of consciousness. How could he not know that Yi Qinghan had made his move? Zhu Shueishue immediately made up his mind. He no longer cared about his soul sea. His hand shook with divine power, and the fire god's heart emitted a magnificent fiery red light. He threw it towards the space whirlpool next to him. Hee, even if you don't want it, I, Lord Xiao He, want it. La la la. Just as the fire god's heart was about to be thrown into the space whirlpool, a figure suddenly condensed outside the space whirlpool. It was a small beast. It grabbed the fire god's heart and shot far away. It immediately escaped. What kind of monster is this? Zhu Shueishue was shocked. However, Countless golden soul threads had already entered his soul sea, and his soul was already in a mess. Then, under his terrified gaze, the 10 God Slayer's spears struck his body like 10 bolts of lightning. The 9 God Slayer's spears revolved at the same time and pierced through his origin energy. 9 holes appeared in his body. The God Slayer's spear that did not revolve struck his head and shattered his chaotic soul sea. Zhu Yi, stop your attack! Yi Qinghan shouted. When his God Slayer's spear approached the origin energy outside Zhu Shueishue's body, he knew that Zhu Shueishue would definitely die. He deliberately controlled the God Slayer's spear to not shatter his divine crystal. This was a pseudo-chaotic divine crystal, which could be used to create fake level 9 experts. Of course, he could not let Zhu Yi shatter it at this moment. Zhu Yi hurriedly withdrew her space power. However, she looked at the small beast that was flying towards her from afar in astonishment. What kind of monster was this? It could actually move stealthily in the hollow. She and Zhu Shueishue had not noticed it. Moreover, she felt that the strength of this small beast was very strong. Yi Qinghan grabbed Zhu Shueishue's divine crystal and flew towards Xiao He while laughing. He took the fire god's heart from Xiao He and looked at Xiao He excitedly. His eyes were filled with love and gratitude. Xiao He had evolved again. Zhu Yi's exact strength was not clear, but she had just transmitted a message to Yi Qinghan. After his evolution, he had obtained a very abnormal ability. He could hide his body in the chi of heaven and earth. A devil monarch could hide his body in the demonic aura. As long as his body was not exposed, he could never be killed by a level 9 supreme martial artist. Xiao He was even more abnormal now. As long as there was chi of heaven and earth, he could hide. As long as he did not expose himself, even a level 9 supreme martial artist might not be able to find him. Swish! The Soul Emperor Pavilion flew over immediately when it saw that the battle had ended. Yi Qinghan was full of smiles. He said to Zhu Yi, whose eyes were flickering with worry, "Don't worry. I will definitely keep my promise. Enter the Soul Emperor Pavilion. I will send you back to the Fire Mystic Realm." Zhu Yi looked at Yi Qinghan's sincere eyes and felt slightly relieved. However, the expression in her eyes became even more complicated. This man had too many secrets. Not to mention that strange small beast, just this strange Soul Emperor Pavilion, was enough to surprise her. She did not lose unjustly. Flashing into the Soul Emperor Pavilion, Yi Qinghan was surrounded by everyone in the Great Hall. Zhu Yi was still arranged to be on the first floor. Zhu Yi was very powerful, and even though Yi Qinghan was holding onto her fire of the soul, he still had to guard against her. If Zhu Yi were to attack Fireworks and the others, he would be in deep trouble. After obtaining the fire god's heart, Yi Qinghan was completely relieved. Under everyone's expectant gaze, he took out the fire god's heart and the fire god battle armor. He placed the fire god's heart into the diamond-shaped gap on the fire god helmet. Buzz! A soft red light lit up. Following that, the entire fire god battle armor automatically floated in the Great Hall. A suffocating aura was released from the fire god battle armor. Yi Qingguo and the others did not dare to breathe. The fire god battle armor had finally been activated. Yi Qinghan looked at the beautiful battle armor floating in the air. He watched as the fire god battle armor released a magnificent light. The countless fire dragons on it slowly swam. The entire battle armor was brimming with a domineering, mysterious, and ancient aura. His heart was burning. This was a supreme spiritual treasure. And it was ranked number 1 in the divine realm. At this moment, it finally belonged to him. Come! Yi Qinghan's divine sense locked onto the fire god battle armor. The fire god battle armor seemed to hear his summons. It flew towards him and finally disappeared into Yi Qinghan's body. Yi Qinghan's mind moved. The fire god battle armor immediately appeared outside his body. It tightly wrapped around his body as if it had become a part of him. The domineering aura and the faint light made Yi Qinghan look even more domineering and mighty. It was as if an ancient god of war had descended, insufferably arrogant. I wonder if the defense of this battle armor is as strong as the rumors say. Yi Qinghan reached out his hand to caress the fire god battle armor as if he was caressing his most beloved woman. All of a sudden, his brows arched as if he recalled something. He said suspiciously, "Right? Why didn't Lord Devour come with us? If she were here, we could attack to test its defense." Lord. Everybody's faces darkened. Yi Qinggu and Yi Qingyu's eyes reddened, tears rolling down their cheeks. Half a month ago, because they didn't want to disturb Yi Qinghan, they chose to keep quiet. But now, they had to tell Yi Qinghan about the destruction of Tsang City. Motherf *****. Shintu Xiong, this young master will destroy your entire family. A moment later, an earth-shattering roar came from the Soul Emperor Pavilion. The voice was full of grief and indignation. Even Zhu Yi, who was on the first floor of the Soul Emperor Pavilion, was frightened. Chapter 12:18. Just as Yi Qinghan exited the Fire God realm and killed the Fire God race's Zhu Shui. In the endless space outside the God realm, over 100 martial artists suddenly appeared. The martial artists that could stand in the endless space were at least at the Venerable realm. There were indeed 100 Venerables, and of course there were a few 9th grade war gods. Wuxia Wuya. When I am not here, you definitely cannot leave the Eternal Hall. Qing Shan, protect Wuxia and Wuya. If Yi Qinghan appears, you can only send one person to chase after him. There must be one person guarding the Eternal Hall. As long as you are guarding Yi Tianlong, Yi Qinghan won't be able to do anything. Do you understand? A suppressive voice rang out. This person had a head full of golden hair, an aquiline nose, a square head, and big ears. Shintu Xiong didn't release any aura, and his voice was extremely calm. However, there was an aura that suppressed everyone present so much that they didn't dare to breathe. Yes, father. We will follow your orders. The evil-looking Shintu Wuxia and the wooden Shintu Wuya replied respectfully. Yes, sir. Qing Shan and Ice Queen nodded. Only then did Shintu Xiong retract his gaze in satisfaction. He turned around and looked at South Mountain Sovereign Ing Kuei and Wind Moon Sovereign. Let's go. Wind Moon Sovereign didn't waste any time. He waved his hand and a giant metal ball appeared in the air. 100 Venerables entered it. Finally, Shintu Xiong, Wind Moon Sovereign, and Ing Kuei entered too. Flying Phoenix's body shook, and a green light lit up on its surface. Then it was covered by a pure white source energy. With a xiao, Flying Phoenix flew through the air and disappeared from everyone's sight. Let's go back. The moment Shintu Xiong left, Shintu Wuxia became excited. She waved her hands towards everyone and led the way towards the weakest space in the God realm. Shintu Wuya followed closely behind. Qing Shan and Ice Queen looked at one another and followed the two of them helplessly. Shintu Xiong's strength was too strong, so strong that the two of them could not resist. So strong that the two of them, who were at the peak of level 9, could only obediently become the bodyguards of the two Shintu young master. After returning to the divine world, the four of them directly flew towards the Eternal Palace. Shintu Xiong did not bring the Eternal Palace with him, but left it behind to protect Shintu Wuya and Shintu Wuxia. Of course, the most important reason was to lure Yi Qinghan to rescue Yi Tianlong and the others. Before leaving, Shintu Xiong taught Shintu Wuxia and Shintu Wuya how to control the Eternal Palace. If Yi Qinghan rashly came to save them, unless his strength had reached the 9th grade Supreme Martial Artist level, he would definitely die. With the suppression of the Eternal Palace, Yi Qinghan couldn't run even if he wanted to. He could only become a live target and be beaten to death. Queen, hee. Where's the present you said you were going to give us, brothers? The moment she entered the Eternal Hall, Shintu Wuxia was pumped up. She stared at Ice Queen like she wanted to melt her. Young Master Wuxia, the people of the Ice Snow race are arrogant. Please don't humiliate them. Ice Queen was originally ice cold. When she saw the lustful glow in Shintu Wuxia's eyes, her body turned even colder. Seeing that Ice Queen finally agreed, Shintu Wuxia was delighted. Queen, don't worry, Wuxia loves them. Shintu Wuya, who was a little slow, was filled with excitement when he heard that Ice Queen was willing to give them ice snow girls. He rubbed his hands and his neck turned red. Qing Shan saw all of this and sighed. No wonder Shintu Xiong liked Shintu Wuhan, who was killed by Yi Qinghan. One of them was lustful and the other was slow. They were far from comparable to Shintu Wuhan. Half a day later, 4 ice snow girls teleported over after receiving Ice Queen's message. They were all honorables and all of them were top beauties. Seeing how Shintu Wuxia and Shintu Wuya's blood was boiling, Qing Shan and Ice Queen exchanged glances with one another. The two of them flashed to the side hall and closed their eyes to cultivate. Queen, be careful. I think Shintu Wuxia has that kind of feelings for you, hee. Qing Shan glanced at the ashen-faced Ice Queen and reminded her. If he dares, I will rip him apart, scoff. Ice Queen scoffed coldly. She didn't open her eyes, but her expression became more and more impatient. Of course, she knew that Shinto Wushia's brain was filled with lust. When he looked at her, his gaze was filled with possessiveness. She was also clear that if her strength wasn't peak grade 9, Shinto Wuxia would think of a way to get her. Qing Shan smiled. He doesn't dare. However, that brat Yenran, I think she, scoff. Shinto Xiong is a hero, so how did he give birth to 2 idiots? Shinto Wuhan is not bad. Unfortunately, he was killed by Yi Qing Han. Qing Shan said a few words. Seeing that Ice Queen didn't reply to him, he shut his mouth in embarrassment. His eyes swept towards Ice Queen and he sighed. Such a top beauty, so strong, along with her cold aura. No wonder Shinto Wuxia was tempted. Men were just despicable. The harder it was to get, the more they wanted it. Qing Shan. Follow me out. Half a month later, Qing Shan, who was in secluded meditation, was woken up by a voice transmission. Hearing that it was Shinto Wuxia's voice, Qing Shan sighed helplessly and walked out. Young master, sir told you not to go out. He walked out and saw Shinto Wuxia sitting impatiently in the hall. His eyes were filled with passion as he said, Young master, Ice Queen isn't fun? Why are you going out? What fun? She's cold like a dead person and doesn't know how to suck up to people. Only that blockhead Wuya likes her. Shinto Wuxia said unhappily. Then she thought of something, and her eyes instantly lit up. Let's go. Accompany me to the Grace mainland. When I think of Miss Yenron's peerless charm, I can't sit still for a moment. Young master, let's wait for sir to come back. If something happens to you, I won't be able to bear the responsibility. Qing Shan acted like he was in a tough spot, but in his heart he was laughing coldly. Aren't you here? What can happen? Shinto Wuxia said unhappily. Wait for Shinto Xiong to come back? What would he do when he came back? Although King Yenran was only lower grade 9, how many grade 9 experts did the God World have? If it was like ancient times, not to mention a lower grade 9, even if it was Ice Queen level, he would still be able to play with her. But there were just too few grade 9 experts in the God World. If Shinto Xiong was here and King Yenran messed around, Shinto Xiong would definitely slap him away. The God World had reached its weakest period in history. There were very few grade 9 experts. If they lost the planar war and other planes attacked the God World would definitely be conquered and enslaved. Otherwise, with Shinto Xiong's temper, why would he let Imo Shanghuang and other lower grade 9 experts who were close to Yi Qing Han live? Therefore, Shinto Wuxia was very clear that if he wanted to get his hands on Yenran, it was the best chance for Shinto Xiong to go to the endless void. Yi Qing Han's methods are strange. Although I am not afraid of him, if he hurts young master and sir comes back, I will not be able to escape the blame. Qing Shan said faintly after losing his appetite. A cold light flashed in Shinto Wuxia's eyes. He waved his hand and said, Humph, now that father has gone to attack his nest, Yi Qing Han still has the mood to come to the God World? Besides, he hasn't appeared for more than 2,000 years. He might be cultivating in seclusion or something. Even if he appears, with your peak grade 9 strength, you can't kill him. But protecting me shouldn't be a problem, right? Qing Shan, as long as you help me get King Yenran this time, I will owe you a huge favor. If anything happens, I will take responsibility for father. Qing Shan's eyes flashed with the light of his plan succeeding, but he pretended to be reluctant and said, Okay. Shinto Wuxia's spirit was lifted. He quickly sent a message to Ice Queen, then flew out of the Eternal Palace with Qing Shan and teleported towards Grace Mainland. Chapter 12:19. Zhu Yi, attack me with 3 layers of space power. In the endless void, 2 figures stood proudly in the void. The one on the left was a woman wearing a beige dress. She had an enchanting figure and beautiful facial features. Her expression involuntarily exuded the temperament of a noble queen. She was tempting to commit crimes, but at the same time, she made people feel that they should not be profaned. It was extremely contradictory. In front of her was a black-haired man. He wasn't tall or mighty, and was rather frail. However, he was wearing a fiery red armor, and his entire body was enveloped in a faint glow. There was a magnificent gem on his forehead, and it gave off a heart-palpitating aura. It made people feel as if he was an ancient god of war who had descended, Insufferably arrogant. Zhu Yi's hands danced, and the surrounding spatial energy swept towards her. She then pushed her hands forward, and as the ripples in front of her chest surged, formless waves rapidly surged towards Yi Qinghan. One after another, they instantly formed 1,000 layers of waves. Like a tsunami, they enveloped Yi Qinghan. Yi Qinghan's power of origin surrounded the armor. He stood proudly, his eyes cold. He used his body to resist the huge energy attack that was enough to flatten a mountain. Boom! A deafening sound and a light as bright as the sun rang out at the same time. At the same time, Yi Qinghan's eyes also lit up. An energy that was equal to a full blow from a lower level 9 martial artist hit him, and he actually did not retreat even half a step. It is indeed the first supreme spiritual treasure in the divinity realm. Zhu Yi, attack with 6 layers of space power. Yi Qinghan shouted. His chi power became stronger, and his eyes shone with a cold light, looking majestic. Be careful. A trace of sadness flashed in Zhu Yi's eyes. Of course, she knew the abnormal defensive power of this fire god armor. She once had a chance to obtain this fire god armor, but one wrong step led to many wrong steps. At this moment, she had fallen to the point of becoming someone's sole slave. The 6 layers of space power turned into stormy waves and covered Yi Qinghan. Except for a loud sound and a dazzling flame, when the waves dissipated, Yi Qinghan's body was still standing in the same place, not retreating even half a step. Attack with all your might. The light in Yi Qinghan's eyes grew brighter. Zhu Yi did not hold back anymore. Peak rank 9 was about strength. How powerful would a full-force attack be? At this moment, it was clearly manifested. Along with the formless and silent 1,000-layer wave, the space shook layer by layer and was torn apart layer by layer. White scar-like cracks appeared in the void. It was a ghastly sight. The 1,000-layer waves carried a destructive aura as it surged towards Yi Qinghan. At this moment, Yi Qinghan's heart palpitated, and he almost teleported away. This thing was much more powerful than the spatial shattering blade stream, and its might would definitely be countless times greater. He did not expect to be attacked head-on by a peak rank 9 martial artist with such a shocking momentum. It felt as if the sky was falling and the earth was splitting apart, as if doomsday had arrived. In the end, Yi Qinghan chose to believe in the fire god armor. It was just that the origin energy on the surface of his body, the origin energy that protected his divine crystal and head, had increased slightly. Boom! Yi Qinghan's figure finally flew backward, accompanied by the turbulent 1,000-layer waves, shooting into the distance. But in the blink of an eye, his figure disappeared. In the next second, he teleported back to his original position. He was not injured at all, just a slight stuffiness. As expected of the divine realm's #1 supreme spirit treasure. Good stuff. Yi Qinghan stroked the fiery red armor on his body. Looking at the fire dragons swimming around the armor, his face suddenly lit up with pride. Although he was not sure if this thing could withstand dozens of attacks from a rank 9 supreme martial artist without dying, he knew that as long as this armor was here, a peak rank 9 would not be able to hurt him at all. Swoosh! The Soul Emperor Pavilion floated over from afar. Yi Qinghan and Zhu Yi disappeared from the Soul Emperor Pavilion. Full speed ahead. Go to the Fire God's arcane realm first and send Zhu Yi back. Yi Qinghan immediately ordered after teleporting from the 1st floor of the Soul Emperor Pavilion to the 9th floor. Yi Qingyu was very familiar with the surroundings. She immediately controlled the Soul Emperor Pavilion and flew quickly. Little Han, this armor is so strong. The Night Emperor looked at Yi Qinghan, the dim light in his eyes brightening. The stronger Yi Qinghan was, the greater the chance of revenge. Everyone's eyes also brightened. At least, Yi Qinghan's chance of survival was higher. As long as he was alive, there was hope. Yi Qinghan secretly smiled bitterly. As long as he was alive, there was indeed hope. But he was very clear that there was a bomb in his mind, a bomb that could blow him up at any time. And this bomb would definitely explode in 500 years. He had to kill Shintu Xiong in 500 years. He had to obtain the secret possession technique, help Xiao He transform, and let everyone return to the divine realm. Yi Qinghan's gaze fell on Xiao He, who was looking at him worriedly. Xiao He had evolved, his strength had increased greatly, and his mystical abilities had become more and more strange. But he was very clear about Yi Qinghan's current mood. He was not as playful as he was in the past. He transformed into his human form and stood silently with Li Shui. Because of Yi Qinghan's silence, the atmosphere in the hall became awkward and oppressive. No one spoke. They sat silently and looked at the endless void outside. The massacre of Tsang City was a huge blow to Yi Qinghan. When Yi Qinghan heard the news, he only roared angrily. After that, he did not mention this matter again. He also became even less talkative. Fireworks wanted to say a few words of comfort, but in the end, she did not speak. The Soul Emperor Pavilion flew silently, like a ghost in the void. This time, they flew in a straight line. In just half a month, they arrived outside the fire god's arcane realm. Zhu Yi, you are free. A soul fire emerged from between Yi Qinghan's eyebrows and entered between Zhu Yi's eyebrows. Then he forced a smile and said, I had no choice but to violate you. I'm sorry. If your strength improves in the future and you want to find me for revenge, I welcome you at any time. But I may not live to that day. Goodbye, let's meet again if fate wills it. Yi Qinghan looked deeply at Zhu Yi. The hatred he had for her in the past had disappeared without a trace after she violated him. Now, he felt a little guilty. Originally they were enemies. You wanted to kill me, I wanted to kill you. It was understandable that they used all kinds of methods. But no matter what, Zhu Yi was a woman. In Yi Qinghan's eyes, women were weak. And not only was she defeated by him, but she was also violated. Zhu Yi watched as Yi Qinghan's figure rapidly flew towards the Soul Emperor Pavilion. Her ears were still echoing with Yi Qinghan's sincere words. For a moment, her beautiful eyes were filled with all kinds of complex emotions. Resentment, unwillingness, relief, or something else. But she watched as the Soul Emperor Pavilion turned into a meteor and floated away. After disappearing from her sight, Zhu Yi's heart suddenly surged with an indescribable sense of emptiness. It was as if Yi Qinghan had finished venting and pulled the artifact out of her body that day. After a long time, Zhu Yi faintly sighed and turned to enter the fire god's mystic realm. She knew that it would be difficult for her to forget this man for the rest of her life. Brother, where are we going now? Back to the Flame Dragon continent? After Yi Qinghan returned to the Soul Emperor Pavilion, he kept looking at Zhu Yi. Everyone knew that the relationship between the two wasn't ordinary. But Yi Qinghan didn't say anything, and no one asked. In the end, Yi Qingyu cautiously asked. Yi Qinghan shook his head, turned around, and pointed at the huge bright moon-like plain in the distance. His entire body was bursting with killing intent, causing everyone to feel a chill in the depths of their souls. Then, an even colder sentence came out of Yi Qinghan's mouth. Flame Dragon Continent. I have no face to return now. To the God Realm. Shintu Xiong killed my Yi family's disciples and massacred my Tsang City. I will kill his 2 sons, carry his son's head, and offer it to our Yi family's disciples. Chapter 12:20. Grace City. Yenron's little building was still as beautiful as before. The sky above the building was still shrouded by a faint sorrowful aura, which made the beautiful scenery seem to be covered by a layer of gray fog. My lady, go to the endless void and find Child Yi. It will be too late if you don't leave now. In front of the building, Lord Yenran was still playing the zither calmly. However, the sound of the zither was not as melodious as before. Instead, it sounded messy and unpleasant. Yenran wore a bright yellow dress and sat cross-legged on the carpet in front of the building. In front of her, 2 women knelt down and looked at the calm Lord Yenran anxiously. Clang! After a while, the sound of the zither came to an abrupt end as a string broke. Monarch Yenran stared at the broken string in a daze. After a long time, she sighed faintly and said, What will you do now that I'm gone? What about the revenge of my parents? What about the millions of people in Grace City? Besides, I don't know where Yi Qinghan is. Where can I find him? One of the 2 kneeling women was wearing a white dress. Seeing the desolate and confused look on Lady Yenron's face, she became more anxious and said hurriedly, My lady, you should go to a secret territory and hide for a while. The other woman also said anxiously, Yes, my lady, I think Qing Shan has already found out that you are from the Black Phoenix clan. He must have encouraged Shintu Wuxia to take your body. You should leave now. Tomorrow is the last day of the 3 months. No need to guess. That's for sure. Hee. I used to fantasize about giving myself to Shintu Wuxia so that he could ask Shintu Xiong to kill Qing Shan. How childish. How laughable. Yenran shook her head helplessly. Her face was full of self-mockery. The desolate look on her face was heart-wrenching. She stretched out her white hand and plucked the strings of the zither. She sighed and said, "You should leave now." "I can't. Shinto Wuxia has locked onto me. They are coming." "What?" The two women's expressions changed dramatically. Both of them were from the Black Phoenix clan, but their bloodline was not as pure as Lord Yenron's. They didn't have her talent either. They could clearly see the determination on Yenron's face. If Yenran died, the Black Phoenix clan would never be able to take revenge. Go. Monarch Yenron's voice became extremely cold and firm. The two women didn't move at all. The woman in white smiled sadly and said, "Since that's the case, let Yanhong and Yenlu go with Miss." Buzz! At this moment, space trembled, and an incomparably evil youth and a tall burly man who looked like a demon god appeared outside the pavilion. The evil-looking man bowed elegantly, and the smile on his face was enough to move a girl's heart. "Miss Yenran, have you thought it through? Wuxia is willing to protect Miss forever." Monarch Yenran stood up gracefully and waved her hand for the two women to stand behind her. She then looked at Shinto Wuxia and said lightly, "Mr. Wuxia, Yenran would like to speak with you in private." Shinto Wuxia was overjoyed, and she was just about to agree when Qing Shan spoke first. "I'm sorry, the Lord has ordered that I'm not allowed to take half a step away from young master." Shinto Wuxia was startled. He immediately recalled that Yenran was much stronger than him, and did not speak. Shinto Xiong was not here, and if he was killed, it would be in vain. Monarch Yenran laughed mockingly, and looked at Shinto Wuxia indifferently. "Mr. Wuxia, is this all you've got? When you sleep with Yenran, do you want Qing Shan to be by your side to protect you?" Shinto Wuxia was embarrassed. It was not a good feeling to be despised, and to be despised by a goddess that he dreamed of, it almost drove him crazy. "Young master, you can invite her to the Eternal Palace. Your safety is guaranteed there." Just as Shinto Wuxia ordered Qing Shan to leave, Qing Shan's voice came. Shinto Wuxia was overjoyed, and he quickly said, "Miss, please follow me back to the Eternal Palace. As long as we reach the Eternal Palace, no matter what you want, I can promise you anything. Shinto Wuxia swears that if I betray Miss Yenran in this life, I will be punished by the Supreme God Emperor, and I will be killed, and I will fall into the 9 hells forever." Yenran looked at the cold sneer on Qing Shan's face, and she knew that her plan had been seen through. She sighed helplessly and leisurely walked towards the pavilion and said coldly, "Mister, please go back. You can't even satisfy a small request of mine. How can I believe your words?" Shinto Wuxia was provoked, and his face darkened. He turned to Qing Shan and said coldly, "Qing Shan, you leave first." Qing Shan cursed inwardly, but he had no choice but to teleport away. He did not teleport too far, but hid in a mountain range in the Grace mainland, and used his divine sense to explore. If Shinto Wuxia was killed, although Shinto Xiong would not kill him, the trust he had built with Shinto Xiong would immediately collapse. "Miss Yenran, do you believe Wuxia's sincerity now?" Shinto Wuxia's face recovered instantly. His handsome face, evil smile, and the fact that he was the strongest person in the god realm. He indeed had the ability to make women fall in love. "You go first, I will have a chat with Mr. Wuxia." Monarch Yenran smiled faintly, and turned to Yen Hong and the other two girls. The two women took a deep look at Yenran and left in dejection. "Miss Yenran." Shinto Wuxia took a few steps forward, and held Yenran's small hand. He stared at Yenran with a face full of love, and said softly, "Wuxia has missed you so much. Take off your clothes. After you are done, do one thing for me, and if you can't do it, Yenran will not let you go even if I go to the underworld." However, Miss Yenran gently withdrew her hand, and then said something that made Shinto Wuxia's blood boil. Then, his eyes suddenly widened. He saw Monarch Yenran slowly unbuttoning her shirt, revealing a snow-white skin that could make any man in the world suffocate. Xiao! Just as Shinto Wuxia was like a bull in heat, tearing apart the clothes on her body, Miss Yenran suddenly stopped taking off her clothes. Her pair of limpid eyes suddenly lit up, and then Shinto Wuxia's eyes suddenly became blank. Monarch Yenran activated her soul skill, and directly stunned the defenseless Shinto Wuxia. "How dare you! Yenran, if you dare to touch Lord Wuxia, I will make sure you die without a complete corpse." An angry roar sounded, and a demonic figure appeared out of thin air above Yenron's little building. Qing Shan's face was cold, and his killing intent soared into the sky, enveloping the entire building. He held a black spear in his hand, and it released a suffocating aura. Haha, Qing Shan, you dog, Shuntu Wuxia was killed under your protection. Now that Shuntu Wuxia is back, let's see how you explain yourself. Even if I can't kill you, I will make your life miserable. Monarch Yenran sneered. She grabbed Shuntu Wuxia's head with one hand, and his waist with the other. Her target was Shuntu Wuxia's divine crystal. How dare you? Qing Shan's face changed, but he did not dare to move, because no matter how fast he was not as fast as Yenran. If Yenran did not want to live, Shuntu Wuxia would have to die with her. Humph, Qing Shan, you dog. One day you will get what you deserve. Yi Qing Han. Yenran will go first. Yenran smiled miserably, and then her hand suddenly burst forth with divine power. She grabbed at Shuntu Wuxia's head, and at the same time, her hand below suddenly grabbed at his back. You're courting death. Qing Shan was enraged, and the entire pavilion was torn apart by his aura. Flowers, grass, and trees were sent flying. At the same time, he brandished the spear in his hand, and a strange beast shadow condensed from the power of space roared and rushed towards Yenran. The domineering power made even the tens of millions of warriors in Grey City, 100 miles away, instantly change their expressions. Monarch Yenran was not afraid of the strange beast condensed by Qing Shan's space power. She was very clear that she was absolutely no match for Qing Shan. But at this moment, what made her incomparably terrified was that Shuntu Wuxia's body actually moved. He quickly crushed a jade talisman in his hand, and his body actually lit up. Then, a powerful suction force pulled Shuntu Wuxia away. Monarch Yenran was pushed back a few steps by an inexplicable force. Qing Shan, don't kill her. Wait for me, I want to torture this bitch to death. Before Shuntu Wuxia's body disappeared, a voice transmission sounded in Qing Shan's ear. Qing Shan was overjoyed, and instantly understood that this must be the jade talisman that Shuntu Xiong gave to Shuntu Wuxia to save his life, and it was probably related to the Eternal Palace. In the past, Lord Devour also created such a jade talisman, and it instantly sucked people into the Soul Emperor Pavilion. Immediately, he grinned and slightly retracted part of his space power. With a loud bang, Monarch Yenran was hit, and blood spurted out from her mouth. Bitch, you want to harm me? I want to see with my own eyes how you will be humiliated to death by Shuntu Wuxia. Haha. Qing Shan strode downwards, and flew towards Monarch Yenran, who had half of her body smashed into the ground. His hand formed a claw, and he wanted to grab Yenran. Get lost! Suddenly, a loud roar sounded, and then under Qing Shan's astonished gaze, a fiery red figure quietly teleported over. On the surface of his body, there were 10 silver spears revolving around his body, and his eyes were cold, as if an ancient god of war had descended. It's you, Yi Qing Han? You are finally here. All of Monarch Yenron's bones and internal organs were shattered, and her face was drained of blood. Her body was in excruciating pain, but at this moment, her beautiful eyes suddenly brightened. Looking at the familiar back, she smiled sweetly. At this moment, she felt that even if she died now, it would be worth it. Yi Qing Han, haha. There was a path to heaven, but you didn't take it. Instead, you barged into the doorless hell? Die for me! Qing Shan laughed out loud. His hair and robes fluttered even though there was no wind. His long spear turned into a series of afterimages as it danced in the air. Then, an even bigger beast shadow smashed towards Yi Qing Han and Yenran. Don't talk. Don't resist, and take care of your wounds. Yi Qing Han looked at the phantom in the sky mockingly, and said gently to Yenran. The moment the phantom beast smashed down, he took Yenran into the War Imperial Palace, and then stood proudly, preparing to resist Qing Shan's attack head-on. Boom! The ground within 100 miles shook, and even Grey City, which was 100 miles away, shook violently. Dust covered the sky, and a huge, deep pit appeared in Yenron's little hut. The explosion resounded in the sky, and even the cities thousands of miles away could hear it. Before the dust had completely settled, Qing Shan's originally ecstatic expression instantly turned ashen. His eyes were filled with disbelief. A fiery red figure flew out from the deep pit, carrying Monarch Yenran on his back. He looked at Qing Shan arrogantly and sneered. Humph! Shintu Xiong is not in the divine world. Who else in the divine world can fight with me? Qing Shan, prepare to die. Chapter 1221. His strongest attack. Yi Qinghan was completely unscathed? Qing Shan was at a loss. Even an ordinary 9th-grade supreme martial artist would vomit a few mouthfuls of blood after being hit by him. Could it be that Yi Qinghan's strength had reached Shintu Xiong's level? This was simply impossible. No matter how talented Yi Qinghan was, it was still impossible. Moreover, if Yi Qinghan had such strength, he would have been dead the moment they met. Qing Shan was slightly relieved at this thought, but he was still retreating rapidly until he was above Divine Grace City. Only then did he look at Yi Qinghan with a hideous smile. At the same time, he quickly sent a message to Shintu Wuxia, asking him to send the Ice Queen over as soon as possible. Since he had completely surrendered to Yi Qinghan was his mortal enemy. If Yi Qinghan wanted to deal with Shintu Xiong, he would kill them first. Yi Qinghan did not move. He just stood in the air above Yanran's little hut. He turned his head and stared at Yanran, who was behind him, and sent a message. Just now, Yanran sent a message saying that Shintu Xiong had gone to the Endless Void and would not be back for a while. This news shocked him greatly. At this moment, he could not care less about killing Qing Shan. He needed to understand the situation first. After a while, Yi Qinghan had completely grasped the situation that Yanran had grasped. His eyes turned and he had a plan. He immediately sent a message to Yanran. Do you have any other important people? Let me bring you to a safe place first. Only Yan Hong and the other two are also members of the Black Phoenix tribe. Yanran had a faint smile on her face. Her pale oval face was flushed, and the blood at the corner of her mouth made her look even more alluring. Although her injuries were almost healed by Yi Qinghan's soul ring, she was still entangled with Yi Qinghan like an octopus. She felt that ever since the moment her parents and clansmen were killed, she had never felt as safe and warm as she did now. Yi Qinghan's timely appearance had revived her originally dead heart. His tyrannical strength had also given her hope, and her heart was also intoxicated. Which woman in the immortal world didn't like the strong? Moreover, it was an expert who was loyal and affectionate to him. Yi Qinghan teleported downwards and shouted at the two women who were still stunned. Don't resist, I'll take you away. After throwing Yanran and her two tribesmen into the War Monarch Palace, Yi Qinghan turned into a dragon and flew up into the sky without even looking at Qing Shan, who had been targeting him. Leave! Qing Shan shouted angrily. The black spear in his hand danced, and another strange beast image condensed in the air. A strong pressure suppressed all the cultivators in Divine Grace City, who wanted to fly over to watch the show. It's Qing Shan's sovereign. Who is he fighting with? Why does that man in fiery red armor look so familiar? Why is Sovereign Yanran being carried by him? Yi Qinghan, it's Yi Qinghan. How dare he appear in the immortal world so openly? Is Sovereign Yanran being controlled by him? Although it happened abruptly, a few venerables in the city immediately used their divine senses to investigate. As soon as Qing Shan made his move, all the cultivators in the city were alarmed. Countless cultivators flew out from the nearby cities and flew towards Qing Shan. Obviously, no one knew what had happened. However, the name Yi Qinghan alone was enough to cause a sensation in the immortal world. In an instant, countless cultivators from the immortal world teleported to Qing Shan's location. Facing Qing Shan's attack, Yi Qinghan's lips curled into a mocking smile. He did not counterattack. Instead, under the shocked gazes of Qing Shan and the countless cultivators, a fiery red rhombus-shaped gem on his forehead flashed with a red light. Then he disappeared. In the next second, Yi Qinghan's figure appeared hundreds of thousands of miles away. When he continued to fly high up in the sky, everyone was dumbfounded. They looked as if they had seen a ghost. At that time, the phantom of the exotic beast that Qing Shan had condensed with the power of space was only 10,000 meters away from Yi Qinghan. The surrounding space was vibrating because of Qing Shan's attack. How could Yi Qinghan teleport? That was the biggest joke in the world. But the truth was the same as the mistress. Whether you believed it or not, she was there, ignoring all the losers. All she cared about was money. Infertility. When Yi Qinghan's figure turned into a small and disappeared in the sky, everyone came to their senses. They all knew that the perverted Yi Qinghan had just returned and now he had left again. But this time, he seemed even more perverted. Qing Shan's mouth opened slightly. His eyes were filled with confusion, fear, and of course, disbelief. The fire god battle armor was an ancient treasure. Very few people in the god world knew about it, much less this fire god battle armor. One couldn't teleport when space was shaking. This was a widely recognized rule in the god world. If space was unstable, how could one use space to teleport? But Yi Qinghan did it. Qing Shan blinked his eyes. He thought about how he was perfectly fine when he attacked him with all his strength. He couldn't help but feel a chill in his soul. Wang. A moment later, when Qing Shan still didn't understand how Yi Qinghan did it, the space above God Grey City started to shake. Then, a few people appeared. Where is Yi Qinghan? Where is that B*TCH Yenran? Qing Shan, I am asking you where he is? Where is he? Shintu Wuxia and Ice Queen appeared together. Shintu Wuya was in charge of the Eternal Hall. After he was sucked into the Eternal Hall, Ice Queen teleported him over at the fastest speed possible. Halfway there, he heard that Yi Qinghan had appeared. He was even more anxious. At this moment, he didn't see a single person. He couldn't help but holler in frustration. He ran. Qing Shan said embarrassedly. Yi Qinghan saved the B*TCH Yenran. Hua, Blood Knight Monarch, Emo Shanghuang, and the others who had just rushed over were in an uproar when they heard this. Yi Qinghan actually escaped from under Qing Shan's nose and even saved Monarch Yenran? Did Qing Shan turn into a piece of trash? Or did he purposely let her go? Yi Qinghan's strength had reached grade 9 Supreme Martial Artist? The last point was obviously impossible. Shintu Wuxia shouted angrily. Trash! The moment she said that, Qing Shan and everyone else's expression changed. Qing Shan was at the peak of grade 9. Even Shintu Xiong didn't dare to say that. Qing Shan's face turned green. Just as he was about to explode, a slight movement in the sky attracted everyone's attention. Everyone was shocked. They looked up in disbelief at the red shadow that was getting closer and closer to them. Yi Qinghan actually came back. He actually came back in broad daylight. The first thought that came to everyone's mind was that Yi Qinghan had gone mad. But Qing Shan's expression changed. He remembered what Yi Qinghan said. Shintu Xiong isn't in the god world. Who in the god world can fight me? When Qing Shan thought about the strange things that had happened to Yi Qinghan earlier, a strong sense of danger welled up in his heart, and an indescribable thought surged up in his heart. Leave this place immediately, otherwise he would die and everyone here would die. Chapter 12:22. Yi Qinghan. Kill him. Shintu Wuxia hadn't seen Yi Qinghan before, but he had seen his portrait. No matter where he was, he would hear about this person. Not only was this person the top genius of the god world, but he also had an irreconcilable blood feud with the Shintu family. Although Shintu Wuhan was killed by Yi Qinghan, Shintu Wuxia was actually grateful to Yi Qinghan. However, if he could kill Yi Qinghan now, Shintu Xiong's impression of him would totally change. He shouted out in joy. Only Qing Shan didn't move. Ice Queen didn't move. Tianqi Monarch Mo Shanghuang and Hidden Ruler didn't move. Only the Blood Knight Monarch shot up into the sky furiously. Last time, he was heavily injured by Yi Qinghan in one move, causing his face to hit rock bottom and he couldn't even lift his head up. Now that he had such a chance, why not take it back? Qing Shan saw Blood Knight Monarch charge up and gritted his teeth. In the end, Ice Queen and Mo Shanghuang exchanged glances with one another and flew into the sky helplessly. However, it was obvious that their speed was a little slow. Only then did Shintu Wuxia fly up. However, his body was behind Qing Shan and Ice Queen. He didn't want to be insta-killed by Yi Qinghan like Shintu Wuji. Yi Qinghan died. After Blood Knight Monarch charged out and saw that no one moved, he was terrified. He nearly turned around and fled. At this moment, everyone had their source energy protecting their bodies. Space power was condensed, so they were much more confident and hollered. The axe in his hand turned into a series of afterimages as it danced in the air. Then, a huge fireball suddenly appeared in the sky, burning the air. It was like a comet crashing towards Yi Qinghan with a whistling sound. Qing Shan wasn't willing to give up. He condensed a beast image that roared and charged towards Yi Qinghan. Ice Queen and Mo Shanghuang also condensed all sorts of attacks. Especially the bird-like beast that Ice Queen condensed. The moment it appeared, the nearby space froze up. The temperature dropped by hundreds of degrees and even the air started to freeze. However, the three of them did not attack. They were just sitting there. Trash like you. Yi Qinghan stood proudly in the sky, coldly looking down at the Blood Knight monarch. His biting cold killing intent enveloped everyone. A strange light flashed in his eyes as he activated the soul illusion. Then, the fire god's heart lit up again as his body disappeared from where he was standing. What? Qing Shan didn't tell everyone about his attack on Yi Qinghan and how Yi Qinghan could teleport under the effect of spatial oscillation. When they saw Yi Qinghan's figure suddenly disappear, they were all shocked. What frightened them more was that the scene in front of them started to change. Everything around them became a vast expanse of whiteness. Grey City and Yi Qinghan had disappeared. Their soul consciousnesses could only reach several hundred miles away, and they couldn't even see Grey City. The Blood Knight monarch was scared half to death. He hurriedly came to a stop and stood guard. His divine sense spread out in all directions, and his origin energy surged out and surrounded his body. Mo Shanghuang and Mo Shanghuang didn't even attack. They were delighted and retracted their space energy. However, they didn't know whether or not Yi Qinghan would attack them because of their past relationship. They started to feel really uneasy. What is that thing? Shinta Wuxia was so terrified that half of her soul dropped. She quickly leaned towards Qing Shan and only relaxed when she was behind him. Ice Queen and Qing Shan were astonished. However, their souls shook and they noticed that the white mist in front of them was slowly fading. They knew that this thing was only useful against grade 9 and didn't affect them at all. They relaxed slightly. Young Master Wuxia, teleport back to Eternal Hall. Yi Qinghan's methods are too weird. I am afraid that I won't be able to protect you. Qing Shan transmitted his voice to Shinta Wuxia as he fled into the distance. On the contrary, Ice Queen didn't move and continued to defend on the spot. Mo Shanghuang, Hidden Ruler, and Ice Queen understood Yi Qinghan's personality. Although they weren't friends with Yi Qinghan, they weren't enemies either. Yi Qinghan wouldn't attack them. Of course, at this moment, the three of them wouldn't be so dumb as to attack Yi Qinghan. From the start, the three of them didn't plan to attack him. Qing Shan, I can't teleport anymore. I only have one talisman and I used it just now. Qing Shan, bring me along. Qing Shan's speed was very fast, and in just a second, he had already traversed thousands of miles. However, when he heard Shinta Wuxia's voice transmission, his body suddenly stopped in mid-air, and he turned his head to look behind him with a sullen expression. At this moment, Shinta Wuxia was running in the direction that she was at a loss. She was panicking and didn't care about where she was going. F***CKU. Why didn't you find Ice Queen? I can't even protect myself now and you want me to protect you? Qing Shan cursed. Just as he was hesitating whether he should escape or bring Shinta Wuxia along, his eyes suddenly constricted. This was because he saw Yi Qinghan's figure suddenly appear in front of him. Then, the 10 silver spears on his body danced wildly in the air. In the end, they turned into 10 silver dragons and shot towards him from all directions. Stay where you are and don't move. Qing Shan transmitted his voice. He didn't care about Shinta Wuxia's life anymore. A strange beast with the body of a lion deer roared and appeared. Although Yi Qinghan's methods today were strange and made his hair stand on end. However, Qing Shan didn't believe that Yi Qinghan had already reached the strength of a 9th grade supreme martial artist. Especially when Yi Qinghan used the God Slayer spear, he could easily feel that Yi Qinghan's attack strength was only at the lower 9th grade. He was shocked. As expected, the huge strange beast with the body of a lion deer collided with the 2 God Slayer spears. It was like a metal beast colliding with a wooden stick. The 2 God Slayer spears instantly disintegrated. Then, the strange beast surrounded Qing Shan's body and destroyed the God Slayer spears one by one. However, the light on his body dimmed a little. Looks like this kid's strength didn't increase by much. Every time he teleported, the red diamond on his helmet would light up. Could it be that his terrifying defense and teleportation ability is due to this battle armor? Could it be that this is the legendary supreme spiritual treasure? Qing Shan's mind worked crazily. Yi Qinghan had cultivated for less than 10,000 years. No matter how talented others were, it was already amazing that they could break through to the God Emperor stage. Even if Yi Qinghan was lucky enough to comprehend the eternity of space and reach the 9th grade, It was impossible for his strength to improve so quickly. He thought of the legendary supreme spiritual treasure from the ancient times. His eyes suddenly lit up. Other than the supreme spiritual treasure, he didn't believe that any battle armor would have such a heaven-defying ability. His heart was burning with passion. So what if it was a supreme spiritual treasure? The quality of a treasure depended on the person using it, didn't it? Yi Qinghan's strength below the 9th grade was like a child wielding a peerless sword. Now, he was facing off against an adult. Yi Qinghan couldn't kill him, and he couldn't kill him for the time being. But, even if he had the supreme spiritual treasure, could his body withstand a few more attacks? Could his soul withstand it? The supreme spiritual treasure is mine. Qing Shan figured out the crux of the matter in an instant. He immediately destroyed all 10 of Yi Qinghan's spears and controlled the strange beast with the head of a lion and the body of a deer to charge at Yi Qinghan while roaring. Even if a child had a sword that could cut through iron like mud, how long could he wield it? Qing Shan's plan was very good. However, Yi Qinghan saw the changes in his expression. With a cold laugh, Yi Qinghan and the other strange beasts attacked him. He immediately teleported, then waved the 10 God Slayer spears and continued to shoot at Qing Shan. As for the Ice Queen, Shentu Wuxia, and the others, he didn't even look at them. Shentu Xiong wasn't in the immortal realm. There was really no one in the immortal realm who could kill him. As long as Qing Shan died, could Shentu Wuxia fly to the sky? Chapter 12:23. Let's see how many times you can teleport. With your strength, the supreme spiritual treasure won't last long, right? Yi Qinghan attacked again. Qing Shan was not angry, but happy. At this moment, he was sure that Yi Qinghan could not hurt him. He only hoped that Yi Qinghan would not run away. He could wait for Yi Qinghan to exhaust his spiritual force after using the supreme spiritual treasure for too long. Then he could shatter his divine crystal soul ocean and take the supreme spiritual treasure. Of course, Yi Qinghan was not afraid of exhausting his spiritual force after using the fire god armor for too long. In fact, the fire god armor did not consume spiritual force. Once the fire god armor was activated, there was only a time limit. As for the time, it could be used for 3 months at a time. After that, the fire god armor would automatically absorb the essence of the world to replenish its energy. After that it could be used again. Therefore, Yi Qinghan was not worried at all. He only condensed 2/3 of the space power in each attack, forcing Qing Shan to attack him with all his strength. Boom! The exotic beast with the head of a lion and the body of a deer collided with Yi Qinghan's God Slayer spear again and again, making earth-shattering noises. The shock waves turned into ripples and radiated in all directions. This caused the people below to exclaim in surprise and exclaim. More and more warriors gathered in Grey City, and the teleportation formation was still flashing, sending more and more experts from the divine world. Everyone was admiring this rare and incomparable battle. Not only were they here to watch the show, but they were also hoping to see if they could comprehend something from the battle between the peak experts. What they did not understand was, why were so many level 9 experts just standing there and watching? Only Emperor Qing Shan and the legendary Yi Qinghan were fighting there? And wasn't it said that Emperor Qing Shan's strength was second only to Shentu Xiong, the Star King? Why did they seem to be evenly matched? Yi Qinghan had cultivated for less than 10,000 years, but he was already at the peak of level 9? It's almost time. Yi Qinghan smiled coldly. He teleported again and pretended to change his expression. His body shook and immediately condensed 10 God Slayer spears. 2 of them shot towards Shentu Wuxia in the distance, 7 shot towards Qing Shan, and 1 shot towards the Blood Knight Sovereign. Humph! You still want to hurt people in front of me? After defeating 3 of Yi Qinghan's attacks, Qing Shan's confidence was greatly boosted. At this moment, when he saw Yi Qinghan's expression change and his body sway slightly, he was immediately overjoyed. He hurriedly condensed another strange beast. It first destroyed the 7 spears that were shot at him, and then it whizzed towards Shentu Wuxia's 2 spears. As for the Blood Knight Monarch, he didn't bother about him. No matter how weak the Blood Knight Monarch was, he should be able to resist the God Slayer's spear, right? But, suddenly, the spear turned around and didn't stab at the Blood Knight Monarch. Instead, it made a circle in the air as if it knew it couldn't kill the Blood Knight Monarch with one strike. Instead, it shot toward Qing Shan. Humph! Qing Shan had destroyed countless of Yi Qinghan's God Slayer spears. Naturally, He was clear that the might of these God-slayer spears was not great. Even if one of the spears hit him, he would at most suffer some minor injuries. At this moment, the strange beast that he condensed with the power of space had already intercepted the two God-slayer spears that were attacking Shinto Wuxia. At this moment, he could only take it head-on. Boom! The strange beast with the head of a lion and the body of a deer easily destroyed the two spears that were attacking Shinto Wuxia. The surface of Qing Shan's body was surrounded by the power of Source, and he was prepared to take the last spear head-on without any fear. Swish! But at this moment, Qing Shan's soul suddenly trembled. The billions of golden soul threads in his mind crazily penetrated into his soul sea. Although Qing Shan's soul trembled, he wasn't afraid at all. Instead, he sneered in his heart. He thought that Yi Qing Han had probably revealed his true intentions at this moment. Tisk! In the next second, Qing Shan's entire body trembled. That seemingly weak God-slayer spear had finally collided with the power of Source outside his body. There wasn't a violent collision as he had imagined. Instead, that God-slayer spear actually spun crazily. Then, it actually caused the power of Source on the surface of Qing Shan's body to spin along with it. It easily penetrated the power of Source on the surface of Qing Shan's body and finally struck his divine crystal, causing it to explode. Then, there was no then. Qing Shan's pair of bell-like eyes opened wide. The corner of his mouth still had a mocking smile as his body fell down powerlessly. Boom! Under the frightened gazes of tens of millions of warriors, Qing Shan's body fell heavily on the square of Gray City. There wasn't even a speck of dust raised. His eyes were still wide open as he looked up at the sky, as if he still couldn't believe that he had died just like that. There were already 30 to 40 million warriors in Gray City. However, at this moment, all of them widened their eyes and looked at the square, at Qing Shan, who had half of his body sunk into the ground in silence. Only the faint sound of the teleportation formation was heard, which made the situation in the square extremely strange. He actually killed Qing Shan. He has cultivated for less than 10,000 years, but he can actually kill an upper-level 9 expert head-on. He really is the #1 peerless genius in the god world. Ice Queen's cold and pretty face suddenly blushed. Her small mouth slightly opened. Her startled expression, along with her peerless beauty, was breathtaking. The others were still in the soul illusion, but they could still vaguely sense Gray City below them. Most importantly, the battle had stopped, but Qing Shan's aura had disappeared. However, Yi Qing Han's aura was still faintly present. Everyone's expression changed, especially the Blood Knight Monarch and Shinto Wuxia. Their bodies trembled, and a feeling of despair surged in their hearts. Yenran, I have avenged your clansmen. A cold voice rang out. It wasn't loud, but it rang in the ears of the experts in the sky and the tens of millions of warriors below. Shinto Wuxia and the Blood Knight Monarch trembled even more violently. The two of them actually shot in 2 different directions, escaping crazily. Blood Knight, if you dare to run even half a step, I will slaughter your entire city. A voice that was even colder than before rang out. The Blood Knight Monarch's fleeing body suddenly stopped, as if he hadn't moved at all. This voice suddenly made him understand one thing. Without Shinto Xiong, he would die no matter where he ran, and he would drag his clansmen down. Chi! The Blood Knight Monarch only took half a second to figure it out. He knelt down in mid-air, and the sound of the wind could be heard as he knelt. With a bitter expression, he continuously kowtowed and howled, Yi Qing Han, Lord Yi, spare my life. Yi Qing Han, you dare to kill me? I will make your grandfather and all your relatives die without a complete corpse. Shinto Wuxia simply stopped running. He stood on the spot and roared angrily. His appearance was ferocious and terrifying, like an injured beast. Chi! What answered him was 10 ghost-like god-slayer spears. The terrifying aura and murderous aura from the spears made Shinto Wuxia lose his courage. He hugged his head and shouted in the air, Yi Qing Han, don't kill me. As long as you don't kill me, everything is negotiable. Boom! 9 god-slayer spears returned, and the last one violently slammed into Shinto Wuxia's body. In an instant, his body flew out like a ball. Blood spurted out, and his limbs hung limply. His internal organs and bones were shattered. In the next second, Yi Qing Han's figure teleported and appeared in the middle of Shinto Wuxia's flight. He raised his long legs high and turned into a series of afterimages, smashing down heavily on Shinto Wuxia's waist. Shinta Wuxia turned into a ball again and smashed towards Divine Grace City below. Boom! Beside Qing Shan's corpse, another deep pit appeared. Shinta Wuxia's body was badly mutilated, and more than half of his body was smashed into the deep pit. He was only breathing in, but not out. He was already in a half-dead state. Xiao! Yi Qinghan's figure teleported again, scaring the nearby martial artists into hurriedly retreating. After that, Yi Qinghan half-knelt beside Shinta Wuxia. The soul ring in his hand flashed, helping Shinta Wuxia heal his injuries. After that, when Shinta Wuxia woke up and looked over in surprise, a huge fist was smashing fiercely towards his chest, directly smashing a bloody hole in his chest. The soul ring continued to light up, followed by another punch. Continue to heal, continue to smash. Gada, gada. Fresh blood splattered all over the ground, staining Shinta Wuxia and Yi Qinghan's delicate and pretty faces red. Divine Grace City was dead silent. Only the sound of teeth chattering could be heard. The rumors were not wrong. This Yi Qinghan is indeed a demon in human form. So savage. So violent. Everyone looked at Yi Qinghan, half kneeling on the square, lifting Shinta Wuxia up again and again, healing him, and then smashing him into the ground again and again. They felt a chill run down their spine from head to toe. After a long while, Yi Qinghan's movements finally stopped. He lifted up the badly mutilated Shinta Wuxia and wiped the blood off his face. He grinned at Shinta Wuxia and said faintly, "My kin, my clansmen, one less. I will make your life more painful than death. Bastard, when I use my methods, even I am afraid of myself. Do you understand?" Chapter 12:24. Shinta Wuxia's body convulsed, and his handsome face was completely deformed. The muscles on his face trembled, and a tearing pain came from all over his body. However, this pain was already numb, and he could not feel it. He struggled to open his eyelids, which were sticky with blood, and looked at Yi Qinghan's slightly hideous face. His soul trembled. How could there be such a cruel person in this world? Shinta Wuxia, who had grown up in the Eternal Palace and had never been humiliated in the slightest, had a strong psychological endurance. At this moment, he almost collapsed. Yong used all his strength and nodded. He opened his mouth and weakly said, "Don't hit me. I'll help you save him. Please don't hit me. I will die." Yi Qinghan nodded his head in satisfaction. Then, under Shinta Wuxia's horrified gaze, he threw another punch, smashing Shinta Wuxia into the ground. This time, Shinta Wuxia's entire body was smashed to the point that only her legs were left on the ground, trembling slightly. Hiss, hiss, gasp sounded. When Yi Qinghan stood up, his gaze swept across the crowd. Everyone hurriedly retreated. There were even some who could not bear the cold murderous intent in Yi Qinghan's eyes and fell to the ground in fright. Finally, Yi Qinghan looked at the Blood Knight Sovereign in the sky. His cold and emotionless voice rang out again. "Blood Knight, get down here." Whoosh! The Blood Knight Sovereign felt a chill, but he did not think for long. He immediately flew down and knelt on one knee. His face was flushed and he pleaded in a low voice, "My lord, I, knight, was blinded by the demon blood. Please be magnanimous and spare me this once." "I promise." The crowd in the city sighed again. They had seen people kneel and beg for mercy before. But a ninth-grade war god, a supreme existence of the continent's sovereign, kneeling and begging for mercy, was a first. But thinking about it, if the Blood Knight Sovereign did not beg for mercy, with the hatred between him and Yi Qinghan, and with Yi Qinghan's current level of brutality, it would be normal for Yi Qinghan to crush him to death. Was face or life more important? When a person was faced with a choice, that person's character could be best reflected. It was obvious that Blood Knight Monarch's character wasn't very unyielding. Yi Qinghan, stop killing. Leave a spark for the divine world. Otherwise, the divine world will suffer a crushing defeat in the next planar war. Before Yi Qinghan could say anything, a cold voice sounded in his ears. Yi Qinghan looked at the Ice Queen in the air and didn't say anything. He turned around and picked up Shinta Wuxia, teleporting away. Yi Qinghan had left, and the murderous aura that had shrouded the entire Grey City had also disappeared. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. They felt excited and scared at the same time. Then they thought of the battle between Yi Qinghan and Shen Tu-xiong, which would bring chaos to the entire divine world and blood into rivers. The soul illusion in the sky was removed. Emo Shanghuang and Blood Knight Monarch looked down at Qing Shan's corpse and were filled with emotions. Yi Qing Han didn't touch them, which meant that Yi Qing Han was still the same Yi Qing Han. However, his strength made the two of them feel ashamed and regretful. If they had followed him, then they wouldn't have to suffer such humiliation and awkwardness. The Ice Queen didn't have any expression on her face. She stood coldly in the sky and watched as Yi Qing Han teleported towards the Star Ocean. In the end, she sighed. Shintu Wuxia, have you heard of a demon beast called the bone-devouring bug? It's said that these bone-devouring bugs can devour human bones slowly, bit by bit. I've never experienced that kind of pain, but I've seen it before in a material plane. If you can't save my family, I'll put 10,000 bone-devouring bugs on you and let you have a taste. How does that taste? You know that I have the soul ring and I definitely won't let you die. Do you understand what I mean? On the starry sea, Yi Qing Han carried Shintu Wuxia and stood proudly in mid-air. The barrier of the Supreme Island in the distance had already been activated, and the Eternal Palace in the sky had already disappeared. Evidently, they had received the news. I know. I will get Wu Ya to let them go, but... Sir, can you promise not to kill me? Shintu Wuxia nodded her head, obediently, and then asked carefully. It was like she was afraid that if she angered Yi Qing Han, he would punch her a few hundred more times. Yi Qing Han said expressionlessly, you should know how I am. If your father knows how to be a person, I will let you live. This. Shintu Wuxia felt that Yi Qing Han's words were a little ambiguous and said hesitantly. Scoff. I can kill Qing Shan, but you don't believe that I can break Supreme Island's barrier. Eternal Palace was crafted by Battle Emperor. Don't you know about my relationship with him? I'll give you one last chance or else. Yi Qing Han exerted some force in his hand, and suddenly grabbed Shintu Wuxia's neck. With just a little bit of force, Shintu Wuxia felt as though her neck was about to be broken. Immediately after, she saw the source energy on Yi Qing Han's fist start to emerge again. Immediately, she was so frightened that she nodded her head vigorously like a little chick pecking rice. Shintu Xiong's useless son is so different from the son I killed. Yi Qing Han sneered and quickly flew toward Supreme Island. Since Shintu Xiong wasn't in the realm of gods, there was really no one in the realm of gods that could stop him. His divine sense was extremely powerful and he could even vaguely sense the Eternal Palace in the sky above Supreme Island. Therefore, he was certain that Shintu Xiong wouldn't be hiding in the realm of gods. Otherwise, he would have appeared long ago. Yanran wouldn't lie to him either. Sir, wait, I will send a message to Wu Ya. After flying above the Supreme Island, Shintu Wuxia immediately sent a message. But after a while, her face turned bitter. She looked at Yi Qing Han and said, Wu Ya, there's no reply. Humph. Yi Qing Han snorted and slowly raised his hand. The surrounding power of space surged towards him and a huge palm suddenly appeared in front of him. Then, it slammed towards the void in front of him. Buzz! The huge palm floated towards the distance. However, wherever the palm passed, the space would tremble and turn into ripples. Then, a magnificent golden palace slowly appeared. The Eternal Palace that was hidden in the parallel space was shaken out. Send a message to Shintu Wuya. If he doesn't hand over the person, I can only destroy the Eternal Palace by force. Although the Eternal Palace's restriction is powerful, I can tell you clearly that I am the successor of the Battle Emperor. I believe you have heard of the Battle Emperor's palace before. It is in my hands right now. Shintu Wuxia believed Yi Qing Han's words a little because they knew a little about the Battle Emperor. Shintu Xiong was the disciple of the Battle Emperor. He was very clear about this. Sealed God Valley was the tomb of the Battle Emperor. He also knew that Yi Qing Han was able to walk out of Sealed God Valley back then. If he said that he had nothing to do with the Battle Emperor, no one would believe it. To give up the Eternal Palace and his and Wuya's lives for a few ordinary people? Shintu Wuxia didn't need to consider this option. Therefore, he sent more messages. After a moment, Shintu Wuya finally sent a message. He stated a condition: release Shintu Wuxia and he will release the person. Release the person first and we can discuss anything. If you don't, you will bear the consequences. Yi Qing Han didn't give in. In the end, Shintu Wuya's message was cut off again. Shintu Wuxia was so angry that he almost cursed. However, Shintu Wuya had a dull and inflexible personality. He couldn't do anything about it. You won't repent until you see the coffin. Yi Qinghan snorted. 10 spears whizzed out and stabbed towards the Eternal Palace. Chapter 12:25. Boom! When the God-Slayer's spear touched the Eternal Palace, it started spinning crazily. Its speed and power reached the limit, and it collided with the Eternal Palace. The Eternal Palace suddenly lit up with a golden light that radiated tens of thousands of feet. Then, the entire palace shook violently and was sent flying hundreds of thousands of miles away. The light on it also dimmed. I'll send you a message. Do you believe that I can shatter the restriction of the Eternal Palace after 30 attacks? After attacking, Yi Qinghan did not continue to attack, nor did he chase after them. He only said to Shintu Wuxia coldly. He started to feel nervous. In fact, he was not confident that he could break the restriction of the Eternal Palace. If Battle Emperor's remnant soul helped him, it might be possible. He could only try to trick Shintu Wuxia and Yi Qinghan. When Shintu Wuxia saw that a casual strike from Yi Qinghan had actually sent the Eternal Palace flying so far away, coupled with the fact that Qing Shan had died at his hands, she naturally believed it completely. She immediately began to transmit messages. Clearly, Shintu Wuxia was also frightened. Moments later, the Eternal Palace's light shook, and dozens of warriors were teleported out. Lil Han? It's Lil Han. Haha. Clan leader, Lil Han is here to save us. Yi Tianlong, Yi Qinyo, and the others were in the Eternal Palace and did not know what was happening outside. Suddenly, the scene in front of them changed and they were teleported out. Yi Qinyo looked around and saw Yi Qinghan on Supreme Island. He immediately widened his eyes and roared. Yi Qinghan was shocked. This was the first time he smiled since coming to the immortal world. His body flashed and he teleported over, immediately bringing everyone into the War Imperial Palace. Then, under Shintu Wuji's shocked expression, he did not stop and sealed Shintu Wuxia's divine crystal. He threw it into the War Imperial Palace and immediately flew towards the Blood Knight continent. After Yi Qinghan left, the tens of millions of martial artists on Supreme Island all heaved a sigh of relief. They had received news that Yi Qinghan had killed Qing Shan and was teleporting towards Supreme Island. Everyone was terrified. They all knew that Shen Tu-xiong had sent people to the Fire Dragon continent to massacre cities. They thought that Yi Qinghan would also massacre the entire Supreme Island. On the Blood Knight continent, there was a place called the Poison Dragon Swamp. It was the third most dangerous place in the divine world. Yi Qinghan quickly moved through the swamp, following the route that Yao Ji had taken last time, and easily entered the cave. In a fork in the cave, a beautiful woman was sitting inside, quietly reading a book. Suddenly, her eyebrows twitched and her body tensed up. A moment later, it flew out in ecstasy, directly into a frail body, and hugged it tightly. Little Han, you've finally come out. I was so worried. The enchantress raised her head and looked at Yi Qinghan affectionately. There was a faint sparkle in her eyes, and her face was a mixture of anger and joy. She was extremely beautiful. Enchantress. Let's talk about this later. Let's leave the immortal world first. Go into the War Emperor Palace. Yi Qinghan caressed Yao Ji's hair and kissed her forehead gently. He kept this woman, who had been guarding this place for thousands of years, into the War Emperor Palace, then flew out of the Poison Dragon Swamp, directly into the sky, and into the boundless void. Outside the boundless void, a 9-story pagoda was flying slowly nearby. When it saw Yi Qinghan coming out, it immediately shot over like a rocket, pulling Yi Qinghan in, and turned into a shooting star, drifting towards the Fire Dragon Plain. Grandpas, third uncle, old ancestors, elders, Yi Qinghan has caused you to suffer, and caused the deaths of millions of people in Song City. Yi Qinghan has let you down. In the Soul Emperor Pavilion, Yi Qinghan threw Shintu Wuxia, who was sealed in the Divine Crystal, into the first floor. Then, he transported Yi Tianlong, Yao Ji, and the others from the War Emperor Palace to the Soul Emperor Pavilion. Suddenly, he knelt to Yi Tianlong, the Night Emperor, and the others, his face full of grief and shame. Fireworks, Yao Ji, and the others, as well as the Yi family elders beside Yi Tianlong, also knelt down. Yi Tianlong's tears flowed freely, and Yi Qinggu hugged Yi Qingyo and cried bitterly. Everyone thought of the tens of millions of people in Song City who had been killed. For a moment, they were heartbroken, and the atmosphere in the Soul Emperor Pavilion was extremely stifling. Yao Ji did not understand what had happened, and quietly sent a message to Fireworks to ask about it. Little Han, get up. This is not your fault. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame Shintu-xiong. You just have to remember to cultivate hard and avenge them. After a moment, the Night Emperor and Yi Tianlong picked up Yi Qinghan, their eyes shining with hatred. The enmity between the Yi family and Shintu-xiong could not be resolved no matter what, and the only way left was for them to fight to the death. Yi Qiu Yi Chan kneel. Abruptly, Yi Tianlong shouted at the two senior members of the Yi clan with a stern face. The two senior members trembled and immediately fell to the ground, kneeling down with a terrified look on their faces. Qingmiu, kill them. Yi Tianlong's eyes were full of pain. He turned his head away from the two of them and shouted at Yi Qingmiu coldly. Yi Qinghan and the others were confused. They saw Yi Chong's killing intent burst forth and was about to attack, while the two of them paled, not daring to say anything. They only looked pitifully at Yi Chong, as if hoping that Yi Chong would plead for them. The two of them were Yi Chong's grandchildren, and they had refined divine crystals to become gods. Wait! Yi Qinghan spoke, looking at Yi Tianlong in confusion. Unexpectedly, Yi Chong did not wait for Yi Tianlong to explain. Divine power burst forth from his hands and directly hit the two of them on the head. The two of them widened their eyes in disbelief and fell to the ground. Little Han, third uncle has let you down. These two bastards revealed information about the mystery realm of reincarnation. Yi Chong looked at Yi Qinghan with a face full of shame. His fair and unshaven face was flushed red, and he looked like he was too ashamed to show his face. Not good. Shintu-xiong went to the endless void. Does he know the location of the mystery realm of reincarnation? Yi Qinghan's face paled. She did not know much. She only knew that Shintu-xiong, Monarch Wind and Moon, and Ing Kuei had brought 100 venerables to the endless void. She did not know where they went. Combining this information, she realized that Shintu-xiong might know the exact location of the reincarnation plane. She immediately asked Yao Ji to transport herself to the first floor of the Soul Emperor Pavilion. She hurriedly went to find Shintu Wuxia, who was looking around. As a result, the news was immediately confirmed after he asked. Shintu-xiong had gone to Mount Pan. He was a lord of the divine world and had the qualifications to obtain the map of the divine world. Monarch Wind and Moon had created a divine tool similar to the Soul Emperor Pavilion, and was currently rushing to the mystery realm of reincarnation. Once the information was confirmed, everyone's expression changed. The mystery realm of reincarnation was a medium-level plane. Shintu-xiong could easily enter. Once he entered, Lord Devour's clone would not be able to defeat him. There was only one outcome. Everyone in the mystery realm of reincarnation would die. Yi Qinghan's women, children, Venerable Li Quan, Lei Zhan, Flying Rain, soul-devouring city's senior elders, countless people were in the mystery realm of reincarnation. If these people died or were captured, it would be an unprecedented blow to Yi Qinghan. Li Shu'er, Fireworks, Yi Qingwu, Yi Qingyu, and the others were all trembling uncontrollably. Their faces were filled with fear. Li Shu'er subconsciously let out a mournful cry. She went to hug Xiao He, but ended up falling to the ground. In her panic, she had forgotten that Xiao He was a spirit body. Yi Qinghan saw this scene and his face darkened. He forced himself to calm down. However, when he thought of Yu Qingqing, Yi Sahan, and the others facing an incomparably dangerous situation, he could not calm down. Don't be hasty. Mo Xiao, who had been silent all this while, suddenly spoke up. After attracting people's attention, she said faintly, Our Lady has guessed that Shintu-xiong will find the mystery realm. She has set up some barriers by the space vortex. Let's go back to the Fire Dragon continent to see her first. Yi Qinghan and the others were a little relieved. Lord Devour was the symbol of an expert in their hearts. Moreover, she was more intelligent than others. If she had prepared, there should be hope. Lady, do you know that Shintu-xiong's current strength has reached the peak of Grade 9 Supreme Elder? However, Monarch Yenran, who was sitting in the corner, suddenly said something that made people's hearts beat faster. Of course, Lord Devour didn't know that Shintu-xiong's strength had increased again. Yi Qinghan's face became cold. The more he thought about it, the more anxious he became. He shouted, Yao Ji, go to the Fire Dragon continent as fast as possible. Chapter 1226. The Flame Dragon continent was still shrouded in a sorrowful atmosphere. The Holy Land, Song City, was massacred. This was a big blow to the Flame Dragon continent. At the same time, it made countless people grieve. Everyone was thinking, if their Frost the Arch came back and saw the new graves outside Song City, how sad would he be? Without Frost the Arch, the Flame Dragon continent would have been destroyed. Of course, this was news that Lord Devour deliberately spread. Therefore, the people of the Flame Dragon continent worshipped Yi Ching Han. When Yi Ching Han's deeds in the God world came back, the people of the Flame Dragon continent were even more proud. Therefore, everyone hoped that their Frost the Arch would come back. With Yi Ching Han here, they had a backbone. But they also hoped that he would not come back. They were afraid that Yi Ching Han would be sad, afraid that he would bleed. The Soul Emperor Pavilion finally arrived, slowly descending in the sky above Song City. Countless warriors waiting outside Song City all flew up, looking at the Soul Emperor Pavilion with complicated emotions. Buzz! When a familiar blue figure appeared in the sky, everyone shivered. Their noses felt sour, and they wanted to cry. They all gazed at that expressionless face, wanting to say something, but they couldn't. Yi Ching Han's eyes did not linger on them. He looked at the ruins of Song City and the countless graves in front of it. He did not speak, and there was no murderous aura around him. His face was expressionless, but deep in his eyes was sorrow. He slowly flew downwards, and everyone hurriedly followed him. Fireworks and the others looked at Yi Ching Han worriedly. They wanted to send a voice transmission to comfort him, but in the end, they didn't. They slowly followed Yi Ching Han and flew towards the graveyard. Plop! Yi Ching Han knelt in front of the graves, scaring the people behind him. They all knelt. Yi Tianlong, Night Emperor, and the others also knelt. Although they were senior, the dead were more important. Many of them were not members of the Yi family. They died because of Yi Ching Han and the others. Ah! Yi Ching Han respectfully bowed 3 times, then raised his head and let out a sorrowful howl. His voice was incomparably lonely and desolate, incomparably sorrowful, incomparably furious, and filled with killing intent. This voice was not amplified by divine power, but it seemed to resound through half of the House of Ares. Countless fire dragon citizens in the city all trembled, feeling an inexplicable sorrow. Needless to say, Yi Ching Han's temperament was more emotional. He valued affection the most and was extremely impulsive. Back when the Flame Dragon City was massacred, even though Yi Ching Han's strength was still very low, he dared to lead the Wind Emperor and the others to conquer the entire Star Sea, declaring war against the #1 force in the immortal realm. His temperament could be seen from this. The descendants of the Yi family, who had been reproducing for thousands of years, numbered in the millions. Now, there were less than 100 of them left. It wasn't hard to imagine the sorrow and guilt in Yi Ching Han's heart. The murderous intent and hatred in his heart were so strong. Everybody looked at Yi Ching Han's back, which wasn't considered broad. His shivering shoulders felt an inexplicable pain. Yi Ching Han had shouldered the death of millions of people on his shoulders. When they were about to send some people to comfort Yi Ching Han suddenly stood up. Then he teleported, disappearing from his spot. There was a beautiful dark castle in the dark forest. On the rooftop of the castle, fresh flowers were still blooming. Clusters of green grapes hung on the grape trellis, which looked so alluring. This time, Lord Devour didn't sit on her chair. Instead, he stood on the edge of the rooftop with his back facing the grape trellis, looking into the distance quietly. Swoosh! As soon as Yi Ching Han appeared on the rooftop, Lord Devour shivered. He struggled to turn around, his emotionless face showing a gleam of shame. Looking at Yi Ching Han, his mouth twitched. Eventually he sighed. "Little Han, I'm sorry." Yi Ching Han forced a smile, shaking his head. "It's not your fault, my lord." Lord Devour sighed, his face a little gloomy. "I have to take some responsibility. If I had been more cautious that year, I would have asked little you to control the Soul Emperor Pavilion to pick you up. This tragedy wouldn't have happened. Say, it's my fault. Let's not talk about this. It's meaningless. The dead are gone. We should consider the living more." Yi Ching Han shook his head and said hurriedly, "My lord, Shinta Xiong knows the location of the secret reincarnation domain. Wind Moon Sovereign has helped him refine a flying divine weapon. Moreover, he has become the lord of the divine world. At this moment, his competence has reached the peak of 9th grade. What? Lord Devour's face changed, asking, when did he leave? Yi Qinghan was also anxious. At least 3 months ago. Oh no! It's too late for the Soul Emperor Pavilion to pick him up. Shentu Xiong has reached the peak of 9th grade? I'm afraid the previous barrier is useless. No. I'm going to arrange it first. Lord Devour's face changed completely. His body transformed into a snow-white rabbit, closing his eyes. Apparently, the clone of the secret reincarnation domain had taken action. Yi Qinghan's face darkened. Pondering for a while, he gritted his teeth and disappeared from the rooftop. Yao Ji, bring Shinta Wuxia out. Back in Song City, Yi Qinghan said in a low voice to Yao Ji. Yao Ji's eyes turned cold, and she immediately teleported away. She then carried Shinta Wuxia, who was looking around in confusion, and flew over. Shinta Xiong, you killed my people. Now, I will use your son's blood to pay tribute to them. One day, I will bring your head back to pay tribute to them. God Emperor, if I can't do it, Yi Qinghan would rather die. Yi Qinghan grabbed Shinta Wuxia with one hand, and the Slaughter God's saber appeared in his hand. He raised his hand and the saber fell. A head rolled down. The eyes were wide open, and he died with a grievance. Yao Ji, go. Fireworks, stay in the Fire Dragon continent. Tell Lord Devour that I'm going to the secret reincarnation domain first. Throwing the headless corpse in his hand, Yi Qinghan teleported to the Soul Emperor Pavilion with the Yao Ji. Before anyone could react. Seeing the Soul Emperor Pavilion light up, the three of them and Xiao Hei's faces changed. Qinghan, take us with you. Boss, I'll go with you. Fireworks and the two of them flew towards the Soul Emperor Pavilion. Xiao Hei turned into a gust of wind and enveloped the Soul Emperor Pavilion. I'm not going to die. I'm just going to save someone. I'm confident that even if I can't kill Shinta Xiong, I can still protect myself. What are you all going for? Yi Qinghan's voice sounded out helplessly. However, the women's expressions were unusually resolute. Xiao Hei condensed into a human form and stuck tightly to the Soul Emperor Pavilion. Yi Qinghan sighed and said, forget it. Yao Ji, bring them in. Let's go together. The women were instantly overjoyed. The Yao Ji pulled Lear in as well. Then, the Soul Emperor Pavilion turned into a shooting star and flew towards the sky. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared into the clouds. Night Emperor, Yi Tianlong, Mo Xiaoxiao, and the others did not make a fuss about following. They just looked at the sky sadly. Every time something happened, it was Yi Qinghan's shoulders that were not broad enough to shoulder it. This made them feel extremely ashamed. Especially Night Emperor, he felt even more ashamed. Everyone looked at the sky with heavy expressions. They were all worried. Although Yi Qinghan's strength had improved a lot, and he could even kill Qing Shan, who was at the peak of 9th grade in the Immortal Realm, Shinta Xiong's strength had reached 9th grade Supreme Martial Artist. However, Shinta Xiong's strength had reached 9th grade Sovereign and had even obtained the Overlord's position. His strength had even reached the pinnacle of 9th grade Sovereign. Could Yi Qinghan be his opponent? The Soul Emperor Pavilion spun madly and broke through the void of the Fire Dragon Plane. Then, it pulled Monarch Yenran, who was waiting outside, into the Soul Emperor Pavilion. Monarch Yenran was a 9th grade martial artist. She could not enter the material plane. Shinta Wuxia, on the other hand, was a false 9th grade martial artist. He did not have any godly aura, but he could enter. The Soul Emperor Pavilion paused for a moment and flew again. It turned into a shooting star and flew into the endless void. Chapter 1227. The map of the divine world clearly shows that the reincarnation plane is nearby. Why can't we find it? Strange. Could it be that the map is wrong? Impossible. In the endless void, a large black bird with white light on its surface was slowly flying in the void. In the middle of the large bird's hall, Shinta Xiong was holding a jade slip in his hand. His sword-like eyebrows were tightly furrowed. From time to time, he would scan the jade slip with his divine sense, and from time to time, he would look at the nearby planes in the void, comparing them. My lord, is there something wrong with the map? The South Mountain Sovereign, Ing Kuei, stood at the side with a fawning smile and asked carefully. Impossible. The God Emperor wouldn't make a mistake. As the manager of Pan Realm, who knows it better than him? Shinta Xiong shook his head and said firmly. Thinking back to the last time he went to the planar battlefield to ask for a map of the Divine World, the Divine Emperor revealed a trace of his aura. Shin Xiong still had a lingering fear in his heart. The God Emperor. Lord, is the God Emperor really as omnipotent and invincible as the legends say? Ing Kuei's eyes flashed with fanaticism. Wind Moon Monarch's eyes also lit up as he listened. I don't know if he's omnipotent, but he's definitely invincible. Shin Xiong said with certainty and then waved his hand. Let's not talk about the God Emperor too much. AI. Where is this reincarnation plane? Ing Kuei's eyes flashed as he pointed at the super-large whirlpools outside. Lord, do you think it's inside these spatial whirlpools? Wind Moon Monarch was dazed, then shook his head resolutely. How is that possible? Even if Lord is sucked in by the spatial whirlpools, it'll be hard to get out. How could Devoured Wu and Yi Qinghan go in? No, it's possible. Shin Xiong's eyes lit up. Did you forget about the Soul Emperor Pavilion? The Soul Emperor Pavilion is many times stronger than the Flying Phoenix. It must be. Wind Moon Monarch, control the Flying Phoenix to fly around. Let me check. Shin Xiong was shocked. He hadn't thought about this before. The Flying Phoenix flew around the spatial whirlpools for a few days. Shin Xiong checked and compared. He easily found the passage that the Soul Emperor Pavilion used to enter the reincarnation plane. It's here. The distance between the two spatial vortexes is quite far, so the suction force isn't that strong. If I'm careful, I can easily pass through the two vortexes and enter the back of these vortexes. Haha. Devoured Wu, Yi Qinghan, let's see how you survive this time. Shin Xiong laughed heartily. The suffocation of the past few months completely swept away. He waved his hand and pointed to the front as he ordered. Wind Moon Monarch, fly in that direction. I will kill everyone in the plane of reincarnation and leave no one alive. However, after Shin Xiong finished speaking, the Wind Moon Sovereigns did not move, and even Ing Kuei became somewhat hesitant. The two of them looked at Shin Xiong with awkward expressions, wanting to say something but hesitating. Although the distance between these two spatial vortexes wasn't as close as the other spatial vortexes, their suction was still extremely powerful. These spatial vortexes were no joke. Once they were sucked in, they didn't know if Shin Xiong could come out, but they would definitely die. It was true that they had sided with Shin Xiong. If Shin Xiong wanted them to kill or fight with others, they wouldn't hesitate, but to send them to their deaths. What are you afraid of? These spatial vortexes aren't as powerful as you think. It should be fine if we fly slowly. Shin Xiong's face darkened, clearly noticing the hesitation of the two. The Wind Moon Monarch's mind turned and his face lit up with joy. He had an idea and sincerely said, Sir, the Flying Phoenix is large and its suction force is even greater. If the Flying Phoenix is sucked into the spatial vortexes, how will we return? How about I wait outside? And that's right. Ing Kuei, come with me to take a look. Shin Xiong thought about it and felt that it made sense. A cold light flashed in his eyes as he locked onto Ing Kuei. Ing Kuei couldn't find a reason and could only nod with a crying face. The two of them jumped off the Flying Phoenix and carefully flew inside. Ing Kuei's speed was extremely slow, like a snail. Only after Shin Xiong coldly snorted did he slowly increase his speed. Chi. As they got closer and closer to the spatial vortexes, a strange suction force started to affect the two of them. Ing Kuei and Shin Xiong sensed it and felt slightly relieved. They continued to fly slowly, and after an hour, they reached the center of the two vortexes. Shin Xiong sensed it and let out a sigh of relief as he laughed. Haha, Ing Kuei, I was right, the suction force here is a bit weak. The two vortexes' suction force is restricting each other. That's right, Yi Qinghan and the others definitely entered from here. Ing Kuei wiped the cold sweat off his face and nodded, not daring to refute, but he became even more nervous. It felt like he was walking on a steel wire with knives all around him. It was impossible for him not to be nervous. Shin Xiong looked relaxed on the surface, but his divine sense was constantly scouting. If it wasn't for the fact that his hatred for Yi Qinghan and Shi Wu surpassed his fear of this place, Shin Xiong would have retreated long ago. Especially Yi Qinghan's strange supernatural power. If he didn't get rid of it, he wouldn't be able to feel at ease in the divine world. At this moment, he could only grit his teeth and fly forward. They're here. Shin Xiong, there's a path to heaven, but you didn't take it. There's no gate to hell, but you barged in. Soul Emperor, Diawu will take revenge for you today. Inside the reincarnation secret realm, Lord Shur, who was sitting cross-legged in an elegant pavilion on the reincarnation island, suddenly opened her eyes. There was no fear in her eyes, but excitement. As soon as Yi Qing Han sent her the news, she immediately made many arrangements. There was only one path to enter the reincarnation secret realm. At this moment, Shinta Xiong and Ing Kue had bumped into the small restriction she had set up, which alerted her. Yi Qing Han and the Yao Ji were controlling the Soul Emperor Pavilion, flying from the Fire Dragon continent to this place. However, it would take them a few months to arrive. Without the Soul Emperor Pavilion, the people inside the reincarnation secret realm couldn't escape even if they wanted to. However, because of the special terrain outside the reincarnation secret realm, as well as her foresight, not only was Lord Shur not afraid, she was also full of fighting spirit. She quietly flew up to the sky, her divine sense sweeping through the demon devourer, Yu Qingqing, and the others. She revealed a sweet smile, turned into an afterimage, and flew into the endless void. Left. Shintu Xiong's origin power revolved around him, and the power of space also condensed quietly. His divine might was released, and his spirit was highly tense, sensing the suction force between the two whirlpools. Behind him, Ing Kue was drenched in cold sweat. The deeper they flew, the stronger the suction force. He even had the urge to turn back. However, it was hard to get off the tiger, so he could only grit his teeth and follow Shinta Xiong. Haha, Ing Kue, look ahead. Suddenly, Shinta Xiong stopped and said with a loud laugh, but his eyes were shining brightly in front of him. Ing Kue was startled, and immediately looked ahead. He saw a blurry white light in front of him, and was instantly overjoyed. He shouted, "There really is a plane, it's the reincarnation plane, that's right, it's definitely the reincarnation plane." Humph, this is indeed the reincarnation plane, but the two of you have no hope of entering. Shintu Xiong, Ing Kue, prepare to die. At this moment, the blurry light in front of them was blocked by a fiery red figure. A bone-chilling voice rang in Shinta Xiong and Ing Kue's ears, and their expressions changed. Ing Kue used his divine sense to check, and immediately shouted, "Devourer Butterfly Dance." Chapter 12:28. Ah! What's her doing there? Inside the reincarnation secret domain, Kid was sitting with Li Shirshir in a private room. His hands had reached into Li Shirshir's robe, enjoying the soft fragrance brought by his sexual desire. At this moment, he paused, mumbling suspiciously. "Sir? Kid, what's wrong?" Li Shirshir, the king of the reincarnation secret domain, blushed. She was kissing Kid's body, her clothes disheveled. She was bewildered, asking suspiciously, "I don't know. Sir's out of this place." "Yeah. I'm going to check. Take off your clothes. If you come back with half of them, I'll use the venomous dragon spear to kill you." Kid pondered for a while and then laughed evilly. His body flashed, chasing after Lord Devour, heading into the endless void. B*TCH, let's see where you can run to today. As soon as Kid got out, he heard a shout. Shintu Xiong released a tremendous murderous aura. His bright eyes gazed at Lord Devour in front of him. Although he had shouted, he didn't move. Quite the contrary, he was more anxious, scanning the surroundings. All of a sudden, Shinta Xiong felt something different in the space around him. His face changed dramatically, and a shiver came from deep in his soul. It was the signal of fatal danger. Thinking that he was in the middle of two vortexes, he suddenly understood why Lord Devour dared to say such arrogant words. "Run! Why do I need to run? Shintu Xiong, the Soul Emperor died because of you. Today, I'll take revenge for him. Ing Kue, you don't want to be a good monarch but a dog. Today you'll die with him." Lord Devour sneered, sending a message to Kid to stay put. Then, a pair of beautiful hands danced. A massive palm appeared in front of her, whistling as it flew toward her. "With your low competence, you want to deal with His Excellency? His Excellency can crush you with just one finger." Ing Kue sneered continually. He had finally found the reincarnation secret domain. Lord Devour, Yi Qing Han, and Kid, how could they not die? However, he felt something wrong in the next second. A huge force rushed at him from behind, and his body actually flew forward violently. Inkue was so scared that smoke rose from his soul. He hurried to release space power to stabilize his body while turning into a strange beast to resist Lord Devour's palm. There was only one person by his side. Needless to say, the palm strike on his back was from Shen Tuxiong. Furthermore, at this moment, his divine sense detected that Shen Tuxiong was actually retreating explosively. Inkue was anxious and angry, but he was even more perplexed. Why did Shen Tuxiong attack him? Why should he retreat? With the strength of a grade 9 sovereign, how could he be afraid of Devour Jiawu? The next second, his doubts were solved. As Lord Devour's giant palm moved, the space around them glowed with 7-colored divine light. Then, a terrifying aura covered Inkue. All the barriers that Lord Devour had set up had been activated. God damn it, Shen Tuxiong, I will F***ck your entire family for 100 generations. If Inkue still didn't understand at this moment, he would really be a fool. It was obvious that Shen Tuxiong had discovered Lord Devour's restriction in advance. At this moment, he wanted Shi Yen to attract and trigger these restrictions so that he could escape. Bang! A burst of electric arcs flashed, and a violent explosion rang out, causing the entire space nearby to shake. Inkue's eyes were as big as a cow's, and the muscles on his face were completely twisted. Lord Devour's attack wasn't powerful, and the restrictions explosion wasn't powerful either. It wasn't enough to kill him. However, under Lord Devour's attack and the restrictions explosion, his body flew 1,000 meters toward the space whirlpool on the left. A huge suction force acted on Inkue's body, pulling him toward the center of the whirlpool. Inkue was like a beast that had fallen into a trap, struggling to survive. He kept shouting and struggling. However, his body was still slowly drifting toward the center of the whirlpool. His speed was getting faster and faster, and eventually, he disappeared into the whirlpool. Hiss! Jita's heart was pounding as he watched from behind. At first, when he saw someone flying toward the reincarnation's secret realm, his face changed in fright. After realizing that it was Shen Tuxiong, his soul almost left his body. Then, when he saw that Lord Devour had already set up the trap, he heaved a sigh of relief. At this moment, when he saw that Shen Tuxiong had sent Inkue to his death, easily breaking the restriction and dodging the attack, his face changed again. However, when he saw that Lord Devour's face didn't change, his heart was in his throat again. His soul consciousness locked on Shen Tuxiong, his eyes flickering. Shen Tuxiong saw that Inkue was mercilessly sucked into the space whirlpool, without any sound or movement. Shen Tuxiong's face turned pale, his heart still fluttering with fear. If he hadn't sensed that something wasn't right and immediately pushed Inkue away, he would have been the one falling into the space whirlpool. Lord Devour had a good trick, using the space power and the restriction at the same time. He didn't want to kill the enemy, but just moved the two of them, using the space whirlpool to trap them. What's wrong? Shen Tuxiong, you don't dare to come anymore? I can tell you clearly that Yi Qinghan has gone to the God World and killed your 2 sons. Also, Qing Shan, Yi Tianlong, and the others have been rescued. Haha, you're all alone now, without any descendants. When Yi Qinghan comes back, you will die for sure. Lord Devour stood at his spot, looking at Shen Tuxiong coldly as he spoke leisurely. Kid was shaken. He didn't know if what Lord Devour had said was true or not. He didn't understand why Lord Devour would provoke Shen Tuxiong in such a situation. Shen Tuxiong was also shaken. Then he sneered mockingly. Humph bitch, if you want to make up a lie, you should make it a better one. How could that bastard Yi Qinghan kill Qing Shan with his meager strength? You don't believe me? Lord Devour wasn't moved. He said leisurely, haha, Yi Qinghan didn't have the ability to kill Qing Shan before, but it's different now. No matter how different he is, how many years has he cultivated? Less than 10,000 years? Reaching the 9th grade supreme martial artist in less than 10,000 years? Are you trying to fool a kid? Shen Tuxiong couldn't deny it. Lord Devour said coldly, haha, Shen Tuxiong, have you ever heard of a supreme spirit treasure? If Yi Qinghan has a supreme spirit treasure, do you think he can kill Qing Shan? Supreme spirit treasure? Shen Tuxiong's pupils shrank. Of course, he knew about supreme spirit treasures, but he still didn't believe it. He said, even if he has a supreme spirit treasure, he can't kill Qing Shan. A supreme spirit treasure is powerful, but can it make a lower 9th grade cultivator reach the 9th grade supreme martial artist level? What a joke. That's the biggest joke in the world. What if this supreme spirit treasure is the fire god's armor? What if Yi Ching Han has already refined the chaotic divine crystal and reached the upper 9th grade? Do you think it's possible? The Eternal Palace is powerful, but you seem to have forgotten who made it. Yi Ching Han is the disciple of the Battle Emperor. Haha. Shintu Xiong. You massacred Song City. Do you think Yi Ching Han will be satisfied if he doesn't kill your 2 sons in the Supreme Island? Haha. Lord Devour laughed wantonly. He laughed so hard that he couldn't catch his breath. He completely ignored Shintu Xiong, who was only 10,000 miles away from him. He seemed to have forgotten that Shintu Xiong was a peak 9th grade supreme martial artist. Behind him, Jida was confused. His palms and back were covered in sweat. He didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Lord Devour and Shintu Xiong's actions were too strange. They were so close, but Shintu Xiong didn't come to kill them. Lord Devour seemed to be provoking Shintu Xiong on purpose. The 2 of them talked nonsense, which made Jida very confused. Swish! Suddenly, Shintu Xiong moved. He dashed forward. Jida's body tensed. He gathered the power of space. A few invisible giant dragons hovered around him, ready to attack at any time. At this moment, Lord Devour moved too. His eyes were filled with the light of success. He laughed and waved his beautiful hand, sending out a huge palm. Chapter 1229. B*Tsich. Do you think I'll be fooled? Shintu Xiong roared, then retreated rapidly. In just a few blinks, he had disappeared from their sight, dashing into the endless void outside. What? Jida was even more bewildered. Why did Shintu Xiong suddenly retreat? He exhaled in relief, but then he saw Lord Devour's body soften, almost falling. In just a blink, he had figured out the key. Lord Devour had scared Shintu Xiong away. Shintu Xiong didn't know if Lord Devour had set up any restrictions or not, so he had tried to probe. Lord Devour had also tricked him to provoke him. It had created a false impression that Lord Devour had tricked him to attack, so that he could trigger the restrictions and fall into the space vortex. And the truth was, it was possible that this passage didn't have any restrictions anymore. Now, seeing Lord Devour's appearance, it wasn't just a possibility, but a confirmation. Jida, help me keep an eye on it. I need to set up a restriction now. Lord Devour's body shook a little. Then he forced himself to calm down. He didn't even bother to wipe the cold sweat on his forehead as he turned into a dragon, flying forward. Swoosh! Countless array heart stones shot out from his hand. At the same time, Lord Devour released his god power, dancing in the air. Light flashed around him. Countless array heart stones and formation tools were shot to the designated spots, and then she used her god power to guide them, preventing the space vortex from sucking them in. Half an hour later, Lord Devour had created a barrier that looked like a spider web. Light flashed, and the colorful spider web was pulled away. The surroundings resumed their tranquility. At first glance, there was nothing. Even the soul consciousness couldn't sense anything. At this moment, Lord Devour flew back, his face tired and frightened. Her understanding of restrictions wasn't high. If the enchantress were here, it would be much easier. Setting up such a restriction had already consumed a lot of her brain power. Thinking about the situation, Lord Devour sighed. If Shintu Xiong had come, she and Jida would have been finished, and so would everyone in the reincarnation's secret domain. Jida looked at Lord Devour with admiration. This woman was so smart. If it were him, he would have been exposed. Sir, are you all right now? Kid swallowed a mouthful of saliva and then asked, Is what you said about Little Han true? Half real, half fake. One of Qing Shan and Shintu Xiong's sons was indeed killed by Little Han, and at this moment, he and Yao Ji are rushing over. After resting for a while, Lord Devour's eyes were still solemn as he sighed. Originally, I thought that I could smash Shintu Xiong into the space vortex this time. I didn't expect to fail on the verge of success. Shintu Xiong's strength has indeed reached the peak of 9th grade supreme martial artist. His vigilance is incomparably strong. Sigh. This is troublesome. What's the trouble? How dare he barge in? You can still trap him with a restriction. If we attack together, won't he fall into the spatial whirlpool? Jida said disapprovingly. Humph. You're too naive. Lord Devour shook his head. My formation skills are limited. If Shinta Xiong wakes up and sends people to die in the front, he will follow us from the back. Do you think we are his opponents? Ah! Jida's face changed drastically. Lord Devour was right. If Shinta Xiong sent people to open the way while he was at the back, once the restriction was broken and he came in, it would be the death of all of them. Jida was slightly panicked and said, "What should we do? There's no other way." Lord Devour sighed and said, "Now, I hope that Shinta Xiong will find out later. When Yi Qing Han and Yao Ji arrive, with Yao Ji's restriction and Little Han's strength, we will have the capital to contend with Shinta Xiong. If Shinta Xiong comes in earlier, we will be dead." Jida blinked his eyes and suddenly thought of a problem. He quickly asked, "Then, sir, can't you set up a few more restrictions? The place where I set up the restriction is the best and has the strongest suction force. The other places don't have much effect. I will set up a few more small restrictions. Hopefully, we can wait for Little Han's arrival." Lord Devour quickly set up some small restrictions in the air. Then, he and Jida sat cross-legged in the void, waiting for Shinta Xiong's next attack. Of course, they were also waiting for Yi Qing Han and the others' arrival. What? There's a restriction on the passage, and Ing Kue was accidentally sucked in? Shinta Xiong's face was dark as he came in from the Flying Phoenix and explained. The Wind Moon Monarch's face changed. He thought that he was lucky that he didn't follow them in. Otherwise, he would have been dead. It seemed that the reincarnation secret domain was in there. Lord Devour and Yi Qing Han had chosen a good place. They could advance and retreat at the same time. If this continued, when Yi Qing Han's strength continued to increase, he wouldn't even know what the divine world was. It seemed that after returning to the divine world, he shouldn't be too close to Shinta Xiong. If Yi Qing Han came back, he would end up like Ing Kue. Shinta Xiong's face darkened. He didn't care about what the Wind Moon Monarch was thinking. He was thinking about Lord Devour's words. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that it was possible. He knew about the Fire God battle armor. It was the #1 supreme spirit treasure in the divine world. As the favorite disciple of the Battle Emperor, how could he not know about it? If Yi Qing Han got the Fire God battle armor and refined the Primal Chaos Divine Crystal, it was possible that he could kill Qing Shan and kill his 2 sons. Yi Qing Han, Devour Dia Wu, you two be *stards. Don't fall into your father's hands. Otherwise, I will make you beg for death. Abruptly, Shinta Xiong roared, his murderous aura surging. The Wind Moon Monarch and the 100 venerables in the back hall were shivering in fear. They were afraid that Shinta Xiong would vent his anger on them. The more Shinta Xiong thought about it, the angrier he got. Thinking about the restriction in the passage and Lord Devour's mocking expression, he was angry, helpless, and bewildered. He didn't dare to gamble. Although his strength had reached the peak of the God Realm, it was like the sealed God Valley in the past. Even though venerables could come out, Grade 9 experts didn't dare to take the risk. Although he didn't believe that the spatial whirlpool could trap him, he didn't dare to try. Wind Moon Monarch, do you understand restrictions? Do you have the confidence to break Devour Dia Wu's restriction? After a moment, Shinta Xiong seemed to think of something. His eyes lit up as he locked onto the Wind Moon Monarch and shouted, "I don't really understand. Lord, it's not that I'm afraid of death, it's just that Devour Dia Wu's restriction skill is comparable to the Soul Emperor's, and the Soul Emperor's restriction was learned from the Battle Emperor's restriction manual. The Battle Emperor's restriction skill is #1 in the divine world." The Wind Moon Monarch's pupils shrank. Not to mention that he didn't have the confidence. Even if he did, he wouldn't help Shinta Xiong. Moreover, even if he broke the restriction and killed Devour Dia Wu, what benefits would he get? Would Shinta Xiong give him the Primal Chaos Divine Crystal? Trash, AI. Let's return to the divine world first and think about it later. Shinta Xiong felt a headache. Adding on the fact that he was anxious to confirm Lord Devour's words, he was filled with worry. If he couldn't go in now, then he could only retreat and think of a way. The Wind Moon Monarch let out a sigh of relief and quickly sent a message to the 100 venerables in the back hall. They controlled the Flying Phoenix and flew towards the divine world. Chapter 1230. In the Boundless Void. The Soul Emperor Pavilion flew rapidly. Yao Ji had the best understanding of the Soul Emperor Pavilion, and was also the most proficient in controlling it. She controlled the Soul Emperor Pavilion to fly faster than Lord Devour and Yi Qingyu. The atmosphere in the great hall of the 9th floor was still gloomy. Ever since Yi Qinghan entered, he went into a small hall alone and opened the barrier. Yan Ran Fireworks, Li Shuier, and the others were left to sit in the hall. Over the past few months, Monarch Yan Ran and Fireworks had gotten used to it. Although Yi Qinghan and Yan Ran didn't say anything about their relationship, Monarch Yan Ran and Fireworks had gotten used to it. However, Fireworks and the others knew how romantic Yi Qinghan was. When Queen Yan Ran looked at Yi Qinghan, even a blind man could see the love in her eyes. How could they not understand? Although he felt a little sour in his heart, he had already brought the person back. What else could he do? Fortunately, Monarch Yan Ran had a good temperament, and she had joined the sect later. Yi Qinghan had even helped her kill Qing Shan, so she was extremely grateful. Under her intentional flattery, the other women accepted her. Besides, Yan Ran was a level 9 expert and a soul cultivator. She was powerful and could be a great help to Yi Qinghan. Xiao Yu, go and persuade Qinghan. He will definitely listen to you. Fireworks frowned, and her long eyelashes trembled. Her face was full of worry. Yi Qinggu was also very anxious. Yi Qingyu also became worried when she heard this. She shook her head and said, "Brother, when he is upset, he doesn't like to be disturbed. He likes to be alone." Fireworks froze. He thought back to when they were at the stream of Yin spirits. Yi Qinghan had left alone with a low roar. Her heart ached. Yi Qinghan was always looking for a secluded corner to lick his wounds when he was hurt, annoyed, and in pain. This was also one of the shining points that attracted all the girls. "I'll go take a look." Yan Ran suddenly stood up, smiled, and walked towards the side hall. Fireworks and the others didn't want to disturb Yi Qinghan, but when they saw Yan Ran volunteering, although he felt a little sour in his heart, he still felt slightly relieved. Yan Ran had just married into his family. Yi Qinghan would be too embarrassed to reject her, right? In fact, Yi Qinghan wasn't injured. He was healing himself. He was refining the primal chaos divine crystal. In the new soul space, the soul sea could explode at any time. Yi Qinghan originally did not intend to refine the chaos divine crystal. It was just that there was a high chance that he would face Shinto Xiong in the reincarnation mystic realm this time. He really had no confidence, so he could only grit his teeth and refine the chaos divine crystal. At this time, the Soul Emperor Pavilion had already been flying for a month, and Yi Qinghan had already refined it for a month. But at this moment, he suddenly opened his eyes, and his eyes were filled with incomparable rage. "I'm such an idiot, stupid pig." Yi Qinghan scolded himself and raised his hand, wishing he could give himself a slap. Because he was worried about the safety of his loved ones in the secret realm of reincarnation, he hurriedly refined the Chaos Divine Crystal. But now, he discovered a very serious problem. It wasn't that he couldn't refine the Chaos Divine Crystal, but in fact, the Chaos Divine Crystal had already completely fused with his divine world, and could no longer be separated. He had forgotten one thing. Refining the Chaos Divine Crystal required time. The Chaos Divine Crystal easily fused with Yi Qinghan's Chaos Divine Crystal. He felt a very pure power begin to cover his Chaos Divine Crystal. The divine power within the Chaos Divine Crystal immediately turned from the original purple color to a dark gold color. After a month, it had already turned golden. This meant that the divine power had begun to grow crazily, and after the quantitative change, it had reached a qualitative change. His divine power had already reached the level of a 9th grade supreme martial artist, and it was still growing. It was just that divine power was easy to grow, but the power of space did not. He felt that there was a golden energy within the Chaos Divine Crystal that was slowly seeping into his Chaos Divine Crystal. The speed was comparable to a snail's crawl. Although he didn't know what the golden energy was, he could guess that it was probably the essence of the Chaos Divine Crystal. When the golden energy completely seeped into his Chaos Divine Crystal, he would be able to control more space power. He thought of Lord Devour, who had spent 1 to 200 years to advance from the peak of 7th grade war god to 9th grade. Considering the current situation, he understood that to completely refine the Chaos Divine Crystal, it would take at least 1 to 200 years. But after 1 to 200 years, he wouldn't even know if he was dead or alive. If he refined the Chaos Divine Crystal, it would be a waste. Moreover, it would only take a few months to go to the secret realm of reincarnation. After refining the Chaos Divine Crystal, his strength would be no different from not refining it. That was why he was so angry. God damn it. I should have asked Lord Devour earlier. This Chaos Divine Crystal is refined like this. Yi Qinghan touched his nose embarrassedly. He had completely wasted the Chaos Divine Crystal. If he gave it to Jida or Yenran, they could have created a peak of 9th grade martial artist. Walking around the room, Yi Qinghan cursed himself. Finally, he sat down helplessly. Since he had refined it, there was no use regretting it. He checked the Chaos Divine Crystal again and realized that refining it had nothing to do with him. The energy in the Chaos Divine Crystal seeped into the Chaos Divine Crystal automatically. He didn't need to go into seclusion to control it. It would take about 3 to 4 months to go from the Fire Dragon dimension to the Reincarnation dimension. There were still more than 2 months left. What should he cultivate? How could he improve his strength in these 2 months? Yi Qinghan's mind was spinning, but he laughed at himself. It was wishful thinking to want to break through in 2 months. He stood up and wanted to walk around to see fireworks and the others. However, seeing them reminded him of the dead martial artists on the Fire Dragon continent. He didn't dare to see them. Buzz! At this time, the restriction in the room was touched by someone, and it lit up slightly. Yi Qinghan was slightly stunned. Usually, when he was in seclusion, fireworks and the others would not dare to disturb him. He used his divine sense to check and found that it was Yenran. He remembered that after saving her, he hadn't talked to her properly. He quickly opened the restriction and let her in. Today, Yenran was wearing a light yellow robe. She had an oval-shaped face and a graceful bearing. Her eyes were filled with tenderness and a sweet smile. Her peerless charm caused Yi Qinghan to tremble. After Yenran walked in, she sat on the jade bed next to Yi Qinghan and said with concern, Yi, Qinghan, are you okay? Everyone is worried about you. You are their pillar of support. You can't fall. Hee, I'm fine. I've been through more dangerous situations. I won't fall. Yi Qinghan's heart ached, and he forced a smile. He asked with concern, Yenran, are you used to leaving the divine realm? Yenran nodded heavily. She lowered her eyes, and her long eyelashes blinked. She smiled and said, I am used to it. You killed Qingshan for me, and I feel relieved. As long as I can go back to the Qingshan tribe to pay my respects to my parents and tribesmen, I will have no regrets. Thank you, Qinghan. Thank you for fulfilling my wish. Yenran is willing to do anything for you. Oh! When Yi Qinghan heard the last sentence, his heart skipped a beat. He recalled that in Yenran's little house, Yenran had taken off her clothes, revealing her snow-white back and the black phoenix that was about to take flight. He couldn't help but feel his throat dry up. But now was not the time to think about such things. He remembered the tragedy in Song City and the danger in the secret realm of reincarnation. His face darkened. Yenran was a soul cultivator and a woman. She could easily see through Yi Qinghan's thoughts. She wanted to use her body to help Yi Qinghan resolve his sadness. At the same time, they confirmed their relationship. But they didn't know what to say, and the two became awkward. Amidst the awkwardness, there was a hint of ambiguity. It was very strange. After a moment of silence, Yenran glanced at Yi Qinghan and said shyly, Qinghan, what are you thinking about? Yi Qinghan was also embarrassed. He said casually, I am thinking about how to improve my strength. To be honest, I am not confident that I can defeat Shintu Xiong. But there are only 2 months left before we reach the secret realm of reincarnation. How can I improve my strength in 2 months? I have an idea. Yenran's eyes brightened as she opened her mouth and blurted out. After that, she became shy as a blush appeared on her face. The blush slowly spread to her ears, making her look extremely alluring. What is it? Yi Qinghan was very surprised and asked curiously. However, he found that Yenran's appearance was not right. Her face was as red as an apple and her whole body was hot. When she occasionally glanced at him, her eyes seemed to be dripping water. Yenran lowered her head and clenched her white fingers. After a long time, she said shyly, Have you forgotten my identity? I am from the Black Wind clan. My virginity might help you improve your strength. Do you want to try? Chapter 1231. The Black Phoenix Race. Yi Qinghan's heart trembled. He thought of the black phoenix on Yenran's back, and then looked at Yenran's expression. He couldn't help but feel his mouth go dry. He subconsciously wanted to move, but he felt that the timing wasn't right, so he hesitated. Should I do it or not? I can't do it. The bodies of the Yi family members haven't even turned cold, and I'm already indulging in romance. Isn't that too much of a beast? No, I'm doing this to increase my strength. If I can really increase it a little, won't I have more confidence in dealing with Shin Xiong? I have no choice but to kill Shin Xiong and save people. Isn't that so? If I think this way, it seems a little shameless. Should I do it or not? That's a problem. Yi Qinghan became bashful, and his mind started to struggle. He couldn't help but glance at Yanran, but he also forced himself to turn his head away. He was in a difficult position. Ha ha! Yanran covered her mouth and giggled. She saw Yi Qinghan's embarrassment and felt that it was funny and a little bashful. However, if Yi Qinghan didn't take the initiative, how could she be embarrassed? Saying such bold words today had already made her feel extremely ashamed. However, with this smile, the teasing in her eyes became even more intense. Her eyes were full of love, and it was extremely moving. Logically speaking, I should do it. This is beneficial to everyone, but I shouldn't do it. The bodies of the Yi family members haven't even turned cold, and Qingqing and the others are in danger. No, I should do it too. Yanran has been with me for so long, it's time to give her a proper status. That's not right either. I can only live for a few hundred years. If I take Yanran, there will be one more sad person after I die. I can't harm her anymore. Yi Qinghan scratched his head, feeling a headache coming on. Finally, he thought of the ticking time bomb in his mind. He might not live for more than 500 years, so he resolutely decided not to harm Yanran. However, when he finally made up his mind and turned around to reject her, a fiery body pounced over and hugged his neck. A fiery and delicate body pounced over and hugged his neck. Then, two soft and tender lips pressed against his and clumsily began to suck on his lips. A pink tongue stuck out from her mouth, like a snake's tongue, and clumsily tried to enter Yi Qinghan's mouth. At first, Yanran was amused by Yi Qinghan's hesitation, but she found that he had already been hesitating for an hour. His expression was uncertain. He didn't look like he was acting, and he looked like he was really considering, so she couldn't help. In the beginning, he only had a favorable impression of Yi Qinghan, or it could be said that it was a kind of transaction. However, just as she was about to be killed by Qing Shan, Yi Qinghan suddenly appeared. His back was not considered broad, but at that moment, it was so imposing that it moved her heart. In addition, Yi Qinghan had helped her take revenge, so her heart was completely tied to Yi Qinghan. For hundreds of thousands of years, she hadn't fallen in love. Now that she was aroused, she was like a young girl falling in love for the first time. She wholeheartedly wanted to follow Yi Qinghan. Seeing him hesitate, she couldn't help but feel anxious. She steeled her heart and took the initiative, preparing to use the stupidest method: cooking rice. Yi Qinghan's mind was very strong. Towards his enemies, he could be as cold as winter snow. In the past, outside Seoul Emperor Island, he had killed 1.3 billion people. In the face of power, he had never yielded. Outside Flame Dragon City, under the pressure of Supremacy Evil Moon, he had said no even in the face of certain death. However, his resistance towards beauties was completely negligible. He was a sentimental person, and especially in this kind of situation, his heart had completely softened. Of course, there were some things that immediately hardened and became as hard as godly metal. Monarch Yanran was undoubtedly a beautiful woman. She had the special spiritual body of the Black Phoenix tribe, the unique temperament of a soul cultivator, and the status of a high and lofty monarch. This made her fatally attractive to men. At this moment, she was like a young girl clumsily asking for a kiss. This made Yi Qinghan feel even more stimulated, and his mind surged. Therefore, Yi Qinghan decisively responded. His two hands skillfully embraced her fiery body. One hand began to gently caress her perfectly round buttocks, and the other hand subconsciously reached forward and grasped a plump place. His hand was warm and smooth, and full of elasticity. His mouth didn't stop. He stuck out his tongue and began to guide Yanran's little pink tongue. The two tongues were like two dragons playing with a pearl, entangling, drilling in and out, incomparably ecstatic. Unknowingly, Yi Qinghan had forgotten about his conflict and rejection just now. Unknowingly, The two's robes began to fall to the ground. Unknowingly, the atmosphere in the room began to become enchanting. Unknowingly, the sound of pa 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 could be heard in the room. Of course, there were also the sounds of a woman moaning and a man panting. The scene made people's blood boil, and they couldn't control themselves. Both of them were incomparably immersed in their feelings, and they desperately catered to each other. What they didn't know was that the black phoenix tattoo on Yenron's back had quietly disappeared. Then, it slowly appeared on Yi Qinghan's back, and finally disappeared. It was extremely strange. After a long time, the clouds rolled, and the flowers bloomed and wilted. The storm finally stopped, and the scene was a mess. It could be seen how intense the battle was. Yi Qinghan fell on the jade bed beside him with incomparable satisfaction. Monarch Yenron's body was like a pile of mud. Her eyes were half closed, and there was a blurry look in them. Her beautiful body moved up and down slightly, and the scene was extremely beautiful. Yi Qinghan rested for a while, and in his heart, he felt ashamed. He wasn't going to die again. But since he had already done it, he could only accept it. At this time, he suddenly thought of the Black Phoenix race's spiritual body. With a trace of extravagant hope, he began to quickly stabilize his body. There was nothing wrong with his body, and the divine crystal was also normal. The energy in the chaotic divine crystal continued to slowly seep into his divine crystal. Soul. His soul space didn't change either. No, it seemed to be a little different. The soul space was still growing, and it was even bigger than the space in the fire dragon plane. His soul sea was still shrinking, and it was now only the size of half a fist. It emitted a 7-colored light, and the aura it released was extremely terrifying. This was all normal. The only thing that was different was that there seemed to be some kind of strange energy in the soul space. It floated around in the soul space like a gust of wind. Yi Qinghan immediately locked onto this energy and carefully examined it. However, after examining for a long time, he didn't find anything. He couldn't control this energy, and he couldn't find any use for it. After a while, he couldn't help but withdraw his divine sense from the soul space. Yenran, what's so special about the Black Phoenix race's primordial Yin? Yi Qinghan found that Yenran had already put on her clothes, and she even helped him clean up. At this moment, she was hugging him, and her face was filled with a sweet smile as she pretended to sleep. Chapter 1232. Yenran raised her head. Seeing that Yi Qinghan was asking about serious matters, she hastily said, "According to the ancient records of our ancestors, the primordial Yin of the women of the Black Phoenix clan should be very beneficial to the souls of men. In history, the husbands of the women of the Black Phoenix clan were basically all soul cultivators. Yenran cultivated for hundreds of thousands of years, and because she didn't break her primordial Yin, she easily became a soul cultivator. As for the specific benefits to the soul, this is not certain. You are already a soul cultivator, so I don't know if it will be very beneficial to your soul." Yi Qinghan rubbed his nose, feeling a little relieved. No wonder Yenran was the only person in the divine world who could enter the 5th level of soul quietude by herself. So it was because of the Black Phoenix race. He closed his eyes to check again, but he still couldn't control the inexplicable energy in his soul sea. He also found that this energy wasn't harmful to his soul. Plus, his soul space was already very strange, so Yi Qinghan simply ignored it. He didn't have much hope that the primordial Yin of a Black Phoenix woman could increase his strength. After all, he was already very strong, so how could he improve just because of a heaven and earth spiritual body? So he wasn't too disappointed. Instead, because of Yenron's beautiful body, the sorrow in his heart lessened a little. Because Yi Qinghan's mood had eased, the atmosphere in the Soul Emperor Pavilion also became relaxed. But because they were worried about the reincarnation plane, they didn't show it on their faces, but there was still some worry. "No. I was tricked by this bitch." In the endless void, inside a large bird that was covered in source energy, Shinta Xiong angrily shouted, startling Monarch Wind Moon. The 100 venerables were also startled. The flying phoenix stopped flying and stopped in midair. "Lord, what's wrong?" Monarch Wind Moon carefully asked. The flying phoenix had been flying towards the divine world for a month. In this month, Shinta Xiong's temper was very bad, scaring him to the point that he couldn't relax. He was afraid that Shinta Xiong would tear him apart to vent his anger. "Yi Qinghan couldn't have killed Qing Shan, let alone my son. Devouring butterfly dance tricked me." Shen Tu-xiong's body was emitting a biting cold killing intent. His eyes were burning with anger as he paced back and forth in the hall, muttering to himself. He cared a lot about the Eternal Palace, and he cared more about Shen Tu Wuxie and Shi Yan. When he heard that they were killed and the Eternal Palace was broken, his mind was thrown into chaos. However, at this moment, he seemed to remember something, and he was sure that Lord Devour had tricked him. The Battle Emperor is definitely dead. Even the divine crystals were gone. Even if a shred of his soul escaped, could he preserve it for millions of years? There was also the Fire God battle armor. The corpse of the Fire God clan patriarch had been taken away by his clansmen. The heart of the Fire God should be in the Fire God secret realm right now. Even if Devour Dia Wu and Yi Qing Han gathered all the other parts, they would never be able to get the Fire God's heart. There were definitely some old things inside the Fire God's secret realm. How could they get it? She's trying to trick me. I was fooled by her. Screw her period. Shen Tu-xiong muttered to himself, causing the Wind Moon Monarch to be unable to understand. He did not dare to interrupt, and could only stare at Shen Tu-xiong anxiously. In his heart, he felt that Shen Tu-xiong was even more unreliable. After returning to the immortal realm, he must stay away from him. Suddenly, Shen Tu-xiong roared, his expression incomparably firm. He waved his hand and said, "Go back, go back. I'm going to tear her apart. Immediately turn around and go to the reincarnation plane. I want the reincarnation plane to be barren." This. The Wind Moon Monarch gawked. This motherfasterous cur was crazy. Wasn't he afraid that Lord Devour's restriction would smash him into the space vortex? What are you waiting for? Turn around. Shen Tu-xiong saw that the Wind Moon Monarch was not moving and roared. "Sir, do you have a way to deal with Shi Dia Wu's restrictions and attacks?" The Wind Moon Monarch bitterly laughed as he asked. Shen Tu-xiong's eyes turned a few times, and immediately lit up. Obviously, he had a plan. He coldly snorted and said, "Restriction? Humph. I have my ways. As for attacking, I'm not interested in her at all." Wind Moon Monarch sighed helplessly. He controlled the Flying Phoenix to turn around. The Flying Phoenix circled once before flying back to the reincarnation plane. "Sir, it's been almost 2 months. Shen Tu-xiong should have left by now, right?" In the void outside the reincarnation plane, Jida and Lord Devour were sitting cross-legged. The two had waited for almost 2 months, but Shen Tu-xiong did not attack again. Jida heaved a sigh of relief. Thinking that Li Shesher might be waiting for him naked under his command, he really wanted to return to the reincarnation secret realm to report. "I don't know." Lord Devour opened his eyes and said indifferently before closing his eyes again. "Then Lil Han should be here soon, right?" Jida smiled embarrassedly. Then he thought of a problem and said in shock, "Oh no, do you think Shen Tu-xiong is waiting outside and encountered Lil Han?" Lord Devour's face slightly changed as he thought of this possibility. However, after a while, he shook his head and said, "The things that the Wind Moon Monarch made cannot be compared to the Soul Emperor Pavilion. They are definitely much slower. Even if they encountered them, with the Yao Ji controlling them and Lil Han, they can easily get rid of them. If there are no accidents, Lil Han and the others will arrive in 10 days. Jida was a little relieved. He pondered for a while and said, "We can't stay in the reincarnation secret realm anymore. Lord, if we can avoid this, where should we go?" Lord Devour knitted his brows and sighed after a long time. There aren't many medium-sized planes in the divine world. Besides the Fire God, Beast God, and Water God secret realms, the other medium-sized secret realms are connected to the divine world. There must be Shen Tu-xiong spies. The reincarnation secret realm is the most hidden place. Unfortunately, it was discovered. Say, you and Yenran can't enter the Fire Dragon continent. Otherwise, you can hide there for a while. It's useless to talk about this now. Wait for Lil Han to come. Then we can discuss it in detail." Jida agreed. Anyway, there were still around 10 days before Yi Qing Han would arrive. At that time, they could have a good discussion. At the same time, Jida secretly prayed that Lord Devour would scare Shen Tu-xiong away, allowing them to leave smoothly. Facing Shen Tu-xiong, who was at the peak of 9th grade supreme martial artist, Jida didn't even have the courage to fight. The gap between them was too big. Swish! At this moment, there was a gust of wind behind him. Jida was startled. He used his divine consciousness to check and heaved a sigh of relief when he found that it was Li Shirshir. Li Shirshir was still wearing a yellow dress. When she saw Jida, she was happy at first. Then, she revealed a resentful expression. Finally, she saw Lord Devour beside her and asked curiously, "Lord Jida, what happened?" Jida didn't know how to explain, so he looked at Lord Devour. However, Lord Devour's eyes were cold as he looked at the passage to the reincarnation plane. Someone came in. I don't know if it's Lil Han and the others or Shen Tu Xiong. Lord Devour was like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. His body tensed up as the origin energy and space power revolved around him. His divine consciousness probed ahead without any limit. What happened?" Li Shirshir poked Jida's waist and asked nervously. Jida glared at her and said in a low voice, "Don't talk." Li Shirshir immediately kept quiet out of fear. Seeing their solemn faces, she knew that something big must have happened. Then, she recalled that they had been here for a few months. Something must have happened. Immediately, she followed them to investigate the passage with a solemn face. Not good. It's Shen Tu Xiong. After a while, Lord Devour's face changed as he screamed, "Shen Tu Xiong brought a group of people here. He must have sent them to their deaths. This time we're in trouble." Jida's face was also ashen. However, he asked suspiciously, "My lord, why are you so sure that it's Shen Tu Xiong?" Lord Devour's eyes were cold as he said in a low voice, "The people who came in have triggered several small restrictions that I have set up. Either there are a lot of people, or it's the flying phoenix that the Wind Moon Monarch created, or it's the Soul Emperor Pavilion. If it's the Soul Emperor Pavilion, Yao Ji would have already come in with such a fast speed. The people who came in are so slow. It can only be Shen Tu Xiong's group." Chapter 1233. What should we do? My lord. Kid's entire body tensed up, and his face turned pale. He clenched his fists tightly. It would be a lie to say that he wasn't nervous. Li Shirshir was also affected by the two of them. She bit her lip and looked at them with a serious expression. She didn't dare to say anything. "Return to the secret realm of reincarnation immediately. Put all our people into the spatial divine artifact. Exit the reincarnation secret realm from the other side and find a place to hide. If Shen Tu Xiong doesn't discover you and directly enters the reincarnation plane, immediately exit the endless void from the passage and try your luck." Lord Shir pondered for a while and then ordered. Jida and Li Shirshir exchanged looks as they understood what Lord Devour meant. Lord Devour decided to stall them one more time. If he couldn't, he would have to sacrifice his clone. Kid brought everyone out of the reincarnation plane from the other side and hid quietly. If Shen Tu Xiong had immediately entered the reincarnation secret realm, he might not have discovered Kid. At this time, Jida could take the opportunity to rush out and wander the void, trying his luck to find Yi Qing Han and the others. If he could find the Soul Emperor Pavilion, he would be saved. Outside the secret land of reincarnation was a material plane. Jida could not enter it. Yi Qing Han and the Enchantress were about to arrive. They should be nearby now. This was his only chance of survival. "Milord!" Jida and Li Shirshir screamed at the same time. They were worried about Lord Devour. Lord Devour snorted and said indignantly, "Why are you so hesitant? My real body is in the Fire Dragon continent. Even if this doppelganger is destroyed, I will only lose some strength, but my real body will still be alive. What are you waiting for? Do you want everyone to die with you?" Lord Devour scolded Jida, waking him up. He brought Li Shirshir to the reincarnation secret domain. Once they entered the mystic realm of reincarnation, Kid immediately activated his god power and yelled, "All venerable realm martial artists and special class elite seeds, gather at Reincarnation Island immediately." Although Jida's strength was only at the lower rank 9, with the help of his divine power amplification, his shout was like a clap of thunder that shook the entire Samsara Island. Shell! Countless figures from the 3 continents in the secret realm of reincarnation shot out and flew toward the Reincarnation Island. Countless figures flew out of Reincarnation Island. They all looked terrified, not knowing what had happened. "Brother Kid? What happened?" "Sir, what's wrong?" Yu Qingqing, Venerable Li Quan, Lei Zhan and the others were the first to be alarmed. Venerable Li Quan and Emperor Yu had already refined the pseudo-chaos divine crystal, and their strength had reached pseudo-9th grade. Their speed was extremely fast. Shintu Xiong has killed his way to our doorstep. All of you, enter my spatial god artifact. I'll bring you guys away. My lord is stalling outside. Jida quickly explained, but his body did not stop for a moment. He shot downward and shouted at Yi Sahan, the demon devourer demon, and the others, don't resist. I'll pull you into the spatial divine tool. Emperor Lei Zhenyu and Venerable Li Quan's expressions changed. Even Yu Qingqing, who had always been calm, changed her expression. Although Emperor Yu and Li Quan were fake grade 9, they were no different from ants in front of Shintu Xiong. If Shintu Xiong wanted to exterminate everyone, he only needed to move his fingers. Jida waved his hand and stored Yi Qinghan's children inside. Then, he quickly stored the Soul Devourer City's senior elders, countless Soul Devourer City's senior elders, and the elite disciples of the Flame Dragon continent. Finally, he turned to look at Yu Qingqing and the others. He quickly shouted, don't think too much. This time, everyone might not die. Don't resist. I'll bring you guys to find little Han. Everyone had a gloomy expression on their faces as they were sucked into the spatial divine tool. In the end, Jida used his divine sense to make sure that all the important people had been sucked into the spatial divine tool. Then, he turned into a dragon and flew in another direction. In a few blinks of an eye, he disappeared into the sky and entered the endless void. Jida's spatial divine tool was given by Lord Devour. It was relatively big, but it could not take away everyone from the divine world. There were also countless elite seeds of the Soul Devourer City left in the secret realm of reincarnation. These people's strength varied, but the strongest was a 7th grade war god. They all heard Jida's angry roar and saw all the venerables and important figures being taken away. They vaguely guessed that something big was going to happen, and their faces changed. As for the low-level warriors, they were even more terrified. They looked at the sky in fear, as if doomsday was coming. It's Shintu Xiong. Lord Devour stared at the only entrance and sighed helplessly. His eyes were burning as he looked ahead, and a cold smile slowly appeared on his face. Bitch. I was almost fooled by you. Haha, luckily I'm smart. This time, I'm going to leave no one alive in the secret realm of reincarnation. Shintu Xiong's arrogant voice resounded. Shintu Xiong's divine sense had already locked onto Lord Devour. Lord Devour also sensed that there were 30 venerables in front of Shintu Xiong. He knew that his plan had been completely seen through by Shintu Xiong. You can try to barge in. If I let you go back with these 30 idiots, I, Devour Jia Wu, will write my name backwards. Lord Devour's face had already recovered its calmness. He wore a relaxed expression as he stood proudly at the entrance of the passage. It was as if he could hold back 10,000 people. Humph. This again? Do you think I'm scared of you? Shintu Xiong mocked. Then his eyes turned cold as he shouted, the top 10 venerables charge. As long as you can get in, I'll grant you the position of Overlord. Pseudo-chaotic divine crystal. Those who retreat will be killed without mercy. This time, Shintu Xiong had mobilized 30 venerables. They were divided into 3 batches. They were here to commit suicide and destroy the restriction. These venerables didn't understand the situation. Under Shintu Xiong's double attack, the top 10 venerables could only grit their teeth and charge forward with the origin energy surrounding their bodies. You idiots! Shintu Xiong is sending you to your deaths. The South Mountain Sovereign has become his scapegoat. Why are you still so stubborn? Lord Devour's emotionless voice resounded. His body didn't move as he stared coldly at the 10 venerables charging at him. Sizzle! The 10 venerables triggered the restriction that Lord Devour had set up. Instantly, blinding lights flashed and electric arcs danced. Terrifying energy burst out from the restriction and shrouded the 10 venerables. Ah! Lord, save us! The 10 venerables were so scared that their souls left their bodies. They screamed in fear and turned to look at Shintu Xiong, only to see that he didn't move at all and had a cold expression on his face. Instead, it was a violent explosion. Although the 10 venerables were protected by the origin energy, they were pushed into the vortexes on both sides by the shockwave. A powerful suction force acted on their bodies. At the same time, an indescribable energy actually messed up their god power. They couldn't move or teleport at all. After a few screams, the 10 venerables were swallowed by the 2 vortexes. The surroundings regained its tranquility. You You can continue to charge forward and see how many restrictions I have set up. I want to see how many lives you have to pay for it. Lord Devour's voice resounded again. It was emotionless, but it made the remaining 20 venerables shudder. It also made Shintu Xiong's expression change. Shintu Xiong looked at the 20 venerables. His eyes flickered and his body shivered. It seemed like he was about to escape. Immediately, he condensed his spatial power and a 100-meter-long and several-meter-wide golden sword appeared above his head. His face was filled with killing intent as he roared. The 20 of you split up and charge forward. I will be with you. I will kill anyone who dares to escape. Charge forward. As long as we get inside, I will crush this woman like an ant. Chapter 1234. Feeling Shintu Xiong's sharp murderous aura behind them, the 20 venerables looked desperate as they thought about Shintu Xiong's tricks. Most importantly, they had nowhere to run in the endless void. The 20 venerables could only grit their teeth and follow Shintu Xiong's instructions, rushing forward. They could only hope that they wouldn't encounter any restrictions and that Lord Devour wouldn't kill them. When Shintu Xiong arrived, they would be able to survive. Would Lord Devour kill them? The answer was definite. That year, the dancing butterfly martial god was famous in the divine world for her decisiveness in slaughtering. There were countless god bandits on the sea, including more than 10 7th-grade war god bandit chiefs and millions of ordinary god bandits. However, Lord Devour and his spirit devourer army had slaughtered them all. No one was left alive. Lord Devour's cruelty was obvious. The 10 venerables saw Lord Devour's eyes flash. Countless golden flying swords appeared in the void in front of her, covering the entire place and shooting towards them. Everybody felt desperate, as if they were drowning in despair. Haha. B*Tisich. You've revealed your true intentions? Shintu Xiong's face glowed. He had made the right bet. Lord Devour didn't set too many restrictions. It was the right decision to let them open the way. However, he didn't move forward, and the golden sword above his head didn't shoot out, either. This place was near the space vortex, so he didn't dare to use space power to attack. If the space vortex shook and changed, he would be sucked in. Damn it! Bang! Bang! Countless small golden swords shot at the 20 venerables. The spatial energy of the upper 9th-grade venerables was like a huge mountain crashing into the venerables. The 20 venerables were shot into a mess and were all sent flying. More than 10 venerables were instantly sucked into the spatial vortex, leaving behind countless screams and howls. Sizzle! Sizzle! Many small restrictions that Lord Devour had hidden were triggered by the attacks of the venerables or Lord Devour. Dazzling lights flashed, and electric snakes danced around. The situation was chaotic. Of course, there were two people who didn't panic. Lord Devour stood at the entrance of the passage with an indifferent face, while Shintu Xiong accelerated with a ferocious face. Shintu Xiong acted as if he did not see the small golden swords shooting at him from all directions. With a wave of his hand, the small swords bounced off, and even the huge golden sword above his head did not move. His golden hair danced in the wind. Under the reflection of the golden sword above his head, he looked like a demon god, majestic and imposing. The 20 supremacies were all sent into the spatial vortex. The countless golden swords also disappeared or exploded. Shintu Xiong's speed suddenly increased, and the golden light around his body exploded. The corners of his mouth were twisted, and he laughed sinisterly. Slut, what other moves do you have? Do you want to use it? Lord Devour grinned fiendishly. He didn't retreat, but moved forward. At the same time, white light emitted from his body. Billions of flying swords were condensed in front of him, dashing forward. Lord Devour sneered faintly. Shintu Xiong, you'll see my move soon. Shintu Xiong slowed down a little, but he continued to dash forward. Without the barrier, with Devour's upper level 9 power, how could he be Shi Yan's match? Shi Yan could subdue him with just a flip of his hand. At this moment, before he could get out of the passage, the giant sword above his head had already slashed down, tearing Lord Devour's body into pieces. The two of them were like a golden meteor and a white meteor, colliding against each other in the void. However, there were two massive space vortexes next to them, where the gray air currents were spinning crazily. Such a scene was thrilling to the core, shaking people's minds. Sir, you want to give up your clone? Sigh, if you leave your clone, you'll lose half of your life. Not only will your power be damaged, but your mind and soul will also be damaged. On the other side of the reincarnation plane, Jida was lying on the origin energy. The origin energy was also emitting from his body, but he didn't release any aura. From a distance, if one didn't check carefully, they wouldn't notice that someone was hiding here. His soul consciousness had found Lord Devour, dashing toward Shinto Xiong. Jida sighed, retrieving his soul consciousness. His aura vanished as if he had become a dead object. He didn't dare to check anymore, as he was afraid that Shinto Xiong would find him. Then all of them would be killed. Humph. Dang. Shinto Xiong saw that Lord Devour had blocked the passage in front of him, so he couldn't avoid it. He could only attack forcefully. However, he didn't dare to attack with all of his power, as he was afraid that the space would shake too much, which would increase the suction force of the space vortex. At the same time, he decided that as soon as he killed Lord Devour, he would increase his speed to the top, dashing into the reincarnation plane. He didn't want to die with Lord Devour. Haha, Shinto Xiong, you fool. You've fallen into my trap again. Let's die together. Lord Devour wore a complacent face. Vaguely, he felt relieved and overjoyed. His entire face emitted a dazzling radiance. His body was covered in a blazing flame. Billions of giant gold swords in front of him gathered into a long dragon in the sky, roaring and roaring as it dashed toward Shinto Xiong. At the same time, his body was like a cannonball, shooting toward Shinto Xiong. What? F***CK. Self-destruct. That crazy woman. Shinto Xiong's face changed dramatically. His radiant face turned ashen. His giant gold sword could easily break Lord Devour's attack, and it could also kill him easily. However, at this moment, Lord Devour had come here to die. How could he kill him? Lord Devour's attack couldn't make Shinto Xiong retreat, but what about the self-destruction of an upper-level 9 expert? A venerable self-destruction could flatten the soul-devouring city, so one could imagine how powerful the energy would be. At this moment, after Lord Devour had refined the primal chaos divine crystal, the purest and most domineering energy in the world started to burn crazily. How powerful would it be? It could be seen from Shinto Xiong's frightened eyes. It could also be seen from Jida's frightened eyes. It could also be seen from the faintly trembling void nearby. Motherf ****. Supreme God Emperor, save me. Shinto Xiong roared as he retreated rapidly. Jida held his head, not daring to hide anymore. He dashed toward the reincarnation secret realm. Once the destructive energy exploded, it would definitely cause the reincarnation mystic realm to tremble. Outside the reincarnation mystic realm, he would definitely be blasted into the spatial whirlpool. Only by entering the reincarnation plane would he be able to escape. Boom! A loud explosion that could shatter the void reverberated in the nearby void. In fact, the nearby void was indeed shattered. White cracks appeared in the space. It should be known that this was the endless void, the most stable place in the entire plate boundary. The crazy energy produced shockwaves that shook the 2 space vortexes nearby. Then, the 2 space vortexes spun crazily, and the suction force suddenly increased by 10 times. As expected, the reincarnation secret realm shook. The reincarnation plane, which was dozens of times bigger than the fire dragon seat, was shaken by the shockwave. One could imagine how strong the shockwave was. No! Shinto Xiong roared angrily. However, the position that Lord Devour had chosen to self-destruct was extremely ingenious. It was in front of Shinto Xiong's left. When the surging energy exploded, the space vortex immediately rebounded, producing an incomparably strong suction force. In addition to the shockwave of the explosion, Shinto Xiong was pushed into the center of the space vortex, and he disappeared instantly. Not good. Outside of the spatial vortex, the flying wand was also sent flying countless rounds in the air by the powerful shockwave. Finally, Shinto Xiong's hoarse roar was heard by everyone. The Wind Moon Monarch paled in fright. He immediately controlled the flying phoenix to run away. PFFF. On the Flame Dragon continent, in the Dark Castle, a snow-white rabbit suddenly opened its mouth and spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. Its snow-white fur rapidly turned ashen. Its slightly opened eyes were dim, and its aura was faintly discernible. It seemed like it would die in the next second. Lord, are you okay? How's the situation over there? What do you need us to do? Night Emperor, Yi Tianlong, and the others had been guarding this place. Seeing the situation, they were panic-stricken, surrounding Lord Devour, but they didn't know what to do. Lord Devour's mouth twitched. After a while, he spat out a feeble voice that was almost inaudible. Haha, I've forced Shinto Xiong into the space vortex. However, I'm not sure if he'll die or not. Perhaps he'll get out. Say, this is the best that Devour Jiawu can do. Tell little Han that I won't be able to help him anymore. If Shinto Xiong doesn't die this time, I can only rely on him. My power is gone, and my soul is hurt. I need to rest for hundreds of years. You guys just need to send someone to protect me. Chapter 1235. Lord Devour curled up under the grape trellis, not making a sound. His ash-gray fur became even dimmer, which made people feel a pain in their hearts. They didn't know what Lord Devour had gone through, or how badly he was hurt. They couldn't help him. Looking at the little rabbit that was only the size of a palm, everyone felt extremely ashamed, especially Yi Tianlong and the others. They did not know what to feel. Lord Devour was the king of the Fiery Dragon Continent. Without him, the Fiery Dragon Continent would have been destroyed. Without him, Yi Qinghan couldn't have been created, and Yi Qinghan would have died many times in the divine world. Lord Devour's life was miserable and lonely. She always liked to sit quietly under the grape trellis and read books. She always arranged many things by herself. In fact, he was the same kind of person as Yi Qinghan. He liked to bear everything by himself, sheltering people from the wind and rain. He didn't know how much he had suffered and how much blood he had shed. Not good. Lord Devour is hurt. If the divine world sends dozens of venerables, who can stop them? Marshal Shui suddenly thought of a problem. His face solemn. Wind Lord, Moon Queen, and Yi Tianlong also put on a stern face. Since Lord Devour was wounded, not only did they worry about the reincarnation plane situation, but they also worried that the God world would send more people to the Fire Dragon Continent. Without Lord Devour, if another group of venerables came, how could the Night Emperor, a venerable, deal with them? Night Emperor sighed, shaking his head. You guys go back. Moon Queen and I will stay here to protect Lord Devour. Go rebuild Song City according to the plan. As for the other problems, don't worry. Little Han has arranged everything. They were bewildered, then relieved. Looking at Lord Devour, who was curling up under the grape trellis, they flew back to Song City, ready to rebuild the city as planned. Moon Queen, protect me. I want to refine the pseudo-chaotic divine crystal immediately. The Night Emperor sat cross-legged on the rooftop, took out a 7-colored divine crystal, and immediately began to refine it. Yi Qinghan killed the First Elder and the Fire God Patriarch with the Fire God secret skill and got 2 pseudo-chaotic divine gems. Before he left, he gave one to the Night Emperor. Originally, the Night Emperor was still considering whether to refine it. Once he refined it, he could only be a fake level 9 martial artist for the rest of his life. But now he had to refine it. The Moon Queen nodded her head and set up a formation to cover the entire dark castle. The huge dark castle quietly disappeared into the dark forest, as if it had completely disappeared. Xiao! Outside the reincarnation secret skill, Jida's body emerged from the weak spot in the space. He took a deep breath with lingering fear in his heart. His divine senses began to investigate quietly. In the end, everything was quiet. Lord Devour was gone, and so was Shinto Xiong. There was nothing strange about the surrounding void, and the 2 spatial vortexes were the same as before. It was as if they hadn't experienced the terrifying explosion. Sir's clone is definitely finished. He just didn't know if Shinto Xiong had been sucked into the spatial vortex. Or had he retreated? What should I do? Should I rush out now and fly in the direction of the Fire Dragon Continent to find little Han? Jida was in a dilemma. The impact was too strong, and he didn't dare to stay outside. At this moment, he couldn't figure out Shinto Xiong's movements. If Shinto Xiong was severely injured and had retreated, wouldn't he be walking right into the trap if he rushed out now? After considering for a long time, Jida decided to hide here. It was too dangerous to rush out now. Even if he couldn't meet Shinto Xiong, if he flew in the endless void and couldn't find Yi Qinghan's group, he and the people in the spatial divine tool would die for sure. I wonder where little Han and the others are now? Sigh, if the situation really makes one feel incomparably sullen, if it was just me, I would have rushed out long ago and fought to my death. Jida angrily laid on the origin energy and didn't dare to move. He thought about the reincarnation secret realm underneath him. At this moment, it was a mess, and he was even more anxious. However, he could only force himself to calm down and restrain his aura. He used his divine senses to investigate quietly. In fact, Jida and Lord Devour had guessed wrongly. The Soul Emperor Pavilion was only half a day away from the reincarnation secret realm. Yao Ji had stayed in the poison dragon swamp for thousands of years, so her restriction level was much higher. She could control the Soul Emperor Pavilion more easily. Of course, if the Soul Emperor Pavilion was under the control of the Soul Emperor, it would be much faster. Inside the Soul Emperor Pavilion, Yi Qinghan stood in the hall with a solemn face. His divine senses stretched out infinitely. At this moment, they were close to the reincarnation plane. He had to be careful. Otherwise, if he were ambushed by Shinta Xiong, the consequences would be unimaginable. Fireworks and the others stood behind Yi Qinghan anxiously. Although they looked calm, the worry and anxiety in the depths of their eyes were obvious. The people closest to them were in the reincarnation secret realm. If something happened to them, they didn't know how to survive. Yao Ji, fly to the left quickly. There's a strange creature flying in front of us. Suddenly, Yi Qinghan shouted. Yao Ji's body shook. Her hands immediately flew up and shot out several beams of divine power. The Soul Emperor Pavilion shook, turned, and floated to the left. Everyone nervously searched to the right. Their divine senses weren't as strong as Yi Qinghan's, so they couldn't find anything. Only Yanran vaguely felt that a monster was flying towards them at high speed. Flying Phoenix? Yi Qinghan and Yanran looked at each other and said at the same time. Yao Ji was the first to react. Her face turned solemn, and she flew to the left even faster. Yao Ji, listen to my orders. Send me out. If Shinta Xiong comes to kill me, you guys go around him. Use the Soul Emperor Pavilion to smash the Flying Phoenix. Without the Flying Phoenix, I want to see how Shinta Xiong can return to the divine world. Yi Qinghan ordered without hesitation. Everyone immediately turned to look at him. Yi Qingyu said with a trembling voice, Big brother, can you deal with Shinta Xiong? Yi Qinghan coldly smiled and said with certainty, I can't kill him, but in this endless void with a fire god battle armor, he can forget about killing me. Get ready. Everyone didn't speak anymore. They all used their divine senses to search the Flying Phoenix. However, besides Yi Qinghan and Yanran, no one else could. After a moment, Yi Qinghan frowned and said, Something's wrong. They don't seem to have discovered us. Why are they flying in that direction? Yanran also vaguely felt that the Flying Phoenix flew in another direction. Moreover, it didn't stop at all, as if it didn't discover them. Slowly chase after them. After pondering for a moment, Yi Qinghan pointed in a direction and said firmly to the enchantress. Yao Ji glanced at Yi Qinghan and hesitated for a moment. Then, the Soul Emperor Pavilion circled around and rapidly chased after the Flying Phoenix. Strange. This direction isn't the direction to the divine world. This Flying Phoenix seems to be flying randomly? Yi Qinghan frowned. He was a little confused. He turned to Yao Ji and said, Go a little closer and take a look. However, what caused Yi Qinghan and the others to be even more puzzled was that the Soul Emperor Pavilion moved closer. When Yi Qingyu and the others could vaguely sense the distance, the Flying Phoenix also clearly sensed the Soul Emperor Pavilion. The Flying Wan had clearly discovered the Soul Emperor Pavilion. With a flash of light, it began to accelerate at full speed. Is Shinta Xiong trying to lure me? Yi Qinghan's mind raced, but he immediately rejected this idea. With Shinta Xiong's strength, wouldn't he pounce at him like a wild beast? Moreover, what kind of trap could he lay in the endless void? Chase at full speed. Yi Qinghan waved his hand. At the same time, the fire god battle armor appeared around his body. Source strength revolved around him and his killing intent soared. The Soul Emperor Pavilion's speed was several times faster than the Flying Phoenix. Under Yao Ji's full control, it immediately soared towards the Flying Phoenix. Chapter 1236. Whoosh. In just an hour, the distance between the Flying Phoenix and the Soul Emperor Pavilion was reduced to hundreds of thousands of miles. At this time, even Yi Qingyu and the others could see it with their eyes. Prepare to support me at any time. Fly around the vicinity and send me out. Yi Qinghan roared and Yao Ji immediately activated the restrictions. Yi Qinghan's figure appeared in front of the Soul Emperor Pavilion and turned into a meteor that chased after the flying phoenix. Ha! 10 God Slayer spears suddenly appeared from the void and turned into 10 dragons that shot towards the flying phoenix. How fast were the God Slayer spears? They were definitely dozens of times faster than the flying phoenix and caught up in an instant. Bang! A huge sound rang out as the flying wand trembled and flipped through the air. It was sent flying hundreds of kilometers away, but then it stabilized, and like a frightened rabbit, it began to flee. Yi Qinghan was even more puzzled. If Shen Tuxiong was here, he would definitely come out to fight him. He immediately sent a message to Yao Ji to drag him into the Soul Emperor Pavilion and chase after the flying phoenix. Let's see how you escape this time. When the Soul Emperor Pavilion neared the flying phoenix, Yi Qinghan immediately flashed out. The 10 God Slayer spears suddenly stabbed towards the flying phoenix. This time, Yi Qinghan did not hold back. The God Slayer spears wildly spun, causing the source strength on the surface of the flying phoenix to spin as well. Then he easily stabbed in. Bang! Without the protection of the source strength, the flying phoenix was no different from a pile of scrap metal. With a series of explosions, the flying phoenix was torn apart, revealing countless terrified faces. Frigid Night Sovereign, spare us. We were forced to do this. We were forced by Shen Tuxiong. Frigid Night Sovereign, spare us. Wind Moon Sovereign brought a group of supremacies and knelt down in the void. They looked at Yi Qinghan and the Soul Emperor Pavilion behind him in horror. Their eyes flashed with fear. It's you guys? Yi Qinghan was greatly surprised, but his gaze became even colder. The 10 God Slayer's spears revolved around his body. Under the illumination of the fire god's battle armor, the red light, and the white light of the origin energy, he looked awe-inspiring, as if a god had descended. He stared at the Wind Moon Monarch and roared, "Where is Shen Tuxiong?" Shen Tuxiong? Wasn't he sucked into the spatial vortex? Why, Sovereign Han Yi, don't you know? Wind Moon Sovereign asked in confusion. He thought that Yi Qinghan had chased him out from the reincarnation plane. Originally, he was afraid that Yi Qinghan would hunt him down, so he didn't dare to fly in the direction of the heavenly realm. He didn't expect to meet him by chance. Yi Qinghan shuddered and hurriedly asked, "What's the specific situation? Tell me everything truthfully. If you hide anything, kill without mercy." Yes. Although Wind Moon Sovereign was confused, he didn't dare to ask. The 10 silver spears by Yi Qinghan's side could actually break through the flying phoenix protected by the origin energy? That could easily destroy them. He immediately told everything he knew, starting from the heavenly realm, how Shen Tuxiong forced him to build the flying phoenix, how Shen Tuxiong went to the planar battlefield to ask for the heavenly realm's map, and finally here. Oh! When Yi Qinghan heard that Shen Tuxiong rushed into the reincarnation plane and was actually sent into the spatial vortex by a violent explosion, he was shocked. Shen Tuxiong was a peak 9th grade supreme being. What kind of explosion could have such power? To be able to send Shen Tuxiong into the spatial vortex? Lord Devour's restrictions definitely weren't this strong. Even Yao Ji couldn't do it, unless it was a battle emperor. Could it be? Yi Qinghan became even more worried about the reincarnation plane situation. He didn't care about the others and immediately flew towards the Soul Emperor Pavilion. The Wind Moon Monarch and the others behind him had a change of expression as they shouted, "Sovereign Han Yi, wait! I won't kill you, what else do you want?" Yi Qinghan turned his head and coldly swept his gaze over them. Everyone immediately stopped and looked at Yi Qinghan. The Wind Moon Monarch was as worried as a wronged wife and said shyly, "Lord, the flying phoenix was destroyed by you. If you abandon us, how can we return to the heavenly realm? You can't abandon us, we will all die." "I don't care if you die. Not killing you is already benevolent of me." Yi Qinghan coldly snorted and no longer cared about them as he turned and flew away. The Wind Moon Monarch's eyes saw the space fragments floating over and his face turned ashen. He knelt down and begged loudly, "Lord, save us! You can't abandon us, we can become your soul slaves, save us! Sovereign Han Yi, save us!" Yes. Sovereign Han Yi, we can become your soul slaves. In this endless void, without the flying phoenix, we will die without a doubt. For a moment, countless people cried out in sorrow, begging for mercy and howling in grief. Without the flying phoenix, If Yi Ching Han did not bring them along, all of them would be mercilessly torn apart by the space fragments. Yi Ching Han turned his head and looked at the group of old men. The high and mighty venerables of the immortal world and the rulers of the Wind-Moon Great Land were like helpless children, tears and snot flowing down their faces. He remembered that when he wanted to kill the Blood Knight monarch, the Ice Mountain Queen transmitted a message to him. Leave a spark for the divine world. In the future planar wars, the divine world will have no experts to resist. His heart softened as he sighed and said, "All of you follow me." After entering the Soul Emperor Pavilion, "Don't move, or else don't blame me for being merciless." Everyone was overjoyed. Seeing that Yi Ching Han did not make them hand over their soul fires, they became even more grateful. They deeply bowed to Yi Ching Han and carefully followed Yi Ching Han to fly forward. "Yao Ji, pull me in. Send these people to the first floor of the Soul Emperor Pavilion." Yi Ching Han transmitted to Yao Ji and then shouted to the Wind Moon Monarch and the others, "Do not resist." After entering the Soul Emperor Pavilion, Yi Ching Han's heart was burning with anxiety. He said to Yao Ji, "Full speed to the Samsara Mystic Realm." Yao Ji was obedient to Yi Ching Han and did not ask anything. She pulled the Wind Moon Monarch and the others to the first floor and then flew at full speed to the Samsara Mystic Realm. Fireworks and the others did not dare to ask anything. They nervously looked in the direction of the Samsara Mystic Realm. After flying for half a day, 4 familiar space vortexes appeared in front of everyone. There are no enemies. Go in slowly. Yi Ching Han's powerful divine sense had already scanned the area. He gave the order and the Soul Emperor Pavilion slowly flew towards the passage. Brother Jida. Yao Ji, fly over there. Yi Ching Han suddenly shouted. He was wild with joy. Jida was still alive. This meant that the Samsara Mystic Realm had not fallen. His wife and family were most likely still alive. Soul Emperor Pavilion. Jida also scanned the Soul Emperor Pavilion. He flew over with a face full of joy. Yao Ji immediately pulled him in. Brother Jida. Little Han. Yi Ching Han and Jida gave each other a bear hug. Jida's eyes were filled with tears as he choked and said, "Little Han, my lord sacrificed an avatar to protect us." Is there anyone else in the Samsara Mystic Realm? Yi Ching Han had actually guessed a little. Wind Moon Monarch's description and Jida's words allowed him to understand the situation. However, this wasn't the time to reminisce, so he quickly said. Jida immediately said, "There are still some elite disciples. My spatial divine item cannot hold that many people. Let's talk later. Yao Ji, let's enter the Samsara Mystic Realm first." Yi Ching Han did not waste words. He turned to Yao Ji and gave the order. Yao Ji nodded. The Soul Emperor Pavilion spun madly and rushed into the Samsara Mystic Realm. The Samsara Mystic Realm was already a mess. After Jida brought everyone away, the plane shook after Lord Devour's avatar self-detonated. The warriors in the Samsara Mystic Realm felt as if doomsday had arrived. They were in a state of panic. When the Soul Emperor Pavilion broke through the power source and entered the Samsara Mystic Realm, many people were shocked. Yi Ching Han's divine sense swept through the Samsara Mystic Realm. He was about to let the Soul Emperor Pavilion fly down to collect the remaining elite lands. When his divine sense swept through the Reincarnation Mountain, his face changed and he shouted, "Yao Ji, get out of the Samsara Mystic Realm. Shuntu Xiong is not dead. He is entering the Samsara Mystic Realm from the Yellow Spring River. Run." Chapter 1237. Shuntu Xiong can actually create a spatial whirlpool from the Yellow Springs River. He is so powerful. Yi Ching Han was secretly shocked. The Soul Emperor Pavilion immediately turned around and spun madly towards the weakest point of the space, floating out of the endless void. Haha, I'm finally out. I'm finally out of that damned place. I'm finally out alive. Haha, Soul Emperor Pavilion? Where are you going? A cold and terrifying voice like that of a demon king resounded in the Reincarnation Mystic Realm. Then, a terrifying aura instantly enveloped the entire Mystic Realm. The billions of citizens in the Reincarnation Mystic Realm felt as if the sky was collapsing. They did not even dare to breathe loudly. Countless people even prostrated themselves on the ground, shivering. Then, a shining golden figure shot out from the Yellow River at the foot of the Reincarnation Mountain that had been flattened. A huge golden sword cut through the air and slashed towards the sky. Heavens! What method is this? Beside the reincarnation mountain, the martial artists that Li Shirshir had arranged to guard were all dumbfounded. Looking at the giant sword that could cut through the sky, their bodies went limp with fear. They trembled in disbelief. Boom! Yi Qinghan's divine sense was incomparably powerful. He discovered this quickly. By the time Shintu Xiong attacked, the Soul Emperor Pavilion had already broken through the source power and disappeared from the plane. Boom! The giant golden sword smashed into the source power, causing a blinding light to erupt. The entire reincarnation mystic realm actually trembled slightly. Woo! Shintu Xiong roared in anger. Under the amplification of his powerful divine power, hundreds of God King martial artists nearby all bled from their orifices and were sent flying backwards. The surrounding space trembled slightly from Shintu Xiong's roar. It was clear what level Shintu Xiong's strength had reached. The reincarnation mystic realm was in complete chaos. Countless people madly ran around, screaming and covering their heads like rats. It was as if the reincarnation mystic realm would be destroyed in the next second. Shintu Xiong had no time to care about these low-level martial artists. He madly flew towards the place where the Soul Emperor Pavilion disappeared. His speed was as fast as lightning. In a flash, he had left the endless void. Where do you think you're going? As Shintu Xiong saw the Soul Emperor Pavilion flee between the two vortexes, he was overjoyed. His speed immediately rose to the limit. At the same time, a great golden sword tore through the void above his head. They locked onto the Soul Emperor Pavilion, ready to strike at any moment. This won't do. If this goes on, the Soul Emperor Pavilion will definitely be destroyed by Shintu Xiong. Enchantress, send me out. Wait for me outside. Yi Qinghan was constantly inspecting Shintu Xiong, and when he saw how fast he was, his expression changed greatly. His mind worked madly, and he immediately came up with a plan. Brother. Qinghan. Little Han. Everyone's expressions changed as they cried out in alarm. The enchantress didn't dare to disobey Yi Qinghan's words, but now she was hesitating and looked at Yi Qinghan worriedly. Teleport. Yao Ji, if you see Shintu Xiong chasing after you, immediately go to the Fire Dragon continent. Jida Yen ran. Go to the Beast God's secret realm and take care of everyone. Yi Qinghan shouted coldly. His expression was extremely resolute, and he didn't allow any disobedience. The enchantress was stunned. She gritted her teeth and shot out several rays of divine power. The Soul Emperor Pavilion flashed, and Yi Qinghan's body was teleported out. Shintu Xiong, your son died in my hands, and Qingshan also died in my hands. Today it's your turn. Let this young master play with you properly. Standing where Lord Devour was standing, Yi Qinghan's origin power revolved around him, and the Fire God battle armor shone with a red light. He held the Slaughter God's saber in his hand, and the 10 Slaughter God's spears revolved around him. His eyes shone with a strange light, and his voice was mixed with the heavenly devil voice. At the same time, he activated the soul exterminating technique, and used all his means to stop Shintu Xiong's pursuit. Fire God battle armor? As expected, Shintu Xiong's body froze, and his expression became uncertain. He originally thought that Lord Devour was tricking him. He didn't expect that Yi Qinghan really had the Fire God battle armor. Didn't that mean that he really had the ability to kill Qingshan, Shintu Wuxia, and the others? This old man will tear you into 10,000 pieces as a sacrifice to my children. Shintu Xiong let out a furious roar. In this moment of being stunned, he discovered that billions of golden soul threads were madly rushing towards his mind. After that, he saw Yi Qinghan's 10 God Slayer spears shooting towards him like flickering lights. In his rage, he didn't care about Yi Qinghan's attack. He controlled the golden sword and ruthlessly slashed at Yi Qinghan. Motherf ****. Lunatic. Shintu Xiong is a lunatic. Yi Qinghan's eyes turned bloodshot, and his face turned red from anxiety. At this moment, he was in a tunnel, and there were whirlpools on both sides. Although he had the Fire God battle armor, and could teleport under Shintu Xiong's attack. But at this moment, where could he teleport to? There were whirlpools on his left and right, and Shintu Xiong was in front of him. If he teleported backward, he would still be caught by the golden sword. Furthermore, if he retreated, and Shintu Xiong caught up, everyone in the Soul Emperor Pavilion would be in danger. Mother ****, I'm going all out. There was no other way. Yi Qinghan could only fight to the death. If he teleported, there would be no one to control the slaughter god's spear, and it would explode and collapse. Then all his previous efforts would be wasted. At this moment, he could only risk being slashed by the golden sword and see if he could heavily injure Shen Tuxiong. If he could heavily injure Shen Tuxiong, at least Demonis Fireworks and the others would be saved. Fire God Battle Armor, it's all up to you now. Slaughter God's Spear, turn for me. Kill, 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 kill. Yi Qinghan steeled his heart. He didn't dodge, and decided to fight to the death. Since the Fire God Battle Armor was rumored to be able to withstand a 9th-grade supreme martial artist's attack without dying, then he could gamble on it. If he could kill Shen Tuxiong this time, it would be even more perfect. The God Slayer's spear stabbed towards Shen Tuxiong in a frenzy. At the same time, the golden sword above heavily slashed down towards Yi Qinghan with a destructive might. Die! Shen Tuxiong was furious. He didn't believe that Yi Qinghan could kill him. At this moment, Yi Qinghan didn't dodge. How could he let go of such a good opportunity? Boom! Boom! Both of their attacks hit each other at almost the same time. Yi Qinghan attacked first, but Shen Tuxiong was able to attack at the same time. It could be seen that his attack speed was much faster than Yi Qinghan's. A dazzling light erupted from both of their bodies, and they flew out at the same time. Shen Tuxiong spat out blood, and a few holes appeared on his body. Yi Qinghan also spat out blood, and he was sent flying like a kite with a broken string. However, behind Shen Tuxiong was the reincarnation plane, and beside Yi Qinghan were two huge vortexes. Shen Tuxiong's body smashed heavily into the origin energy outside the plane. His whole body was drenched in blood, and it was a tragic sight. As for Yi Qinghan, he was smashed into the spatial vortex, and in the blink of an eye, he disappeared. Even the blood he spat out was sucked into the spatial vortex. Qinghan! Little Han! Big brother! Outside the vortex, everyone in the Soul Emperor Pavilion opened their eyes wide in horror and screamed. Yi Qinghan's fiery red body was too eye-catching. At this moment, they had just flown out of the passage, so of course they could see it clearly. When Yi Qinghan's figure was completely swallowed by the spatial vortex, Yi Qingyu, Yi Qingguo, and Fireworks went limp, and their vision turned black as they slumped to the ground. Yanran and Yao Ji looked at each other, but their faces were pale, and they almost collapsed. However, Jida's face was dark and he shouted angrily, "Yao Ji, go! Immediately!" Yao Ji gritted her teeth, and her tender and beautiful lower lip was bitten open, and blood flowed out. She powerlessly closed her eyes, and 2 streams of tears flowed down her cheeks. Her hands shot out several beams of divine power, and the Soul Emperor Pavilion turned into a meteor, breaking through the sky. Chapter 1238. That was close. I was almost tricked by that kid. Luckily, he focused on my divine crystal. Haha, that fool. Doesn't he know that the primal divine crystal is protected by the primal chaos chi? Isn't it almost indestructible from the attacks of a grade 9 supreme martial artist? Yi Qinghan, with your strength, you still didn't die after entering the spatial whirlpool? Outside the reincarnation plane, Shen Tuxiong sat cross-legged on his origin energy. The divine crystal was slowly healing his body. His face was filled with lingering fear. Among Yi Qinghan's attacks just now, 7 of them were aimed at his primal chaos divine crystal, while 3 were aimed at his head. All of them were aimed at killing him. Although Shen Tuxiong was attacked by Yi Qinghan's soul destruction attack, at the critical moment of life and death, he forcefully activated his soul force to disperse the golden soul threads. Then, his origin energy frantically surged out of his head, protecting his soul sea with all his might. Those 3 God Slayer spears almost pierced through. But in the end, Yi Qinghan was blasted away. Without anyone controlling it, the God Slayer spears immediately broke into pieces. At this moment, although he managed to preserve his life, his entire body was blasted into pieces. The primal chaos chi outside the primal chaos divine crystal had also been blasted away. It could be seen how powerful Yi Qinghan's attacks were. How many years has this kid cultivated for? He actually almost killed me. Too sick, too sick. Luckily, he fell into the spatial whirlpool. Otherwise, if he cultivated for a few 100,000 years, would I still be his opponent? No. He has already refined the primal chaos divine crystal. He can't improve his nomological laws anymore. His strength can't improve anymore. Forget it. Forget it. He doesn't have the primal chaos divine crystal, so he doesn't have the protection of the primal chaos chi. It's impossible for him to come out of that damned place. Yi Qinghan. You will definitely die this time. Shen Xiong let out a long breath. Yi Qinghan's methods were too strange. Most importantly, his talent was too abnormal. If he didn't kill him, he wouldn't feel at ease. Only now did he heave a sigh of relief. However, when he recalled that Shen Wuxia had been killed by Yi Qinghan, Shen Xiong became enraged again. He grinned and roared, I will definitely destroy the Fire Dragon continent. Yi Qinghan, no matter where your relatives are hiding, I will find them one by one and tear them all to shreds. I swear. After half a day, Shen Xiong's body was completely healed. He immediately flew out of the passageway, but discovered that there was nothing in the void. The Soul Emperor Pavilion was gone, and the Flying Phoenix was also gone. His divine sense radiated to the limit as he searched the surroundings. Then, it flew around several large whirlpools. After confirming that the Flying Phoenix and the Soul Emperor Pavilion were gone, it let out a furious roar and flew back to the reincarnation plane. Boom! 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 Flying back to the reincarnation plane, Shen Xiong didn't say anything. He condensed a large palm and smashed it at the 3 continents below. Who knew how many cities were destroyed? How many people were killed? This time, the anger in his heart weakened a little. Without the Flying Phoenix, I can only directly fly back to the divine world. God damn it. This time I will have to use up primal chaos energy. Monarch Wind Moon, you bastard. Don't let me see you, or I will make you wish you were dead. Shen Xiong coldly snorted and sent out another palm strike, sinking the reincarnation island. Then, he turned and flew out of the endless void. Looking deeply at the whirlpool that Yi Qinghan had fallen into, he gritted his teeth and flew back to the divine world. If he hadn't become a lord of the divine world, it would have been incomparably difficult to fly back to the divine world. He might even have died due to the exhaustion of his source energy. But now that his strength had reached the peak of 9th grade supreme, there was a lot of primal chaos energy in the primal chaos divine crystal. Flying back to the divine world wasn't a problem. It's not broken, it's not broken. Brother is still alive. What if he comes out of the space whirlpool and can't find us? Sister Temptress, hurry up and go back. Shen Xiong can come out of the space whirlpool. With Brother's strength, he can also come out. Brother will definitely come out. Let's go get Brother, okay? Once Yi Qingyu came to her senses, she immediately ran toward the hall, ignoring the people in the hall. When she saw that the soul jade slip on the table in front of the hall was not broken, she was elated and immediately said to the Temptress. The Temptress shook her head and didn't say anything. She looked at Jida. At this moment, there were many people in the hall. Paragon Li Quan, Lei Zhen, Yu Qingqing, and all the other important people had been teleported out by Jida from the spatial divine tool. When Yi Qingyu spoke, countless people looked at Jida. At this moment, Jida's strength was the highest. Moreover, Yi Qinghan had named him as the leader. We can't go back. Unexpectedly, before Jida could say anything, Yu Qingqing suddenly spoke. Yu Qingqing was still wearing a peach-colored palace dress. Her temperament was out of this world. At this moment, her strength had reached 6th grade war god. Although this bit of strength was far from that of the Temptress, Yanran and the others, among Yi Qinghan's women, Yu Qingqing had always been the most mature. She was also respected by Yi Qinghan and the other women. Yi Qinggu had not been awake for long. Her beautiful face turned pale. She shook her head and asked, Why? Sister Qingqing? Are we going to leave little Han alone? What if he comes out and can't find us? Moreover, Shen Xiong is beside him. He is in even more danger. We have to go and save him. Nonsense. Yu Qingqing's almond-shaped eyes glared and turned cold. Like a lioness, she shouted, Why did Qinghan fall into the space whirlpool? Isn't it to give me a chance to escape? Although the Soul Emperor Pavilion's speed is fast, can it be faster than Shen Xiong? Once we encounter them, we will be completely annihilated. Qinghan didn't hesitate to give up her life to fight for a chance for us. Do you want to waste it? Shen Xiong fell into the space whirlpool for several months. Qinghan's strength is lower than him. Even if Qinghan can come out, it will be several months later. What we need to do now is to find a place for everyone to stay and then think about it. As Yu Qingqing was enraged, Yi Qingyu and Yi Qinggu didn't dare to make a fuss. Although the others looked sad, they also felt that Yu Qingqing's words were reasonable. On their side, Lord Devour had sacrificed a doppelganger. His strength was greatly reduced. Yi Qinghan fell into the space whirlpool. Although he wasn't dead yet, it was unknown whether he could come out or not. The strongest people were Ji Da and Yanran, who were at the lower 9th grade. They couldn't help but feel that their future was bleak. Especially Yu Qingqing, Lan Yu, and the others in the reincarnation secret realm. They hadn't seen Yi Qinghan for several thousand years. When they came out of the Soul Emperor Pavilion, they immediately heard that Yi Qinghan had been sucked into the space whirlpool. It was like a bolt from the blue. They fainted immediately. Mother, Big Uncle and Father will definitely be fine. They were fine when they fell into the space black hole. If Shinta Xiong can come out of this space whirlpool, Big Uncle and Father can come out too. The demon devourer's strength had reached the peak of God King realm. It wouldn't be long before he could break through to the God Emperor realm. Originally, he thought that he could see Xiao He. He didn't expect that Xiao He would stubbornly want to resist the enemy with Yi Qinghan. At this moment, they also fell into the space whirlpool. Although the demon devourer blamed Xiao He, he didn't dare to show it. He could only comfort Li Shui. After a final discussion, they decided to send everyone back to the Fire Dragon continent. If Yi Qinghan's soul jade slip hadn't been broken, Jida and Yanran wouldn't have gone to the Beast God's secret realm. They would have brought Yao Jida, Yi Qinghan's women, and Li Shui, back to the reincarnation secret realm to look for or wait for Yi Qinghan to come out. Chapter 1239. Yi Qinghan was indeed not dead. However, at this moment, he felt more pain than death. What the hell is this place? After being sucked into the spatial whirlpool, I was actually teleported here? Woo! This damn attack is coming again. Yi Qinghan was currently in a very strange place. His surroundings were a vast expanse of whiteness. Even with his powerful strength and divine sense, he could only detect up to 100 miles away. Furthermore, the space here was very unstable, and he could not enter the War Emperor Palace. The most important thing was, there would occasionally be a gust of wind. When this gust of wind blew, it would be accompanied by a powerful soul attack. Yi Qinghan, who was a powerful soul fighter, still had a splitting headache. Every time, he felt as though his soul sea was about to collapse. At this moment, a gust of wind blew over. Even with Yi Qinghan's powerful soul spirit, he actually rolled around in the air in pain. The muscles on his face were contorted, and his eyes were bloodshot. It was as though he was possessed by a baleful aura in the past. This place is very strange. Even with Boss's powerful soul spirit, he was actually attacked like this, but I am completely fine. Sigh, I can't wait any longer. I have to scout around and find the exit. This doesn't make sense. If Shinta Xiong can go out, then Boss's powerful soul spirit can't even withstand it. At this moment, from the slaughter god's saber on Yi Qinghan's back, a shadow floated out and condensed into Xiao Hei's appearance. Xiao Hei looked at Yi Qinghan's pained expression and anxiously scurried around Yi Qinghan. However, he did not know what to do. Finally, he abruptly fled in all directions. 1 hour later, Yi Qinghan stopped rolling around. He sprawled on the ground and panted heavily. After resting for a while, the pain in his soul spirit eased slightly. Yi Qinghan immediately sat cross-legged and looked at his soul spirit. Sigh, if this continues, even if my soul spirit ocean does not collapse, it will explode prematurely. Could this place be my burial ground? If I knew this would happen, I would not have agreed to let Xiao Hei follow me out. I am the one who harmed him. Yi Qinghan wearily opened his eyes. His eyes were filled with regret and helplessness. Shen Tu Xiong was not killed, but he was in danger, and Xiao Hei was also implicated. Most importantly, it was very likely that the Soul Sea would explode soon. Xiao! A gust of wind blew over. Yi Qinghan immediately looked over and saw Xiao Hei's human form materializing. He looked dispirited as he sighed. Boss, there's nothing here other than corpses and white fog. It's so wide here. I didn't dare to walk too far, so I couldn't find the exit. Go! At this moment, the pain in Yi Qinghan's mind was completely alleviated. He didn't waste any time and shouted at Xiao Hei. Xiao He entered the slaughter god's saber while Yi Qinghan flew away at his fastest speed. If Shen Tuxiong could swing his blade to return to the reincarnation plane from the Yellow Springs River, then as long as he found the Yellow Springs River, he could also go back along the Yellow Springs River. It didn't matter if he died, but he couldn't implicate Xiao He. Even if he couldn't kill Shen Tuxiong and couldn't obtain the possession technique, at least Xiao He would be able to live on as a spirit body, right? After flying for an hour, he still couldn't see the end. At this moment, another gust of wind blew over, and Yi Qinghan had nowhere to hide. This gust of wind covered a large area, and its speed was very fast. Yi Qinghan's divine senses were obstructed, and by the time he discovered the gust of wind, it had already blown over. An indescribable and strange energy began to attack Yi Qinghan's soul sea, causing Yi Qinghan to tumble in midair once again. Xiao He floated out again and looked at Yi Qinghan worriedly. He then turned into a shadow and floated out to scout the way. After a while, Yi Qinghan lay on the ground, exhausted, and started to heave in big mouthfuls. Xiao He hadn't returned yet, so Yi Qinghan could only roll his eyes and lie on the ground. He looked around blankly, sighed, and murmured, "Is this really the netherworld? Otherwise, how could a normal place be so big? Boss, my divine senses can't even reach 100 miles in this godforsaken place. It feels like it's boundless. This is troublesome. Can you still hold on?" Xiao He floated over, and his face was full of frustration. Yi Qinghan nodded, gritted his teeth, and continued to fly in the original direction. Along the way, he often found countless corpses, and none of them had any injuries. Moreover, they weren't all humans. There were demonic beasts, monsters, and all kinds of strange creatures, but all of them were dead. In this godforsaken place, there wasn't a single living thing. Isn't this Ing Kue? Ing Kue is really dead. A few days later, Yi Qinghan was attacked dozens of times by the soul. He gritted his teeth and endured, but unexpectedly found Ing Kue's corpse. Ing Kue's face was full of pain, and his eyes were wide open, which were full of horror. What made Yi Qinghan feel strange was that Ing Kue's divine crystal had disappeared. Looks like Ing Kue was also killed by the soul attack. What is this place? I've never heard of it before, and from Shen Tuxiong's tone, it seems like I've never heard of it either. Sigh, let's continue to look for the exit. Yi Qinghan paused for a moment, and continued to turn into a meteor, shooting forward. Just after flying for a short while, another gust of wind blew, and the soul attack came again. This gust of wind just blew, why did it come immediately? God damn it. Can't there be a little more regularity? If it comes one after another, my soul will directly collapse. Yi Qinghan was a little crazy. This was not the way to go. Although Xiao He was not affected, and although he could help him investigate, his speed was definitely not as fast as this gust of wind. When he discovered it and transmitted back, Yi Qinghan would still not be able to avoid it. What should I do? What should I do? Yi Qinghan was somewhat at a loss. After every soul attack, that kind of tearing pain came, causing Yi Qinghan to be incomparably at a loss. There were a few times when the thought of giving up surged out, and there was a feeling that if his soul collapsed, he would be completely free. I can't give up, I can't give up. Even if I die, I have to send Xiao He out. Time and time again, Yi Qinghan tumbled in midair, and time again, his soul almost collapsed. Every time, Yi Qinghan told himself that he could not give up. For the sake of Xiao he had to fight with all his might. Swish! Yi Qinghan flew rapidly in the vast expanse of white, and from time to time, he was forced to stop and tumble in the sky. He flew for a full 2.5 months, but it seemed like he would never reach the end. Yi Qinghan himself could not remember how many soul attacks he had experienced, and he felt that his mind was in a mess. His entire body was a size thinner, and his face was pale. If it wasn't for Xiao He, Yi Qinghan was afraid that he would have given up long ago, and his soul would have collapsed. Xiao He, I can't hold on any longer. My soul might be collapsing soon. Boss has harmed you. Don't worry about Boss. Go find a yellow river yourself. That river can lead you out of the reincarnation plane. You stay in the reincarnation plane, Yao Ji and the others will definitely return to the reincarnation plane to take a look. Half a year later, Yi Qinghan's entire body seemed to have collapsed. He grabbed his hair with both hands and rolled on the ground. His muscles were convulsing, and his eyes were bloodshot. He had a ferocious expression as he roared at Xiao Hei with all his might. In the soul space, that golden soul sea that was only the size of half a fist was currently trembling violently. In the soul space, an indescribable green energy was constantly invading the soul sea, as if the soul sea would explode in the next second. No. Boss, you can't leave me behind. You must survive. Without you, what joy does Xiao Hei have in living? Boss, hold on, we will definitely get out. Xiao Hei shouted anxiously at the side, and his face was distorted with jealousy. He wanted to grab Yi Qinghan with both hands, but he was a soul body, so he grabbed empty air time and time again. Xiao Hei, I forgot to tell you, my soul sea has mutated again. Even if I don't die this time, it will definitely explode soon. I have no regrets in this life, only that I can't kill Shinta Xiong, obtain the possession secret technique, and help you reconstruct your true body. I'm sorry, Xiao Hei. Let's be brothers in the next life. After a moment of shock, Yi Qinghan suddenly stopped rolling and struggled to stand up. His eyes actually regained their clarity, and a smile and luster appeared on his face. He looked at Xiao Hei lovingly, but this smile was incomparably desolate. Then, Yi Qinghan suddenly collapsed. His soul space had become a soul sea that was the size of a fist. Just now, it could no longer bear the heavy pressure, and with a boom, it exploded. Chapter 1240. Boss! 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 A sorrowful howl sounded. Xiao Hei threw himself at Yi Qinghan, but he passed through Yi Qinghan's body again and again. He sensed that Yi Qinghan's aura was getting weaker and weaker, and his soul aura was also gradually disappearing. Finally, when Yi Qinghan's aura completely disappeared, the fear in Xiao Hei's eyes became more and more intense. In the end, he became incomparably empty and lifeless. He sat beside Yi Qinghan in a daze, looking at him in a daze. His entire body was indescribably bleak. A silly soul body, a corpse, white fog everywhere, cold and bleak, in this strange world, formed a bleak and desolate scenery. No, I won't die. Boss, you're lying to me again. You're scaring Xiao Hei again. What you're doing is wrong, it's not fun, do you know? Xiao Hei seemed to have lost his soul. His eyes became dazed as he muttered to himself like a fool. That's not right. Last time in Sealed God Valley, Boss's soul split into two and he didn't die. So what if his soul exploded this time? At most, it would split into a few hundred or tens of thousands of souls. Boss, you're the most monstrous genius in this world. This time, you definitely won't die. That's right. Divine Crystal, Boss, your Divine Crystal didn't float out. Haha. I told you you won't die. Boss, hang in there, hang in there. As Xiao Hei muttered to himself, he suddenly thought of something. His eyes lit up and he regained his spirit. He thought of the last time Yi Qinghan was in Sealed God Valley. He also seemed to have died like this. He also thought that Yi Qinghan was dead. But the Rain Empress also told him that Yi Qinghan was not dead because when a martial artist died, the Divine Crystal would automatically float out. But at this moment, Yi Qinghan's Divine Crystal was already in his body. Xiao Hei became extremely nervous. He stared at Yi Qinghan's lower abdomen, not daring to breathe loudly. Of course, he couldn't breathe at the moment. He was afraid that in the next second, a rainbow-colored Divine Crystal would float out of Yi Qinghan's lower abdomen. Buzz! At this moment, a shadow suddenly emerged from Yi Qinghan's lower abdomen, scaring Xiao Hei so much that his soul almost flew out of his body. Well, in fact, he was currently in his soul form and had already left his body. Xiao Hei thought that it was Yi Qinghan's Divine Crystal floating out, but he didn't expect it to be a shadow, and this shadow actually condensed into a familiar figure. War Emperor! Xiao Hei's eyes lit up like the stars in the sky. At such a critical juncture, the Battle Emperor had actually appeared. How could he not be happy? He quickly shouted, Senior Battle Emperor, what happened to my boss? Can you help him? I'm begging you. Save boss. I, Lord Xiao Hei, will do anything you want. Your boss's problem is very serious. Say. I sensed that his breath was very unstable, and he was about to die. That's why I was alarmed. The Battle Emperor's face was solemn. His shadow was extremely faint, as if it could disappear from the heaven and earth at any time. He carefully examined Yi Qinghan's situation and murmured doubtfully, he actually refined the Chaos Divine Crystal. Where did he get it? Such a peerless talent actually refined the Chaos Divine Crystal now? Doesn't he know that after refining the Chaos Divine Crystal, it will be hard for him to improve his strength for the rest of his life? Say, I'm old and muddle-headed. At this moment, I don't even know if he can pass this stage. Why would I care about strength? The Battle Emperor murmured to himself. Xiao He was so anxious that smoke was coming out of his mouth. He quickly said, Senior Battle Emperor, don't worry about the Chaos Divine Crystal first. Let's see if Boss can be saved first. His soul sea has completely exploded at this moment and turned into countless fragments. The energy in his soul space is in a mess. The power source in his soul sea is also in a mess. The entire soul space is in a mess. The strange thing is that the soul sea has collapsed, but the soul space has not. I'm afraid this is the reason why he didn't die. The Battle Emperor stared at Yi Qinghan and said doubtfully. He then shook his head slightly and continued. The last time he was in the Holy Plane, he mutated once. But this time, it's even more serious. I'm not sure if he will die or not. Of course, I can't help him. No one can help him. Life and death are decreed by fate. It's all up to the heavens. The excitement on Xiao He's face dimmed again. The last time the Battle Emperor helped Yi Qinghan open the teleportation array of the planar battlefield, he had almost used up all of his energy. He also said that he would only appear if Yi Qinghan removed the 3 layers of the seal. Now that he had suddenly appeared, Xiao He thought that the Battle Emperor had a way to help Yi Qinghan overcome this crisis. I came out to meet this kid one last time. I didn't expect that he would be unconscious. I won't be able to see him one last time. The Battle Emperor looked at Xiao He and sighed faintly. Hee, my energy has been used up. If Yi Qinghan doesn't die this time, tell Yi Qinghan that I have removed the seal on the black stone. The seal on the Battle Emperor Palace has also been removed. Inside the black stone is a Chaos Divine Crystal. This is a 9th grade Supreme Divine Crystal from ancient times. I was lucky enough to obtain it. Originally, I wanted to wait until he reached the 9th grade Dharma Law's realm before I let him refine it. I didn't expect that he would obtain one himself. He is even refining it now. Oh! Chaos Divine Crystal. Xiao He was slightly stunned. Xiao He knew about the black stone. Back then, Xiao He and Yi Qinghan's souls had not been separated. He knew many of Yi Qinghan's secrets. He didn't expect it to be a Chaos Divine Crystal. Then, his expression changed again. He looked at the Battle Emperor in shock and said, What? Battle Emperor, are you going to die? No, I mean your energy has been used up? That's not it. Sorry, Senior. I don't know what to say. It's okay. I should have died a long time ago. It's already very lucky that this remnant of my soul has been preserved for so long. It's just a pity that I won't be able to see Shen Xiong die in front of me. The Battle Emperor's silhouette became fainter and fainter. It swayed in the air, as if it would dissipate with the wind at any time. He raised his head and looked at the vast white scenery around him. He sighed and said, Before I die, I can't even see the divine world one more time. Xiao He, if Yi Qinghan can survive this, please help me tell him a great secret. I promised to tell him. A great secret? What is it? Xiao He's face was filled with grief. Yi Qinghan's life was uncertain. At this moment, the Battle Emperor's soul was about to disappear. Xiao He's heart was filled with sorrow and sadness. He asked casually. At this moment, even if it was a great secret, he wouldn't be interested. I suspect that the destruction of the divine world and the fall of the 10 ancient gods was done by the Supreme God Emperor. If Yi Qinghan is lucky enough to survive, and if he can kill Shen Xiong and become the Lord of the divine world, tell him to be careful of the Supreme God Emperor. After the Battle Emperor finished his last sentence, he looked as if he had been freed. He looked at Yi Qinghan and Xiao He again. Then, his silhouette gradually faded, and finally, disappeared from the world. Precursor Battle Emperor! Xiao He screamed one more time, feeling so lonely. Lord Devour's clone was destroyed, and he didn't know his current situation. Yi Qinghan was unconscious. His soul sea was chaotic, and he didn't know if his soul space would explode or if he would fall asleep forever. At this moment, the Battle Emperor was dead. Moreover, he didn't know what to do in this damn place. He had no family, and no one could help him. He felt as if he had been abandoned by this world, as if he was the only one left in this world, watching over it all by himself. Chapter 1241. Ah! Why is the soul jade slip getting dimmer and dimmer? Little Han. Is Big Brother in a dangerous situation? May the Divine Emperor bless us. Big Brother, you have to hold on. You have to hold on. Ching Han, hold on. We are all waiting for you to come back. The Soul Emperor Pavilion was filled with cries and tears. Countless people stared at the green soul jade slip on the table in the hall with solemn expressions. The atmosphere in the hall was oppressive to the extreme. The soul jade slip is not exploding. Instead, it is slowly dimming. This is so strange. Ji-Da and Monarch Yenran looked at each other with puzzled expressions. Venerable Li Quan and Emperor Lei Zhenyu also frowned. They had lived for millions of years and this was the first time they had encountered such a situation. If a martial artist died, the soul jade slip would immediately explode. If the martial artist did not die, the soul jade slip would not change. However, Yi Qinghan's soul jade slip was so strange that it kept dimming. Everyone, don't panic. I think Qinghan is not in danger. There is a problem with his soul C. Otherwise, once his soul disappears, the soul jade slip will definitely explode. There is no point in panicking. Pray sincerely. Yenran had some knowledge about souls. After observing for a while, she said this and closed her eyes to pray sincerely. Although they did not know if praying to the Divine Emperor would work, what else could they do at this moment? Yi Qingyu and the others did not dare to speak. They imitated Yenran and prayed. However, they did not dare to close their eyes. They clasped their hands together and stared at the soul jade slip as if they were afraid that it would explode in the next second. Big Brother, hold on. Didn't you say that even if the heavens wanted you to die, you would fight it? Didn't you say that you would pierce through the heavens? I used the soul-devouring transformation and did not die. Even the heavens did not want my life. How can you die? If we brothers work together, we'll just have to pierce through this trifling heavens. Don't you think so? Xiao He mumbled to himself as he stared at Yi Qinghan, whose entire body was stiff and pale as if he was dead. Yi Qinghan's current situation was incomparably terrible. It was much worse than when his soul was split into two in the Conferred God Valley, and when his soul collapsed in the Holy Plain and a new soul space appeared. His entire body was ice cold. All of his divine power was gathered within the divine crystal. The mysterious energy within the divine crystal of primal chaos had stopped seeping into the divine crystal. The blood night had stopped flowing. There was no heartbeat, no aura at all. To put it simply, he was no different from an ordinary corpse. The situation in the soul space was even worse. The soul ocean that was half the size of a fist exploded into billions of pieces. The soul space was filled with all kinds of energy. There was the power of light, darkness, lightning, and the strange energy that Monarch Yenran sent over, as well as the black energy of the ghastly wind in this gray space. It was incomparably noisy as demons danced chaotically. The strangest thing was that the origin energy outside the soul space was also in a mess. A small portion of the origin energy left the soul space and turned into white clouds that floated and flew in the soul space. The billions of pieces of the soul ocean that had exploded were also flying chaotically in the soul space. In addition to the whirlwinds formed by all kinds of energy, the entire soul space was like a pot of porridge. Boss, is this soul ocean still a soul ocean? He won't sleep like this forever and become a vegetable, right? Xiao He's consciousness kept checking on Yi Qinghan. His mind was in a mess. However, there was nothing he could do. Besides staying by Yi Qinghan's side and guarding him alone, what else could he do? 1 month. Yi Qinghan's situation didn't change at all. 1 year later, Yi Qinghan's soul sea became even more chaotic. Soul fragments and origin energy fragments, as well as all kinds of energy formed a whirlwind, wreaking havoc everywhere in the soul space. It was like a sandstorm in the desert. It was so dark that there was no daylight. 3 years later, the situation had reached its worst state. 3 large whirlwinds formed in the soul space and continuously attacked the origin energy outside the soul space. Once they broke through, the entire soul space would collapse, and Yi Qinghan would most likely die. Xiao He's soul became slightly dimmer, but he continued to guard beside Yi Qinghan. It wasn't because he had stayed outside the Slaughter God Blade for a few years and had used up too much energy. It was because he had been paying attention to the progress of Yi Qinghan's soul space at all times. It had been more than 3 years, and his mental energy was severely depleted. He was extremely tired. However, at this moment, Yi Qinghan was in a critical situation. Although Xiao He wanted to sleep inside the Slaughter God blade, he had no choice but to keep an eye on Yi Qinghan. Even if Yi Qinghan really died, he wanted to accompany him and send him on his last journey. Boss, don't give up. Don't give up. Persevere. Hold on. Xiao He didn't know if Yi Qinghan could hear him. However, for the past 3 years, he had been stubbornly calling out to Yi Qinghan. He didn't know if he was telling Yi Qinghan to persevere, or if he was telling himself to persevere. Bang bang. Xiao He seemed to be able to hear the sound of the 3 whirlwinds continuously attacking Yi Qinghan's soul space. Xiao He had a strange feeling that if Yi Qinghan was able to withstand the ferocious attacks, he might be able to survive. If he couldn't, he would definitely die. As for the green jade slip in the Soul Emperor Pavilion, it had already reached its darkest moment. There was no longer any luster, and a crack had started to appear on it. This scared everyone half to death. However, after a crack appeared on the Soul Jade slip, it didn't spread any further. This made everyone's hearts hang in suspense. At this moment, the Soul Emperor Pavilion was floating outside the Reincarnation Mystic Realm. After sending some people back to the Flame Dragon continent, Yi Qinghan's women, Li Shui, and Ji Delay all came out. Venerable Li Quan, Emperor Yu, Mo Xiaoxiao, Yi Qinghan's children, Demon Devourer Yao, Soul Eater City's elders, and elite disciples had all stayed in the Flame Dragon continent. Venerable Li Quan and Emperor Yu had refined the Primal Chaos Divine Crystal. They were pseudo-grade 9 and didn't have any divine might, so they could enter the Flame Dragon plane. With their protection, the Flame Dragon continent was very safe. Ji Da entered the Reincarnation Mystic Realm to investigate, but he didn't find any news of Yi Qinghan. He didn't dare to stay in the Reincarnation Mystic Realm. Everyone could only wander outside the whirlpool, waiting. Success or failure depends on this. The second person will soar to the sky and stand above hundreds of millions of people. Or will he sink and his soul scatter? It all depends on how strong his will is. I hope you don't disappoint me. Above the gray space where Yi Qinghan was, there was an old man in sackcloth standing there. The old man still had white hair and eyebrows. He was barefooted, and there wasn't a hint of emotion on his face. His eyes were like lightning, and he could actually see through the gray fog and look straight at Yi Qinghan below. Xiao He was completely unaware that there was actually someone spying on them. A gust of wind blew in the surroundings, and from time to time, there would be a gust of wind that made Yi Qinghan roll on the ground. However, when the gust of wind blew near the old man in sackcloth, it would strangely separate automatically. It was clear that this old man's strength had reached an incomparably terrifying realm. The old man in sackcloth stood high in the sky and looked down at Yi Qinghan and Xiao He, who was like an ant on a hot pan. He didn't move at all, and he just watched quietly from high in the sky. It was as if he was waiting for Yi Qinghan's soul lotion to transform, or for Yi Qinghan to completely fall. Half a year later, the old man's eyes suddenly lit up, and a trace of emotion finally appeared on his face. His eyes were like lightning as he exclaimed, "The last 3 waves, the second person, hold on. Whether you are a dragon or a worm, it all depends on these 3 waves." Chapter 1242. Bang! Within Yi Qinghan's soul sea, 3 whirlwinds began to rapidly blow through the space comparable to the Flame Dragon continent. They constantly spun, their speed becoming faster and faster. Then the 3 whirlwinds began to violently rush towards the source power outside of the soul space, as if they wanted to break through this source power cage and return to the world of freedom. The entire soul space trembled. Where it was struck, the source power was nearly shaken apart. A giant dent was formed in the space. If it weren't for the source power quickly rushing over, a hole would have been formed in the space. The 3 whirlwinds would have completely escaped, causing the entire soul space to collapse. Puff! Yi Qinghan's eyes opened after being struck by this attack. He sat up straight and spat out a mouthful of blood. The muscles in his body began to violently tremble, and the muscles on his face contorted. It was obvious that he was suffering from intense pain. Boss! Xiao He was startled and then ecstatic. However, before his ecstatic emotions could fully fill his heart, Yi Qinghan collapsed to the ground once more, no longer breathing. Besides a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth, there was no difference from before. Boss, hold on. You must hold on. Xiao He used all the strength in his body to shout out. He knew that Yi Qinghan hadn't been affected at all by the three whirlwinds. But now, after experiencing such a violent impact, Yi Qinghan had actually spat out blood. This meant that this was the most critical moment. If Yi Qinghan couldn't hold on, he would definitely die. Big brother. Little cold. Little cold. At the same time, there was a cry of sorrow from within the Soul Emperor Pavilion. Just now, Yi Qinghan's soul jade slip had violently trembled. Then, a giant crack had appeared on it, scaring everyone half to death. Everyone, including Yanran, no longer closed their eyes. They didn't even dare to breathe. Their eyes were wide open as they stared at the soul jade slip, waiting for the final outcome. In Yi Qinghan's soul space, the three whirlwinds began to condense again. They spun crazily in the space and began to accelerate, preparing for the next attack. Ha! Why is Boss's godly power rushing into his soul space? All of a sudden, Xiao He sensed that something was amiss and cried out in alarm. His divine sense abruptly swept towards Yi Qinghan's divine crystal. The divine power in Yi Qinghan's divine crystal was madly gushing out, flowing from his meridians to his brain, through the black hole, into the new soul space, and then attached to the original power. In the end it actually fused with the power of origin. How much divine power does Yi Qinghan have? How powerful were they? His divine power had already reached the upper 9th grade. Now that he had refined the Chaos Divine Crystal, the pure energy within it had increased his divine power to that of a 9th grade supreme martial artist. At this moment, so much divine power had all rushed into his soul sea. There was no more divine power left in the divine crystal. Moreover, the divine power began to fuse with the power of origin rapidly. In the end, the white power of origin became glittering gold and thicker. Boss, all the divine power has been sucked into the soul space. Isn't he a cripple now? Bah! He can't even keep his life now. Who cares if he's a cripple or not? Even if he doesn't have any divine power, he can still cultivate in the future. Waha! Boss's soul space is reinforced by such strong divine power. It won't be broken, right? Xiao He's heart was in his throat. When the last bit of Yi Qinghan's divine power was sucked into the soul space, Xiao He hurriedly focused his divine sense on Yi Qinghan's soul space and began to examine it carefully. The attack is coming again. 3 whirlwinds formed by the fragments of the soul sea, the power of origin, and all sorts of other energies reached the limit again. They crazily smashed into the power of origin outside the soul space. Bang, bang, bang. As Blackie probed with his divine sense, which was so frightened that it almost broke his heart, the original power source, which had become golden because of the fusion of God power, shook again. Golden light erupted, and 3 dents appeared in 3 different directions. It looked like it was about to shatter. More than half of it had been broken, leaving only a few thin layers of the power of origin. Unfortunately, the momentum of the whirlwinds began to weaken. Then, they were powerlessly pushed back, and the soul space slowly returned to its original state. Yay, it withstood it again. Boss, I knew you were the strongest. Xiao He was so happy that he flew around, his expression excited. He couldn't contain his joy. But a moment later, he was frightened again. He exclaimed, Mother ***, 3 whirlwinds, why are they fusing? Mothers actually turned into one. This. Can Boss withstand it this time? The 3 whirlwinds in the soul space slowly began to condense, and finally became one. As soon as they condensed, the power of the 3 whirlwinds seemed to be at their strongest. It began to slowly accelerate, whistling through the space, preparing for the fiercest attack. The last wave. Number 2, hold it. The old man in the hemp robe, who was high up in the sky, suddenly shouted. His voice turned into layers of waves, like ripples, that spread downwards. Wherever the sound waves passed, the white fog and wind automatically retreated. Finally, when the sound waves reached Yi Qinghan's side, they quietly disappeared. Strangely, Xiao He couldn't feel it at all. At this moment, another crack appeared on the green jade slip in the Soul Emperor Pavilion. Everyone's faces were filled with despair because the soul jade slip could no longer withstand the 4th crack. Once the 4th crack appeared, the soul jade slip would definitely shatter. Yi Qingyu, Yu Qingqing, Fireworks, and the others didn't even have tears in their eyes. Their eyes were empty. Without Yi Qinghan, their sky had collapsed, and there was no light or color. What meaning was there in such a life? We can't hold it anymore. We can't hold it anymore. Xiao He muttered weakly, and his eyes were filled with fear. In Yi Qinghan's soul space, the three whirlwinds combined into a huge whirlwind. Its power grew stronger and stronger, and it was 10 times stronger than the previous 3 whirlwinds. He had almost broken through just now. Could he still hold it? We can't hold it anymore? Humph. Damned heavens, you want me to die, but I refuse to die. Fight against the heavens? What right does the heavens have to fight with me? My fate is up to me, not the heavens. Suddenly, a familiar voice sounded, and Xiao Hei's soul body almost exploded. Under the astonished and ecstatic gaze of Little Black, Yi Qinghan actually opened his eyes. With a loud roar, he abruptly stood up, straightened his spine, and raised his head to look at the sky. His black hair fluttered even though there was no wind, and his gaze was firm and confident. He pointed to the sky with one hand and stood proudly. Xiao He was dumbfounded. Yi Qinghan actually woke up at the critical moment, and it seemed like he understood his own situation very well. What made Xiao He even more dumbfounded was that Yi Qinghan's lower abdomen suddenly lit up with a rainbow divine light. When this divine light lit up, a terrifying pressure spread out, and Xiao Hei's soul body was shaken so much that he kept retreating. He only managed to stabilize himself after retreating 100 meters. That rainbow divine light began to quickly spread up Yi Qinghan's body, chest, neck, and finally surrounded his entire brain. The rainbow divine light flashed and then disappeared. Then, another rainbow divine light lit up on Yi Qinghan's lower abdomen, and continued to rush toward his brain. Xiao He didn't even dare to breathe loudly. His divine sense had been quietly probing Yi Qinghan's body, and he was horrified to find that all the energy inside the Chaos Divine Crystal on the surface of Yi Qinghan's Divine Crystal had surged into the energy source outside Yi Qinghan's soul space, and was rapidly merging with it. But what he didn't understand was why there were 2 waves of energy. Could it be that Yi Qinghan had 2 Chaos Divine Crystals? Before he could figure it out, the fiercest impact in Yi Qinghan's soul space had begun. Xiao Hei's divine sense had just probed inside, but it was directly pushed out by a wave of turbulent energy. Then he saw. Yi Qinghan's eyes closed, and he fell straight down.